When the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials were injured, the muscular middle-aged man had appeared and seized the opportunity to kill them. At that time, the people present on the scene thought the muscular middle-aged man would definitely obtain the celestial supreme treasure. However, contrary to their expectations, when the muscular middle-aged man was about to break the formations shrouding the celestial supreme treasure to collect it, a gray-clad old man appeared and directly killed the muscular middle-aged man. Earlier, the muscular middle-aged man had proclaimed the celestial saber belonged to him. However, when the gray-clad old man appeared, he had said, "Who said it belongs to you?" The muscular middle-aged man did not even have time to react before he was instantly killed by the gray-clad old man. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. The muscular middle-aged man's dying words revealed to everyone that the gray-clad old man was a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, everyone could not help but discuss among themselves again when they saw the turn in events. They sighed when they thought of the 3-5 tribulation bodiless celestials who had died pointlessly. Even a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial is here. How unexpected. Isn't this natural? There will always be another person to take advantage of the situation as two people fight. 3-5 tribulation bodiless celestials have died for a celestial supreme treasure. I don't think they would have thoughts of obtaining the celestial supreme treasure if they knew a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial is here. After all, it's impossible for them to defeat a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the gray-clad old man who killed the muscular middle-aged man appeared near the crescent celestial supreme treasure in just a flash. He effortlessly destroyed the formations shrouding the celestial supreme treasure. A hint of delight could be seen on his face as he held the crescent celestial supreme treasure in his hand. He could not believe this stroke of good luck. After all, he was only passing by when he discovered this earth-rank treasure vault that contained a celestial supreme treasure. On top of that, when he came over, most of the struggle for the celestial supreme treasure was over. He only needed to kill the muscular middle-aged man to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. His eyes were glued to the crescent celestial saber as he muttered to himself, "If I were slightly late, you would have fallen into that person's hands." Although the gray-clad old man did not speak loudly, almost everyone heard his words. They were envious of his luck. However, they were also aware that he could smoothly obtain the celestial supreme treasure due to him being a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, if he was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial or weaker, he would not have been able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. He's talking about the muscular middle-aged man, right? Seems like it. Moreover, it seems like he had just arrived not too long ago. Exactly. Didn't he say if he had come slightly later he might not have been able to obtain this celestial supreme treasure? If this is the case, then he's truly lucky. At this moment, Gan Ruyan's eyes were shining as she looked at the celestial supreme treasure. How lucky of him to obtain the celestial supreme treasure. However, her eyes dimmed when she remembered the gray-clad old man was a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. There was no way she would be able to obtain that celestial supreme treasure. Kur, who had heard Gan Ruyan's words, asked, "Eldest sister, do you want that saber?" Kur. Gan Ruyan looked at Kur and laughed bitterly. Is there anyone who doesn't want a celestial supreme treasure? However, since he's a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, the celestial supreme treasure is destined to be his. "Well, if you want it," Kua said softly before she disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Gan Ruyan was stunned by Kua's words. Before she could even reply, Kua had already disappeared from her side. It did not take long before she heard the crowd's voice that was laced with surprise. "Who's she? What a beautiful lady. Not only is she beautiful, but her speed is incredibly fast. I didn't even notice anything. It seems like she had appeared out of thin air." Gan Ruyan quickly turned to the front and saw a familiar figure blocking the gray-clad old man's path. At this moment, the gray-clad old man was just about to leave. The person who was blocking his path was none other than Kur. "Kur!" Gan Ruyan exclaimed in shock. "Kur, what are you doing? Come back." "He's a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial." Her voice was laden with panic. Naturally, Gan Ruyan attracted many people's attention as well when she exclaimed out loud, This lady looks identical to the lady who's blocking the sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. Although their temperaments are different, it's obvious that they're twins. Based on the tone of this lady, it seems like she's afraid of the sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. The anxiety in her voice is almost palpable. It seems like she doesn't think her sister is a match for the sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. At this time, a courageous onlooker probed Gan Ruyan's cultivation base. He exclaimed in shock. Her cultivation base is only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. A hint of contempt could be heard in his voice as well. Seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? Are you joking? You're right. Her cultivation base is only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if her sister is more talented than her, how much stronger can she be? Is her sister seeking death? When the crowd discovered Gan Ruyan's cultivation base was only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, they thought the lady who was blocking the gray-clad old man's path was insane and seeking death. At this moment, another courageous person tried to probe Kua's cultivation base. However, he discovered his divine consciousness could not get closer than 3 meters away from Kur. My divine consciousness can't get near her. My divine consciousness can't get near her as well. Hearing this, many people tried to probe Kur cultivation base. However, the results were the same. Could she be stronger than all of us? Someone suggested. That's unlikely. Her twin sister's only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if she's highly talented, she should only be at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage or an eminent celestial. However, I'm able to probe the cultivation base of a third tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone an eminent celestial. Does this mean she has some sort of treasure that prevents people from probing her cultivation base? That's highly likely. I heard there's an assist-type celestial supreme treasure that can repel divine consciousness and even defend against soul attacks. It seemed like most people present on the scene believed that Kur possessed some sort of celestial supreme treasure that would be able to repel divine consciousness and soul attacks. With this thought in their minds, they turned to look at Kur greedily. However, the greed in their eyes lessened when they saw the gray-clad old man whom Kur was standing in front of. At this moment, they finally remembered there was a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial around. Unfortunately, even if she has an assistive-type celestial supreme treasure, it has nothing to do with us. She has to be insane. If she didn't block the sixth tribulation bodiless celestial's path, no one would know she possesses an assistive-type celestial supreme treasure. I wonder what goes on in her mind. Most people thought Kur was seeking death. Initially, they thought she was as strong as the gray-clad old man since she was bold enough to block the gray-clad old man's path. However, when they discovered her sister's cultivation base was only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, they no longer thought she was a match for the gray-clad old man. After all, how strong could she be when her sister was only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gan Ruyan flew to Kua's side. Senior, Gan Ruyan said apologetically, Senior, I'm sorry. My younger sister is ignorant and naive. I'll bring her away now. Although she knew Kur's strength was not any weaker than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, she did not think Kur would be a match for the gray-clad old man who was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. She's your younger sister? The old man in gray asked coldly with a knowing expression on his face. Yes, Gan Ruyan replied immediately. She did not dare to treat the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial with disrespect. After all, a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to kill her with just a finger. When the gray-clad old man heard Gan Ruyan's words, he looked at Kur and laughed. I didn't expect a windfall. Not only did I gain an offensive celestial supreme treasure, but I'm about to obtain an assist-type celestial supreme treasure as well. As a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gray-clad old man had lived for a long time. Therefore, he was more careful than most and did not act recklessly. Although the lady who obstructed his path looked identical to the lady whose cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he did not instantly jump to the conclusion that they were twin sisters. Moreover, even when others concluded she possessed an assist-type celestial supreme treasure since their, including his own, divine consciousness could not probe her cultivation base, He did not let his guard down even though he shared similar thoughts with them. For this reason, he directly verified the matter with Gan Ruyen. The gray-clad old man thought to himself as he looked at Gan Ruyen, non-bodiless celestials who can enter the beyond heaven's secret zone have to be younger than 100 years old. Since her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she's certainly younger than 100 years old. Since this lady who's obstructing my path is her twin sister, it means she's also younger than 100 years old. She hasn't even reached 100 years of age. There's no way she's a bodiless celestial. At most, she's an eminent celestial. His eyes shone with greed as he thought about this. He, naturally, coveted the assist-type celestial supreme treasure he thought Kur possessed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the gray-clad old man said threateningly, "Give me the celestial supreme treasure you possess, and I'll only kill you. Otherwise, not only will I kill you and snatch your celestial supreme treasure, but I'll kill your sister as well so you have someone to accompany you to hell." He looked at Kur disdainfully as though she was just an ant that he could easily kill. Naturally, he was not wrong in his thinking. After all, as a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, someone who was not even 100 years old was truly like an ant to him. Gan Ruyen was shocked by the gray-clad old man's words. Even if her sister were to hand over the celestial supreme treasure she supposedly possessed, he would still kill her? She opened her mouth to interject, "Senior." At this moment, everyone looked at Kua sympathetically since they thought she would die. However, Kua did not seem flustered by the gray-clad old man's words. She remained calm as she said flatly, "My elder sister wants the celestial supreme treasure in your hand." Gan Ruyen was stunned speechless when she heard Kua's words. What kind of situation was this? Kua actually took her words seriously. An expression of guilt appeared on her face when she realized Kua had obstructed the gray-clad old man's path due to her careless words. The crowd was, naturally, stunned by Kua's words as well. Even the gray-clad old man was no exception. Is she insane? However, the gray-clad old man was once again shocked when he saw the lady who was obstructing his path seemed to have disappeared into thin air after she spoke. Naturally, he knew it was impossible for her to just disappear. No! A panicked thought appeared in the gray-clad old man's mind at this moment. He tried to focus his attention and managed to catch a brief glimpse of a graceful figure charging at him at a very swift speed. He was horrified when he saw the graceful figure fast approaching him. S7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? How can a lady who's younger than 100 years old be a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? At this moment, he deeply regretted looking down on this lady and underestimating her. Boom! Without any hesitation, the gray-clad old man mobilized the energy in his body at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, he did not even think about killing his opponent. His only wish was to escape, even if it meant he had to abandon the celestial supreme treasure he just obtained. Swoosh! Energy surged out of the gray-clad old man's body before he shot out like a cannonball in the opposite direction of Kur. He thought to himself fearfully, "Run. I must run." A hint of frustration rose in his heart. He was a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Who could have expected he would fall to such a state? Whoosh! The old man was still desperately fleeing when the void near him suddenly stilled and a graceful figure suddenly appeared. The figure was none other than Kur. He gulped and prepared to surrender and hand the celestial supreme treasure to her. However, before the gray-clad old man could raise the white flag, Kur had already acted. In just a flash, white dazzling rays radiated from her body. Like a white flame, it shrouded the gray-clad old man in just an instant. The white light surged to the sky and the air stagnated in its wake. When the light finally faded, the gray-clad old man had disappeared. The only thing that remained was the crescent celestial supreme treasure. The crowd watched as the celestial supreme treasure fell into a slender hand. From the moment Kur chased after the gray-clad old man to the moment she killed him, it only took a moment. Dead? How's that possible? Isn't she the twin sister of the lady at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Since her elder sister's cultivation base is only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, this means both of them are younger than 100 years old. How's she so strong? She's not even 100 years old, but she's capable of killing a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial? Impossible. More importantly, it seems like she didn't use any celestial supreme treasure when she killed the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. How terrifying! The crowd was in an uproar. They were in disbelief that Kur managed to kill the gray-clad old man who was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, she had done so without using any celestial supreme treasure. Based on her attack, it seemed like she possessed strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. She's definitely not an eminent celestial. She must be an old monster. I agree. How can an eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial without using any celestial supreme treasure? Whoosh! At this moment, Kur returned to Gan Ruyan's side. She smiled as she handed the crescent celestial supreme treasure to Gan Ruyan. Elder sister, didn't you say that you wanted this celestial supreme treasure? I've obtained it for you. However, Gan Ruyan did not reach out to take it. It was not that she did not want it, but she was still in a state of shock. When she regained her senses, she looked at Kur as though she was in a trance. Kur did not look any different. However, what had just occurred was still vivid in her mind. She did not expect her sister's strength would grow so tremendously in such a short time. It was beyond the range of her comprehension. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was so strong, and yet, he could not even withstand a single blow from her sister. She felt as though she was dreaming. Finally, she reached out and accepted the crescent celestial saber from her sister. Still bewildered, she stammered, Kur, how did you? Kur smiled and said, Elder sister, let's go somewhere else. I'll explain everything to you. When Gan Ruyan heard Kur's words, she scanned her surroundings and quickly nodded. Although her sister had gotten much stronger, it seemed like her sister was still the same. Her sister still did not like places with many people. Whoosh! Gan Ruyan disappeared from everyone's sight in just a blink of an eye with Kur's help. What's happening? Is that female cultivator who's at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage really her sister? A 4 tribulation bodiless celestial asked with a gulp. I'm not sure. All non-bodiless celestials who are able to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone are definitely less than 100 years of age. If that lady is as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, it's not a surprise if she's the ancestor of the lady at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How's it possible that she's the younger sister of that lady at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Many people were puzzled. Is it possible that a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial speculated at this moment the elder sister was reincarnated? Rumor has it that there's a special technique in Tao Martial Saint Land that allows one to reincarnate. You're saying that the lady at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was reincarnated to this era from close to 10,000 years ago? Yes. Otherwise, how's it possible for the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial stage to address her as elder sister? Everyone fell silent when they heard the 3 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. They had also heard of the rumors of people being reincarnated, but most of them regarded it as a hoax or just a myth. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had experienced reincarnation as well through the extraordinary technique, the 3 lives rebirth technique, from the rebirth martial emperor on Cloud Continent. It was a rare technique even in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although it seems far-fetched, it's the only plausible explanation. True. After all, it's even more far-fetched to believe that the lady is a cultivator who's younger than 100 years old, possesses strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial without the help of any celestial supreme treasure. I agree. Meanwhile, Gan Ruyan was unaware that those people had concluded that she had been reincarnated. At this moment, she was brought to a quiet and deserted valley filled with flowers and birds by Kur. Kur looked at Gan Ruyan and said, Sister, I know that you have a lot of questions. I'll answer your questions, but I hope you'll keep this a secret from Brother Ling Tian. I don't want him to worry. I promise I'll keep it to myself, so please tell me. Gan Ruyan felt a slight tremor in her heart when she heard Kur's words. She had a hunch that the method her sister used to increase her strength was extremely dangerous. Otherwise, her sister would not have asked her to keep it secret. As she listened to her sister's explanation, her expression changed drastically. Ganru Yen asked in shock. You burned your soul and recovered memories from your previous life, and at the same time your strength increased? Somehow you avoided the celestial ascension tribulation when you're burning your soul, and your strength is currently comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. After listening to Kua's account of what happened, she could imagine the excruciating pain Kuo had to endure by burning her soul. A bitter smile appeared on Ganru Yan's face as tears streamed down her face. She felt her heart ache for her sister. Kuo, is this necessary? Elder sister, I don't want to be a burden to him. Kuo's reply was simple. Naturally, the him she was referring to was Duanling Tian. You silly girl, Ganru Yan muttered when she heard Kuo's reply, and saw the brilliant smile on Kuo's face when she spoke about Duanling Tian. In her opinion, her sister was being incredibly foolish. Kuo quickly changed the topic. Elder sister, did you just enter the secret zone? Yes, Ganru Yan nodded. As soon as I entered, I saw the group of people fighting for the celestial supreme treasure. As she spoke, she looked at the crescent celestial saber in her hands. Earlier, it did not matter to her who would ultimately possess the celestial supreme treasure. After all, she knew she was not strong enough to contend for the celestial supreme treasure. Who knew, in the end, the crescent celestial supreme treasure would end up in her possession? Then, you must already know this is not the Sword Saint secret zone left by Senior Feng Qingyang, right? Kuo asked. What? Ganru Yan was stunned by Kuo's words. This was not the Sword Saint secret zone. Then what's this place? She did not doubt her sister's words. This place is called the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Kuo told Ganru Yan everything she knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone that she had learned in the past year. This Beyond Heaven secret zone is connected to 5 mundane realms? There are only a few of us from the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, and the others are from the 4 mundane realms? Moreover, the other 4 mundane realms are large mundane realms, and our realm is just a small one. Ganru Yan felt as though her horizon had broadened when she heard Kuo's words. She was shocked by Kuo's words. Apart from that, eminent celestials below 100 years of age aren't that rare in those large mundane realms. Moreover, some of them are as strong as 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. Realization suddenly dawned on Ganru Yan. I see. So those bodiless celestials who were fighting for the celestial supreme treasure earlier are from the other mundane realms. It had to be said that Ganru Yan was really lucky that Kuo found her almost immediately as soon as she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After all, with her cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would be difficult for her to survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Time flew by swiftly and another year passed by in just a blink of an eye. At this time, many of the weaker bodiless celestials left one after another. Apart from those who stayed for the excitement, the stronger bodiless celestials remained in the secret zone and patiently waited outside the heaven-ranked treasure vault that was left by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. After all, they had already confirmed a year ago that the 3 youths inside the heaven-ranked treasure vault had obtained the celestial supreme treasure. All they needed to do was wait for the 3 youths to come out to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away. That 2 young men and that young girl. Are they planning to stay in there for 8 or 9 more years? A bodiless celestial said with a frown on his face. It's fine if they plan to stay for another 8 to 9 years. I'll patiently wait until they come out. After all, they'll have to come out eventually unless they plan to die in there. Another bodiless celestial said. Those who entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone would gain the innate ability to sense the point of entrance and exit to their respective mundane realm after 3 years. The secret zone would stay open for 10 years. If a person did not leave when the 10 years were up, they would be trapped in the secret zone. They would have to wait until the next time the secret zone opened to leave, provided they were able to survive that long. Even if they managed to survive, who knew what their mental state would be like? Moreover, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, one would not be able to attract the heavenly tribulation and ascend to a Devata realm. One's cultivation base would stay stagnant in here. This was a fate worse than death for most people. Knowing this, how could anyone willingly trap themselves in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? A bodiless celestial suddenly said at this moment, I only want a celestial sword. I'm not interested in other treasures. However, no one paid him any attention. After all, it depended on one's ability whether one could obtain the celestial sword once the three youth exited the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault. In the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Hermit. Shio! 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 The faint sound of sword howling in the air rang in a lavishly decorated hall. A purple-clad young man could be seen sitting cross-legged in the air in a spherical light shield formed by tens of thousands of flying swords. Meanwhile, a beautiful girl and a young man were sitting in a corner each, cultivating. Suddenly, Shio! 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 The sound of sword howling in the air turned louder all of a sudden as the swords surrounding the purple-clad young man revolved at an even faster speed. Just as quickly as the sound had increased, everything suddenly fell silent as though time had frozen. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous and earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the light shield formed by the swords exploded. The purple-clad young man who was sitting crossed-legged in midair, as though he was meditating like a monk, suddenly opened his eyes after the shockwave from the explosion subsided. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he said, "Finally! I did it!" The purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian, who had gone into closed-door cultivation for some time. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a gleam in his eyes, "I was so focused on my cultivation this time that I completely lost track of time. I wonder how much time has passed since I entered closed-door cultivation." He looked around, planning to ask Han Xuanai or Zhang Yi about how much time had passed when he discovered they were both sitting cross-legged in a corner in the lavish hall, cultivating. "I'll wait for them." Duanling Tian did not wake them. He was not in a rush after all. Naturally, he did not stay idle. He used this time to try and master the 13 green lotus swords. Time flew by quickly, and another month passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Han Xuanai had woken up and discovered Duanling Tian had come out of his closed-door cultivation. When she saw him staring at her, she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Ling Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation." "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. "When did that happen?" Han Xuanai asked. "It has been a month," Duanling Tian said with a smile. "So are we leaving this place?" A wary expression appeared on Han Xuanai's face as she said, "I don't know if those bodiless celestials are still waiting for us at the entrance. It would be great if there's another exit." After Duanling Tian had gone into closed-door cultivation, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi had tried to look for another exit in the underground palace. But their efforts bore no fruit. Eventually, they had to give up and come to terms with the fact that there was only one point of entrance and exit in this heaven-rank treasure vault left by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. Apart from that, they had also learned from the group of cultivators who came in previously that a group of bodiless celestials was waiting for them outside. "We'll wait for Zhang Yi to come out from his closed-door cultivation before we leave," Duanling Tian said indifferently. It seemed as though he was not worried about the bodiless celestials who were waiting for them outside of the underground palace. "Brother Ling Tian, did you gain much during your cultivation this time around?" Han Xuanai asked. An idea began forming in her head when she saw Duanling Tian was unbothered when she mentioned the bodiless celestials waiting for them outside. "It's not bad," Duanling Tian said with a faint smile on his face. When Zhang Yi finally came out from his closed-door cultivation, 5 months had already passed. All in all, roughly 2 years had passed since Duanling Tian and the others entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In 6 months' time, all of them would be able to sense the point of entrance and exit to their respective mundane realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At that time, those who wished to leave would be able to do so. Naturally, those who wanted to stay would be able to do so as well. "Shio! Shio! Shio!" 3 distinct sword cries rang out one after another before they finally merged into one at this moment. "Shio!" The final sword cry was so piercing that it seemed as though it was capable of slashing a hole in the void. When Duanling Tian saw Zhang Yi casting the 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords, he could not help but praise him. "Zhang Yi, it seems like you made a lot of progress during your closed-door cultivation. You even managed to master the first 3 swords of the 13 green lotus swords." He was slightly surprised. After all, only those who tried to master the 13 green lotus swords would know how difficult it was to master it. The first sword of the 13 Green Lotus sword might be easy to master, but the subsequent swords would get progressively harder to master. Nevertheless, Xianxia managed to master the first 3 swords of the 13 Green Lotus swords in just 1.5 years. It was not an easy feat, so it was truly commendable. Xianxia put his celestial sword away and asked, Duanling Tian, since even I managed to master the first 3 swords of the 13 Green Lotus swords, I'm sure you've made even more progress. It's not too bad. Duanling Tian responded vaguely. Then he said to Han Xuanai and Xianxia, We've been in here for about 2 years now. It's time for us to leave. Duanling Tian had learned from Han Xuanai that they had been in the Heaven Rank treasure vault left by Li Bai for 2 years now. He wondered if the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial had been found at this point. Whoosh! Duanling Tian waved his hand and a feng shui compass appeared out of thin air in his hand. He had obtained this feng shui compass earlier in this Heaven Rank treasure vault. It should lead them to their next destination that could be either a human rank treasure vault, Heaven Rank treasure vault, or the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Outside the underground palace. There's no one, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. He was planning to retreat back into the underground palace if there were many bodiless celestials outside. He thought it was better to play it safe. He would not give the bodiless celestials a chance to attack them. They would be safe in the underground palace that had formations that prohibited bodiless celestials from entering. He thought to himself warily, Are they hiding? As soon as that thought appeared in Xiangyi's mind, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air. Bang! Following that, Xianxia saw Duanling Tian, who was walking in the lead, stomped his feet before flying forward. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had already traveled a great distance away. Brother Ling Tian, Han Xuanai called out. Similar to Xianxia, she was worried. Just as she was about to warn Duanling Tian of the danger, she discovered he had flown far ahead. For this reason, she had no choice but to muster her courage and follow suit. Upon seeing this, Xianxia, who was filled with anxiety, also followed Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai. As he flew forward, he checked his surroundings constantly as though he was worried someone would strike at any time. After a few moments, Duanling Tian came to a halt, waiting for Han Xuanai and Xianxia to catch up. When all of them gathered, they prepared to move in the direction where the needle of the feng shui compass was pointing. Those bodiless celestials just left? Xianxia and Han Xuanai were in disbelief. So far, they did not see hide nor hair of any bodiless celestial. They could not believe that no one was waiting for them outside the underground palace. Just as they were about to leave, Duanling Tian remarked indifferently, Here they come. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, before Han Xuanai and Xianxia could even reply, the sound of wind howling rang in the air. Xianxia and Han Xuanai's expressions changed drastically. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 of them were surrounded by roughly 20 people. Among these people, there were old men and old ladies, middle-aged men and middle-aged women, and young men and young ladies. All of them had one thing in common. They were all bodiless celestials. Moreover, they were powerful bodiless celestials. So fast. I can't even see their movements. Han Xuanai and Xianxia felt chills running up their spines. They could not capture the movements of the bodiless celestials at all, let alone figure out where they came from. On the contrary, Duanling Tian remained calm. He was unbothered by the appearances of these bodiless celestials. Nary a ripple of emotion could be seen on his face at all. An old man looked at Duanling Tian and his companions greedily as he laughed. All of you finally left the underground palace. Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? A middle-aged man looked at the 3 of them with a sneer. This lad and this lass are quite careful. It's a pity that you're both dragged down by this boy. Do you think we can't foresee that you'll run back into the underground palace if you discover our presence earlier? He had seen how careful Xianxia and Han Xuanai was earlier. Naturally, he had also seen Duanling Tian charging ahead, seemingly without any care. All the bodiless celestials could have attacked Duanling Tian when he charged out. However, they decided to wait until Xianxia and Han Xuanai had caught up with Duanling Tian before they made their move. They did not want to risk those 3 running back to the underground palace. Moreover, all three of them possessed a celestial supreme treasure each. It was better to reveal themselves when all three of them were together. Xianxia only smiled bitterly when he heard the bodiless celestial's words. He felt slightly confused. After all, throughout their journey, he had learned that Duanling Tian was not a reckless person. Why did Duanling Tian act so recklessly this time? On the other hand, Han Xuanai's panic subsided. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts when she saw Duanling Tian maintaining his composure even after so many bodiless celestials had appeared. She thought to herself, "Is it possible that Brother Ling Tian has a way to deal with them?" She shuddered. These bodiless celestials were clearly not ordinary bodiless celestials. Could Duanling Tian really deal with them? Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man. His words were dripping with disdain as he said, "Do you really think there's a need for us to hide from all of you?" His words were not only directed to the middle-aged man who said he had dragged Han Xuanai and Xianxia down. It was also directed to all the bodiless celestials present on the scene. Duanling Tian's words were, indeed, arrogant and domineering. Naturally, the bodiless celestials were infuriated when they heard these words. They glared at Duanling Tian, and some of them had even begun to mobilize the energies in their bodies. "Brat, you're seeking death." An impatient bodiless celestial cried out as he charged toward Duanling Tian fiercely. This bodiless celestial was the person who had spoken earlier and said that Duanling Tian had dragged Han Xuanai and Xianxia down. He was also a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as the middle-aged man made his move, the bodiless celestials could easily discern his strength. None of them was surprised by this discovery. After all, the bodiless celestials who remained were powerful. The weakest among them were 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. There were many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who were present, therefore, a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial was no one noteworthy. Bang! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as the middle-aged man approached Duanling Tian. He swung his fists at Duanling Tian as he converged his energy in his fists. Han Xuanai cried out in alarm, "Brother Ling Tian!" Although she could not catch the middle-aged man's movements, she could clearly feel the wind that was blowing as the middle-aged man moved toward Duanling Tian. She could even see Duanling Tian's robes fluttering in the wind. How could she not know that the middle-aged man had launched an attack against Duanling Tian? Although she had confidence in Duanling Tian's strength, she could not help but feel nervous. Xianxia thought to himself when he saw the middle-aged man making a move, "I'm afraid he's stronger than a mere 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial." The other bodiless celestials only watched as the middle-aged man attacked Duanling Tian. No one made a move to stop him. It was only natural after all. They were angered by Duanling Tian's words. Moreover, when the middle-aged man killed Duanling Tian, he still would not be able to leave with Duanling Tian's celestial sword. They might as well let the middle-aged man do the dirty work for them first. As soon as the middle-aged man made his move, Duanling Tian quickly cast his assist-type divine ability. Elementary Devouring Tactic. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian began to absorb all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings in just a blink of an eye. Han Xuanai and Xianxia might not be able to sense anything when Duanling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring technique. But the bodiless celestials present on the scene could clearly sense it when Duanling Tian completely absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Although they had seen assist-type divine abilities from Devata realms in the past, they were still shocked by Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability. What a terrifying assist-type divine ability! All of them thought to themselves. Soon after, they saw a translucent sword appearing in Duanling Tian's hand. Their eyes lit up immediately. "Celestial sword!" One of them exclaimed. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to ring in the air as the middle-aged man punched down at Duanling Tian. The void shook in the wake of his fists. It looked extremely terrifying. Based on this, the bodiless celestials present on the scene could tell that the middle-aged man did not hold back and had unleashed all his strength to deal with Duanling Tian. It was obvious he intended to kill Duanling Tian with just one strike. Faced with the middle-aged man, Duanling Tian sent his energy into the celestial sword as he cried out, "Sword-wielding art. 13 green lotus swords. 13 green lotus swords. Xiao!" A sword cry rang briefly in the air. Although it was brief, the sound shocked everyone present on the scene. The sword in Duanling Tian's hand shot out immediately. It seemed capable of killing a person who was 1,000 miles away. Xiao! 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 The sound of a sword cry rang in the air again. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials could distinctly sense the sword cry that rang consecutively. However, to the weaker bodiless celestials, it seemed as though the sword cry had rung at the same time. In fact, only those who were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger could clearly see Duanling Tian's attack. Duanling Tian's celestial sword had shot out, followed by sword rays. The stronger bodiless celestials could not see how many sword rays there were. However, they were certain there were more than 5 sword rays. Is this a divine ability from a Devata realm or a celestial technique? The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials watched as the sword rays caught up to the sword and merged into one before it collided with the middle-aged man's fists. Xiao! Another sword cry reverberated in the air. It sounded distinctively more piercing compared to the previous ones. As the sword slashed across the sky, a terrifying sword ray could be seen in its wake. Boom! The sword looked like a monster that could devour the heavens as it met the middle-aged man's punches. How's this possible? The middle-aged man who was charging at Duanling Tian finally recovered his senses. His expression changed drastically when he saw Duanling Tian's incoming attack. Xiao! At this moment, the sword pierced the middle-aged man's glabella before he could even react. Blood instantly spurted out of the wound. His energy vanished as his eyes turned lifeless. The old man had died. All the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene, Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, gasped when they saw this. When they shifted their eyes back to Duanling Tian, it was as though they were looking at a monster. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial was killed by Duanling Tian with just a strike. Although Han Xuanai had long suspected Duanling Tian was more than a match for the bodiless celestials before them, it was still a shocking sight when she witnessed it with her own eyes. Brother Ling Tian has gotten so strong? It seems like he improved a lot after coming out from his closed-door cultivation. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes as he tried to catch Duanling Tian's movements. Did Duanling Tian cast the 13 green lotus swords? Although he could not see, he could faintly sense Duanling Tian had cast the 13 green lotus swords when he heard the sword cry. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene were shocked and frightened when they saw this. Initially, they did not think Duanling Tian posed a danger to them. After all, he was only an eminent celestial who was not even 100 years old. How strong could he be? Now that they saw him kill the middle-aged man, they knew they would have died as well if they were in the middle-aged man's shoes. He managed to kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is he really younger than 100 years old? Is he just an eminent celestial? How amazing! An eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old managed to kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial who didn't hold back his strength. His strength is not any weaker than mine. At this moment, after killing the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duanling Tian looked at the other bodiless celestials who surrounded them indifferently as he said, "Do you still think there's a need for us to hide from you?" All the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials did not dare to meet Duanling Tian's eyes at this moment. Only the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials fearlessly returned his gaze. To the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, Duanling Tian was strong, but his strength was on par with a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. At this moment, an old man who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed and stepped forward. This man was none other than Elder Qi. He was from the same sect as He Rui, who was killed by Zhang Yi upon entering the underground palace. Previously, he had conjured up a mirror image to show the other bodiless celestials that the 3 people were still in the underground palace. For this reason, the other bodiless celestials patiently waited outside and did not leave. Elder Qi stared at Duanling Tian coldly. "Do you think you'll make it out alive just because your strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Brat, you're too arrogant. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial scoffed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent and chimed in, "Do you think you're invincible just because your strength is comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? There are more than 7 tribulation bodiless celestials here." Although the 3 remaining 7 tribulation bodiless celestials did not say anything, they were looking at Duan Ling Tian with hostility in their eyes. Upon hearing the words from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene began to whisper among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian warily. Most of them did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive the attacks from these few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duan Ling Tian is too arrogant. He thinks he'll be able to survive just because he's as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? How naive. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial might not be able to defeat him and snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from him, but how could he withstand the attacks from 2, 3, or even 4 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian is going to die today. Although most of the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials knew their chances of obtaining the celestial supreme treasure were slim to none since there were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene. Some of them still held onto the hope that perhaps they would be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasure when the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were fighting among themselves. Otherwise, they would not have continued to stay in this place. So what if there are more than 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? A sneer appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he heard the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial's words. He said indifferently, "My words still stand. None of you scares me." After he finished speaking, he turned to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi and said, "Xuanai, Zhang Yi, let's go. I'd like to see who would dare to stop me." After Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he leisurely walked in the direction that the feng shui compass was pointing them to. From the beginning until the end, he did not pay any attention to the bodiless celestials at all. Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were also stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words and they thought he was really fearless. After taking a few steps forward, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi were not with him. He turned around and saw both of them standing rooted to their spots as though they were frozen. He said with a slight frown on his face, "What are both of you dreaming about? Let's go." "Ah, okay." Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi cried out as soon as they regained their senses. Both of them followed closely behind Duan Ling Tian, still feeling shaken inwardly. Both of them were really curious if Duan Ling Tian were just putting on a fearless front or if he were truly unafraid of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Even Han Xuanai, who had always trusted Duan Ling Tian, felt slightly nervous at this moment. After all, she was not certain he would be able to deal with a few 7 tribulation bodiless celestials at once. The 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were stunned when they saw Duan Ling Tian really intended to walk away. They began to discuss among themselves. "He's insane. Totally insane. Duan Ling Tian is crazy. How dare he ignore those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Why is he so arrogant? Is he truly unafraid of those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? I think he's just putting on an act." After a while, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials' topic changed to how there were no eminent celestials who were stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in each of their realms. If I'm not mistaken, even an eminent celestial who owns a celestial supreme treasure and has mastered several extraordinary divine abilities and celestial techniques would only have strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not sure about other mundane realms, but the strongest eminent celestial in our mundane realm is only as strong as an ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's not a match for those 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who are stronger. In my mundane realm, there's only one eminent celestial in history who possessed strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's the same for my mundane realm. All of us are from the 4 large mundane realms, but Duan Ling Tian is only from the small mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. Even in the history of the 4 large mundane realms, there were no eminent celestials who were stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. How's it possible for a lad from a small mundane realm to be stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Exactly. He's bluffing. He's just putting on an act. Meanwhile, the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were enraged when they heard Duan Tian's words and saw him walking away, not paying them any attention at all. Some of them were so angry that they began to tremble in anger. They had, naturally, overheard the conversation between the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials and agreed with their words. They did not think Duan Tian was stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whoosh! The wind howled in the air as the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials began to move to stop Duan Tian and his companions from leaving. Since the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were barring their way, Duan Tian and his companions had no choice but to come to a halt. Whoosh! 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 Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi's expressions changed drastically when they saw there were 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials. They did not expect that there would be so many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene. So many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Zhang Yi froze in fear when he saw the scene before him. All the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials looked at Duan Tian with killing intent as they began to speak. Brat, you're really bold. I'll give you that. Do you think we can't tell that you're putting on a brave front? Even the strongest eminent celestials in Muro Realm, Yanhuang Realm, Vast Cloud Realm, and Skyline Realm aren't stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Do you think we'll be fooled and think you're stronger than a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Fortunately, Duan Tian was no ordinary eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would have fallen to his knees when faced with the murderous gazes from the 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials. As soon as all of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had spoken, Duan Tian's darkened immediately. Even Buddha would lose his patience with these people's endless harassment. Their words had successfully angered him. He barked, "Get lost!" The 6-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were furious when they heard Duan Tian's words. Get lost. Did he ask us to get lost? Did I hear wrongly? You did not. He really asked us to get lost. One of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials finally said with a scoff, "You're seeking death." His voice was as cold as winter. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his arms as though he was a bird as he flew across the sky. Boom! Boom! 2 large explosions rang in the air as soon as the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial made his move. At this moment, the remaining 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials were staring intently at the scene unfolding before their eyes. It did not take long for them to realize the person who had made his move was Elder Qi. Elder Qi was from the same sect as He Run, who was killed as soon as he entered the underground palace. It was all due to Elder Qi showing the bodiless celestials a mirror image that they managed to discover those 3, who had first entered the underground palace, possessed a celestial supreme treasure each and still had not left the heaven-rank treasure vault. Die! Elder Qi cried out. His energy surged out of his body as he dove toward Duan Tian like a hawk flying in the air. His hands were akin to the wings of a hawk as they sliced through the air. Duan Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw this. He scoffed as his body began to emit a dazzling white sword ray. It did not take long before the sword ray shrouded him completely. Those with a higher cultivation base could see that he had seemingly transformed and became part of the tens of thousands of sword rays. As Elder Qi dove toward Duan Tian like a hawk, he said coldly as though he was a grim reaper who had already decided Duan Tian's fate. Today, I must bring you down a notch before I kill you to show you the meaning of, there's always someone stronger than you in the world. In the distance, Duan Tian's voice rang out among the tens of thousands of sword rays. There's always someone stronger in this world? Let's see how strong you are. Show! 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 Shio! Show! The sounds of a sword cry reverberated in the air as soon as Duan Tian finished speaking. At this moment, he had completely disappeared, becoming one with the tens of thousands of sword rays. It did not take long before the white light that sword rays emitted turned blindingly bright, causing everyone to squint. When the light was no longer as bright as before, the people present on the scene realized that the sword rays had merged and transformed into an ordinary sword. The expressions of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials turned grim when they saw the sword. Although the sword's appearance was ordinary, they had a nagging feeling that there was more than meets the eyes. They were certain that the sword was not ordinary at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Elder Qi continued moving toward Duanling Tian as he moved his arms that seemed as though they were sharp blades that could cut through anything. The energy that surged out of his arms seemed to increase at this moment. It was clear that he had unleashed all his strength. He did not hold back his strength since he could sense that the sword Duanling Tian had transformed into was not simple. In fact, he felt threatened by the sword. He cried out, "Die!" Duanling Tian's voice rang from the sword after Elder Qi spoke. "You'll be the first 7 tribulation bodiless celestial whom I kill." Swoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the sword shot out toward Elder Qi. However, its speed seemed very slow. Even Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were the weakest among everyone present on the scene, could clearly see the movement of the sword. However, they were unable to see the profundity of this seemingly simple attack. This was only natural since even the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials were unable to see it. Only the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were able to see the profundity of the attack. The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions darkened when they saw Duanling Tian's simple strike. The profundity of the strike was slightly similar to the profundity of the attack that Duanling Tian had used earlier to kill the 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Earlier, the celestial sword had shot out, followed closely by more than 5 sword rays. In just a few moments, the sword rays had merged with the celestial sword, causing a burst of energy. It was a truly terrifying attack. Based on that, they knew the seemingly simple attack had to be terrifying as well. Body sword fusion. 13 green lotus swords. Duanling Tian cried out. His attack contained not only the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, but he had also used the divine ability from a Devata realm, the 13 green lotus swords. The Sovereign Heart Sword was like celestial techniques. They could be used alongside divine abilities to further enhance his strength. Whoosh! 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 The distance between Elder Qi and Duanling Tian was fast closing as Elder Qi continued to move his arms that seemed like the sharpest blades in the world. Show! Duanling Tian, who had become part of the sword, shot out leisurely toward Elder Qi, slicing the void open. The hole in the void turned bigger and bigger before it finally seemed to devour Elder Qi for a moment. A soft but audible noise rang in the air as the sword and Elder Qi, who seemed like a hawk, finally collided. The sword that Duanling Tian was a part of hovered in the air where Elder Qi was standing earlier, whereas Elder Qi had moved to the other side. Everyone's attention was focused on Elder Qi at this moment as various emotions flitted across their faces. All of a sudden, a blindingly bright light appeared again from the sword. When the light finally disappeared, Duanling Tian could be seen hovering in the air as he looked at Elder Qi. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion as they discussed among themselves. He seems fine. He's unharmed? Then what was that noise earlier? However, it did not take long before they saw Elder Qi's body twitched and a wound appeared on his glabella. The wound widened all the way to his forehead. It was not difficult to see that this wound was enough to kill any bodiless celestial. Elder Qi's aura vanished as his body gradually vanished as well. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had died just like that. Silence descended on the entire place at this moment. After witnessing Elder Qi's death, everyone's eyes darted back to Duanling Tian in unison. An expression of surprise could be seen in Han Xuanai's face at this moment. All her worries had vanished as well. Although she had always had faith in Duanling Tian, she still could not help but worry about him. After all, he was facing such a dangerous situation earlier. She sighed in relief as she thought to herself, Brother Ling Tian is capable of killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily? Does this mean his strength is currently comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? To this, Zhang Yi was dumbstruck. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think this would happen. As a cultivator from Yanhuang realm and a disciple of the Celestial Master sect, he knew that the strongest eminent celestial in his realm was only as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he not be shocked now that he had seen an eminent celestial who possessed strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Earlier, I overheard the other bodiless celestials saying that the strongest eminent celestials whom they have heard of only possess strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Does this mean Duanling Tian has rewritten history? No, wait. There was Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm who was said to be as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Feng Qingyang only became that strong after he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Prior to obtaining the inheritance, his strength with the celestial sword was only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's a far cry from Duanling Tian's current strength. I can't imagine how terrifyingly strong Duanling Tian would be if he manages to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Xianxia was frozen by the many thoughts that flashed in his mind. He was certain that if Duanling Tian managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, before he ascended to a Devata realm, he would definitely be the strongest person in all mundane realms. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for Duanling Tian. Xianxi's eyes were bright as he looked at Duanling Tian. He was sincerely happy for Duanling Tian. At this moment, the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials gasped when they finally regained their senses. On the other hand, the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials' expressions turned grim. A thought flashed in all their minds at this moment. He's so powerful. Duanling Tian stood, leaning on his sword, as his purple robes fluttered in the wind. Although his long black hair was being blown by the wind, it did not cover his handsome face. His expression was indifferent when he looked at the remaining 5 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, causing chills to run up their spines. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? All of them lowered their heads instantly when they heard Duanling Tian's words. 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. This purple-clad young man's strength was definitely comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. All of them were certain of this after they witnessed his attack. All of them thought to themselves his attack might be even stronger than an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength is probably on par with those extremely strong 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. When the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials finally regained their senses, all of them gasped in shock. Their eyes were focused on Duanling Tian as they discussed among themselves. A hint of fear and wariness could be seen in their eyes at this moment. Dead? A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial died just like that? Heavens! Is Duanling Tian a monster? Didn't he come from a small mundane realm? How did he become so terrifyingly strong? Is he really just an imminent celestial, not an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? If he's a bodiless celestial, do you think he would be able to enter the heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by a great overarching golden celestial? Prior to this, none of them had expected that one day they would be afraid of an eminent celestial who had not even turned 100 years old. One of the 6 tribulation bodiless celestials suddenly said, "The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, didn't an eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? After he obtained the inheritance, he even managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial on his way out. I've heard about it. That man is called Feng Qingyang. He's a peerless cultivator in the Saint Province realm. Before obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching bodiless celestial, his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. After he obtained the inheritance, he was only as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial." Another 6 tribulation bodiless celestial said, Is it possible that Duanling Tian has already obtained the inheritance left by a great overarching golden celestial?" A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial speculated. Silence descended immediately as soon as that person finished speaking. Indeed, it was possible that the purple-clad young man had already obtained the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial, right? The 6 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials were still staring at Duanling Tian in shock and horror when Duanling Tian nonchalantly called out to Han Xuanai and Xianxia, "Let's go." When Duanling Tian left with his 2 companions left, none of the bodiless celestials dared to chase after him even though he was moving at a slow and steady pace. In fact, some of them even sighed in relief when they saw that he had left. Among the 5-7 tribulation bodiless celestials, one of them still did not give up. He sent voice transmissions to the other 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, but none of them responded to him. After all, they did not think they would be a match for Duanling Tian even if they joined forces. After a while, one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials sighed regretfully. It's a pity that I wasted so much time here. You're right. If I knew Duanling Tian was so strong, I wouldn't have wasted my time waiting for him here. We waited for 2 years. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial exclaimed. The bodiless celestials who had arrived the earliest and had not left had waited for 2 years. Based on the turn of events, it was clear that they had wasted their time waiting. Another 7 tribulation bodiless celestial chimed in at this moment. Although we have wasted 2 years, at least we managed to survive. Look at those two. Not only did they waste their time, but they even died. Upon hearing this, the remaining bodiless celestials felt lucky that they were able to preserve their lives. Anyway, is Duanling Tian really not a bodiless celestial? After a while, there were still people who doubted if Duanling Tian was really an eminent celestial. I'm certain he's not. After all, if he's a bodiless celestial, he wouldn't have been able to enter the heaven-rank treasure vault. Let alone the heaven-rank treasure vaults, even the human-rank treasure vaults bar bodiless celestials from entering. Even the strongest existence in the mundane realms, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, wouldn't be able to enter a human-rank treasure vault in the beyond heaven secret zone. That's right. There's no doubt he's not a bodiless celestial. Many people agreed with this statement. If he's not a bodiless celestial, how could he be so strong even though he's only an eminent celestial? Don't tell me he has already obtained the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial in the beyond heaven secret zone. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial said grimly. Upon hearing this, most of the bodiless celestials felt their hearts sink. After all, the most valuable thing in the beyond heaven secret zone was the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Well, there's another possibility. Maybe he possesses something that's not any weaker than the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial before he even entered the beyond heaven's secret zone. That's possible. Many people nodded in agreement. That's unlikely. If he possesses something like that, is there a point in him entering the beyond heaven secret zone? Someone retorted. You can't say that. Maybe he came to help his family and friends. Moreover, is there anyone who would complain about possessing too many celestial supreme treasures? At this moment, the source of Duanling Tian's strength became a mystery to everyone. Regardless, all of them were sure of one thing. Duanling Tian from the Saint Province realm was as strong as an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian would not expect that his actions today would cause him to become famous in the beyond heaven secret zone. All the bodiless celestials who were present on the scene began to spread word about what had happened wherever they went. Duanling Tian, who's from the Saint Province realm, possesses strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial? Many people were in disbelief when they heard about what happened. Are you kidding? A mere eminent celestial managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I don't care if the others believe it. I definitely don't believe it or not. I don't believe it either. In the history of Muro realm, the strongest eminent celestial only possessed strength comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there's only a handful of such people. It's the same in Skyline realm. In my opinion, Duanling Tian's probably not an eminent celestial. It's highly likely that he's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. I heard that Duanling Tian entered a heaven-rank treasure vault. How could he enter the treasure vault if he's a bodiless celestial? Who knows what's true and what's fake? In any case, I refuse to believe it. News about Duanling Tian's feat continued to spread, but many people only regarded it as a rumor and did not believe it. At this moment, Wuxia, who had decided to leave Duanling Tian, was shocked. She had spread word of Duanling Tian and the other two being in the heaven-rank treasure vault in hopes that some bodiless celestial would teach him a lesson. Duanling Tian killed a 6 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in just one move? The 7 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could only watch as he left with Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi. Wuxia truly did not expect this. However, after mulling over it, she shook her head. Impossible. Duanling Tian couldn't possibly be as strong as an 8 bodiless tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he suddenly become so strong? However, deep in the depth of Wuxia's heart, she could not help but feel that the news was true. She thought to herself fearfully, in 6 months, When I'm able to sense the point of entrance and exit to vast cloud realm, I'm going to leave immediately. It won't end well for me if I encounter Duanling Tian. He definitely won't let me off the hook. Although there were still many celestial supreme treasures and divine abilities from Devata realms, Wuxia did not hesitate to leave. After all, with her strength, there was a low chance of her obtaining any of them. She knew her own strength very well. Moreover, even if she had a high chance of obtaining those things, she still would not stay a moment longer. After spending some time with Duanling Tian, she knew what kind of person he was. He was the kind that would not attack if one did not provoke him, but if one were to provoke him, he would definitely return the favor 100 times. Fear coursed through her veins as she thought to herself, I can only hope that I don't encounter Duanling Tian during these 6 months. Otherwise, there's no doubt that I'll die. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone, those who had heard the news could not believe that an eminent celestial was capable of killing a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. The name of that eminent celestial quickly spread like a wildfire in half of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone was vast, the speed of rumors spreading was incredibly fast. At this moment, a lady in a fiery red dress stood in a remote valley. When her fiery red dress fluttered in the wind, she looked like a fire elf. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes as her alluring lips moved when she muttered to herself, Big Brother Duan killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Meanwhile, a lady dressed in white with a veil covering her face stood nearby. Her eyes were also filled with surprise and incredulity as she said, How's this possible? Don't tell me he has already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. These two ladies were none other than the two successors from the 7 Absolutes sect, Feng Tianwu, the successor of the 5th Absolute, the Blazing Phoenix progeny, and Mu Yi, the successor of the 2nd Absolute, the Prophet progeny. Both of them had met up about 6 months ago in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Due to their strength, they had to keep a very low profile. After all, they might not even be able to deal with an ordinary eminent celestial. Upon hearing Mu Yi's words, Feng Tianwu nodded. It's possible. We'll know if he has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial after those people come out. After all, if he has obtained the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, all the feng shui compasses from the human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults would be rendered useless, Mu Yi said. Feng Tianwu nodded her head. She had heard about this not long after she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At this moment, Mu Yi and Feng Tianwu had already discovered this place was the Beyond Heaven secret zone, not the Sword Saint secret zone. They knew that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was connected to 5 mundane realms, including the Saint Province realm. They also discovered that not only powerhouses younger than the age of 100 from the other mundane realms had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but they also discovered many bodiless celestials had entered the secret zone as well. Among these bodiless celestials, there were many 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Rumor had it that there were also 9 tribulation bodiless celestials among the bodiless celestials. After half a day had passed, Mu Yi's eyes suddenly brightened. She turned to Feng Tianwu and exclaimed, They're out! Feng Tianwu asked curiously, Is the feng shui compass they obtained still working? She sincerely hoped that the feng shui compass was not working since it would mean Duanling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Every time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, only one person would be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, once someone had obtained the inheritance, the clues leading to the location of the inheritance would be rendered useless. In other words, if Duanling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, all the clues would no longer work. Mu Yi focused her gaze on the feng shui compass for a moment before she replied, The feng shui compass in their hands is still working. As a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, Mu Yi had mastered a soul secret technique that allowed her to prevent people, including bodiless celestials, from detecting her divine consciousness. For this reason, although she had been keeping track of a small group of people who had obtained clues leading to the location of the inheritance left by a great overarching golden celestial after she met Feng Tianwu, she was not discovered. A few days earlier, that small group of people had entered a human rank treasure vault. It was just then that they had come out. As soon as they came out, Muyi continued tracking them. When Muyi discovered the feng shui compass was still working, she hurriedly beckoned to Feng Tianwu and said before they left the remote valley, "Let's go. Let's follow them." Feng Tianwu was lost in her thoughts. She knew Duanling Tian's strength well. Before they had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, his strength was comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. Big Brother Duan didn't obtain the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial yet. Then how did he manage to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Even if he obtained a celestial sword, his strength should only be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is it possible that he has also obtained an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm? Based on what I know, there might be divine abilities from Devata realms in a heaven-ranked treasure vault. It's very likely that he has obtained one of those divine abilities. Feng Tianwu had sacrificed her life for Duanling Tian in the past. For this reason, Duanling Tian was moved and her importance in his heart had increased. It did not take long before he fell in love with her. Since she was someone he loved, he naturally did not hide anything from her. For this reason, she was able to make accurate guesses about him. Feng Tianwu became excited as she continued thinking to herself, "If I'm right, Big Brother Duan has probably obtained another clue that leads to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, since there would definitely be a feng shui compass in a heaven-ranked treasure vault. How could she not be excited when this meant she would be able to meet him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Indeed, there was a point where Feng Tianwu and Muyi would intersect with Duanling Tian and his companions. This intersection point was none other than the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Muyi were not the only people from the Saint Province realm who were making their way to the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. Hovering above a glacier, Gan Ruyen, who had just found out Duanling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, was shocked as well. He managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? He has become so strong. When Gan Ruyen regained her senses, she turned to look at a lady who looked identical to her. "Kur, I had thought your strength had surpassed his. Who knew he would become even stronger?" Her eyes were filled with complex emotions when she spoke. She was shocked that Duanling Tian was even stronger than her sister. Kur smiled faintly when she heard Gan Ruyan's words, seemingly unsurprised. "Brother Tian is definitely stronger than I am." At this moment, her eyes were filled with excitement. After all, she would be able to see him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone soon. Kur's understanding of Duanling Tian was, naturally, even better compared to Feng Tianwu. She knew that her man had definitely obtained a celestial sword and an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. She did not even consider celestial techniques, since she knew he would not try and master a celestial technique even if he obtained one. After all, she knew the Sovereign Heart Sword would conflict with a celestial technique. Kur thought to herself excitedly, since divine abilities from Devata realms can only be found in heaven-ranked treasure vaults. This means Brother Tian has already entered and exited a heaven-ranked treasure vault. He has certainly obtained the clue that leads to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. Elder sister and I have passed by many human-ranked treasure vaults and are heading toward the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial as well. I should be able to meet Brother Tian there. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, a little girl dressed in golden robes was playing with an iron claw. It could be seen that the iron claw was extraordinary since it was not forged from common iron. Moreover, the aura it emitted was extremely intimidating. Many non-bodiless celestials would feel threatened by the iron claw. The golden-clad little girl muttered to herself, "So this is a celestial supreme treasure? Indeed, it's different from the weapons in mundane realms." At this moment, the golden-clad little girl was surrounded by non-bodiless celestials and bodiless celestials alike. All of them were discussing furtively among themselves. "Who's this little girl? Why is she so strong?" a bodiless celestial asked in a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with trepidation as he looked at the golden-clad little girl. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial couldn't even endure a single strike from her. The strongest person among this group of people was only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could the people in the surroundings not feel afraid when they recalled the scene of the golden-clad little girl killing a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Where would they even find the courage to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from her? Whoosh! 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 Wind whistled in the air as the golden-clad little girl put on the iron claw and quickly extended her hand out. Rip! 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 As soon as the golden-clad little girl made a move, a ripping sound could be heard. She did not tear the void, but barely their scratches could be seen in the void. This did not mean the little girl was weak or the claw-like celestial supreme treasure was useless. It was just that the Beyond Heaven secret zone was very stable. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial could not tear a hole in the void in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The onlookers gasped in shock and fear when they saw the ensuing scene after the golden-clad little girl used the celestial supreme treasure. The golden-clad little girl was none other than Little Gold. She was the jade-eyed heavenly mouse who used to follow Duan Ling Tian. Currently, she had evolved from the jade-eyed heavenly mouse to the celestial beast known as the red-eyed celestial devouring mouse. After Little Gold, Little White, and Little White entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone together, Little Gold found that she was alone after they had entered. She traveled in the secret zone alone all this time and encountered many people who plotted against her and wanted to kill her. However, she managed to kill all of them. Little Gold had rushed over here today when she heard news about an Earth-rank treasure vault that contained a weapon. When she arrived, she discovered the strongest person around was only a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. At that time, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was just about to grab hold of the celestial supreme treasure when she attacked and killed him. Her actions frightened the onlookers, and she easily obtained the celestial supreme treasure since no one dared to contend with her. Little Gold could feel the greedy and frightened gazes that were trained on her, so she shook the iron claw in her hand and smiled as she asked, "Why are all of you staring at the celestial supreme treasure? Are you thinking of snatching it from me?" Little Gold's appearance was innocent and harmless, but currently, to the onlookers, the smiling Little Gold looked no different from a devil. They were so terrified that they averted their eyes immediately upon hearing her words. Many even turned around and left, thinking they would definitely die if they stayed too long. How boring! Little Gold pouted when she saw more than half the people present on the scene had left. She no longer bothered with the onlookers and put the iron claw away before she left. The onlookers only watched as Little Gold left. None of them were brave enough to chase after her and snatch the celestial supreme treasure away. It did not take long before certain news reached Little Gold's ears. Brother Ling Tian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike? Although many thought the news was just baseless rumor, Little Gold did not think so. She muttered to herself, "I thought I would be stronger than Brother Ling Tian. Who knew he already possesses the strength to kill 7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Moreover, he's able to do it with just a strike. This means his strength is currently comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial." She was not envious that Duan Ling Tian had grown so strong. Instead, she was sincerely happy for him. Not long after Little Gold heard the news, Little Black and Little White heard the news as well. Since they were twins, they had used their blood connection to sense and find each other when they arrived in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? He has gotten so strong. After a while, Little Black came to a conclusion. Since Brother Ling Tian has come out of a heaven-ranked treasure vault with the clue he obtained in there, he must be heading to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial now. Then, let's continue with our journey since we've also obtained the clue from this human-ranked treasure vault. Little White said as she looked at the feng shui compass in her hand. She gestured to Little Black and both of them left in the direction where the compass was pointing. The 10,000 Beasts Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. At this moment, in a magnificent and huge palace in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, 2 beautiful women were seated in the great hall of the palace. One of the women sat on the main seat while the other woman sat on her right. The woman seated on the right was dressed in red. She had a voluptuous figure and a seductive face. At this moment, her brows were furrowed as though she had sensed something. What is it? The woman who was seated on the main seat was dressed in light green robes. She was beautiful and radiated a pure aura. Her bearing was completely different from the red-clad woman. It's nothing, elder sister. The red-clad woman shook her head when she heard the green-clad woman's words. However, the look in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. If you have something to do, then go ahead. It has to be urgent if your men are sending you a message at this hour, the green-clad woman said gently with a smile on her face. When she smiled, it seemed like the flowers were blooming, making people feel as though it was spring. There are 3 little fellows who have not ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven after they received the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. Moreover, they have entered a beyond heaven secret zone. Therefore, my superior wants me to retrieve them from the secret zone and bring them here. A hint of reluctance could be seen on the red-clad woman's face at this moment. It was clear that she was unwilling to part with the green-clad woman. Elder sister, I haven't seen you for so many years. I'm truly unwilling to leave now. Silly girl. The green-clad woman shook her head and smiled. I can just follow you, right? I'm also curious why those 3 little fellows would stay in a mundane realm and enter the beyond heaven secret zone even after receiving the inheritance from the legacy blood pool that the Lord had personally refined. When people from the mundane realms had a fortuitous encounter and were able to ascend to the Devata realms, they would usually not waste any time and ascend as soon as they had gotten stronger. Although there were some who continued staying in the mundane realms for various reasons, it was rare for them to be able to enter a secret zone after having such a fortuitous encounter. After all, it was difficult to find the point of entrance and exit of a beyond heaven secret zone. Moreover, beyond heaven secret zones generally would bar this kind of people from entering. The rules of beyond heaven secret zones prohibited people who had received inheritances from a Devata realm from entering. After all, the great overarching golden celestial who left his inheritance in a beyond heaven secret zone did not wish his inheritor to have another master or belong to another force in the Devata realms. The 3 little fellows whom the red-clad woman was talking about were none other than Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. After 3 of them had received the inheritance from the legacy blood pool, they were automatically considered as being part of the force of the Lord who had refined the legacy blood pool. The people from the mundane realms were unaware of this rule in the beyond heaven secret zones. They did not know that their cultivation bases might be destroyed, or even killed, before they were expelled from the beyond heaven secret zone for violating the rule. Among these people, some of them were taken away by the people from the force they had received their inheritances from. Some had their cultivation bases destroyed before they were expelled from the beyond heaven secret zone, and some were instantly killed by a supervisory envoy of the beyond heaven secret zone. Due to how extraordinary beyond heaven secret zones were, the supervisory envoys were usually heaven emperor's men. They had lofty backgrounds and normal people could not afford to provoke them. For this reason, not many forces in the Devata realm would publicly go against supervisory envoys, especially not for people who received the inheritances from their forces. Therefore, whenever the members from the forces in a Devata realm discovered that people who had received the inheritances from their forces had mistakenly entered the beyond heaven secret zone, they would only send someone to secretly and quietly retrieve those people before the supervisory envoys discovered them. The red-clad woman had received an order to retrieve Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black from the beyond heaven secret zone for this reason. Most people from the mundane realms were under the impression that beyond heaven secret zones were created by a great overarching golden celestial since it contained various treasures and the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial. However, the truth was beyond heaven secret zones were jointly created by the 81 heaven emperors of the Devata realms. The secret zones were created by them to provide great overarching golden celestials with a way to search for inheritors. In order to manage the beyond heaven secret zones, the 81 heaven emperors would appoint their men as supervisory envoys to supervise the beyond heaven secret zones. A supervisory envoy usually had to supervise millions of beyond heaven secret zones due to their great number. At this moment, the red-clad woman said, "If that's the case, elder sister, let's depart now." The 3 little fellows who entered the legacy blood pool together are said to be highly talented. That's why I've been ordered to retrieve them from the beyond heaven secret zone. Although the red-clad woman spoke casually, based on her tone, it could be seen that she respected the green-clad woman a lot. After listening to you, I'm even more interested in meeting those 3 little fellows. The green-clad woman's eyes brightened in excitement when she heard the red-clad woman's words. Then let's not waste any time. Let's go. The red-clad woman said. Let's go. The green-clad woman said before her body that was seated on the main seat in the great hall vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the red-clad woman disappeared as well. Silence descended on the great hall instantly. At this moment, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, who were in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, were unaware of the impending danger. They did not know that if they were discovered by a supervisory envoy of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, they might lose their cultivation bases, if not die. Naturally, they were also unaware that someone had been sent to take them away as well. As danger crept closer to them, they were only thinking about meeting Duan Ling Tian and Kuer. Every Devata realm had a Beyond Heaven pavilion, and there were 81 Beyond Heaven pavilions since there were 81 Devata realms. Beyond Heaven pavilions were transfer stations between a Devata realm and various Beyond Heaven secret zones. Great overarching golden celestials had to register here if they wanted to go to a Beyond Heaven secret zone to leave their inheritances behind. After registering, they would be able to enter a Beyond Heaven secret zone through a transporting formation in the Beyond Heaven pavilion. According to the rules, when they leave their inheritances in a Beyond Heaven secret zone, they also had to leave Heaven rank and Earth rank treasure vaults in the secret zone. Similar to Beyond Heaven secret zones, Beyond Heaven pavilions were usually managed by Heaven Emperor's people. Since there were many people involved in managing a Beyond Heaven pavilion, it was only natural that there were good and wicked people. Some of the unsavory characters would even sell information from Beyond Heaven secret zones for their personal gains. For example, when someone from the Beyond Heaven pavilion discovered Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White had violated the rules of Beyond Heaven secret zones, that person was supposed to notify a supervisory envoy to mete out punishment. However, that person did not notify a supervisory envoy. Instead, he informed the force that owned the inheritance that the three little fellows received. Incidents like this were very common, and those informers would be greatly rewarded from the various forces. In an enclosed room, a middle-aged man who seemed to be dressed in some kind of uniform pointed at two mirror images that showed three people. His uniform had the words, "Beyond Heaven Pavilion," embroidered across his chest. He said deferentially to a red-clad woman, "Lord Meng, it's these three people." In one of the mirror images, a golden-clad little girl could be seen rushing to an unknown location. On the other mirror image, a black-clad little boy and a white-clad little girl could be seen in a human-rank treasure vault, easily passing the challenges in there. The middle-aged man continued to say, "I accidentally discovered the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl. I realized when they attacked, both of them have a crescent blood moon mark between their brows. That's how I know they're from the Blood Moon Ridge clan. Since I discovered both of them, I decided to do a check on those people in that Beyond Heaven secret zone, and that's how I found the golden-clad little girl. Similarly, when she attacked, a blood moon mark appeared between her brows as well." The red-clad woman nodded her head, clearly satisfied with the middle-aged man's actions. "You've done well. After I retrieve them, I'll send you a token of appreciation from the Blood Moon Ridge." "Thank you, Lord Meng." The middle-aged man smiled so wide that his eyes almost seemed close. He had given Blood Moon Ridge this piece of information in exchange for the token of appreciation after all. At this moment, the green-clad woman who had remained silent suddenly spoke up as she watched the mirror images. "They're from the Dragon Clan?" One of the mirror images showed the black-clad little boy and white-clad little girl reverting to 8-clawed divine dragons, which were also their true forms. The green-clad woman looked at the red-clad woman and said decisively, "Meng Yao, I want both of them. Elder sister, it's not a big deal if you want them. However, it's better if you get the noble patriarch to inform our master about it." The red-clad woman did not seem surprised by the green-clad woman's demand. She had a forced smile on her face as she continued to say, "Otherwise, if my superior makes an inquiry, it'll be difficult for me to explain myself." "All right." The green-clad woman nodded as she turned her eyes back to the two 8-clawed divine dragons in the mirror image. The middle-aged man who was standing at the side could not help but ask the red-clad woman curiously, "Lord Meng, may I know who this person is?" "She's my elder sister, Xiang," the red-clad woman replied. "Xiang." The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. The name seemed familiar, but he could not recall where or when he had heard it. "My elder sister is from the Dragon Clan," the red-clad woman said. "Dragon Clan." The middle-aged man suddenly jolted when he heard the red-clad woman's words. He turned to look at the green-clad woman and asked in a trembling voice, Is she Elder Xianxia, the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan in our 10,000 Beasts Heaven?" "Yes," the red-clad woman replied with a nod. "It's an honor to meet you, Elder Xianxia," the middle-aged man hurriedly said. "Please forgive me for being rude and not knowing who you are earlier. Please forgive my ignorance." Although the current Heaven Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was not from the Dragon Clan, the force of the Dragon Clan was only second to the force under the Heaven Emperor. Even a strong force like Blood Moon Ridge was still inferior to the Dragon Clan. The green-clad woman, Xianxia, the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, did not deign to reply to the middle-aged man. She glanced at him indifferently and said, "Activate the transporting formation that leads to that beyond Heaven's secret zone." "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man, naturally, did not dare to delay when he heard Xianxia's words. He quickly activated the transporting formation just as Xianxia had ordered. How could he not be afraid? Although this Beyond Heaven pavilion belonged to the Heaven Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the middle-aged man knew very well that the Heaven Emperor would not care even if thousands of people like him were killed by Xianxia. Swoosh! As soon as the transporting formation was activated, Xianxia disappeared into it in just a flash. The red-clad woman followed closely behind. Just like this, the Beyond Heaven secret zone gained two newcomers, Elder Xianxia from the Dragon Clan and Meng Yao from the Blood Moon Ridge. As soon as Xianxia arrived in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she extended her divine consciousness that encompassed a large area of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Based on this, one could see how strong Xianxia, the youngest elder in the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, was. Xianxia was just about to withdraw her divine consciousness when she discovered her two targets were not in range when she suddenly sensed something. This is. Through her divine consciousness, Xianxia watched as a celestial sword shot out of the hand of a purple-clad young man, as more than 5 sword rays followed closely behind. When the sword rays merged with the sword, it boosted the power of the sword immediately. It did not take long before the purple-clad young man killed a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Xianxia muttered to herself, "This sword-wielding art looks like..." She closed her eyes as scenes from many years ago appeared in her mind. At that time, a genius sword celestial came to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven to challenge the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. That battle was truly shocking. Xianxia was only an ordinary disciple in the Dragon Clan at that time. However, since her parents were guardians of the Dragon Clan, she had a chance to watch the battle. During that battle, the patriarch whom they revered like a god was defeated by the genius sword celestial. She had found it difficult to accept the outcome of the battle at that time. Xianxia could clearly remember what the patriarch had told that man after his defeat. "I accept my loss. Based on your strength, if you take another step forward, it won't be difficult for you to challenge a Heaven Emperor and win. At that time, you'll become a Heaven Emperor." After a while, there was news from the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. Someone had challenged the Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the Heaven Emperor. And thus, the man who killed the Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven became the new Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Xianxia remembered being shocked when she learned that the new Heaven Emperor of solitary destructive heaven was the genius sword celestial who had defeated the Dragon Clan's patriarch. She did not expect the patriarch's words to come true. Xianxia, the youngest elder of the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, was reminded of the Heaven Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the genius sword celestial who had challenged the patriarch of the Dragon Clan and won. When she saw the purple-clad young man wielding his celestial sword. Although the sword-wielding art that the genius sword celestial had cast was more profound, she could still see the similarities when the purple-clad young man cast the sword-wielding art. A thought appeared in Xianxia's mind at this moment. Is he somehow connected to that person in solitary destructive heaven? This was truly something unexpected. She would not have believed it if she did not witness the purple-clad young man wielding the celestial sword. After all, how could someone as lofty as that person from the solitary destructive heaven be related to someone from one of the mundane realms? Xianxia had seen many geniuses as an elder from the dragon in the 10,000 beasts heavens, but she was still amazed by the purple-clad young man. She would not have been surprised if she saw an eminent celestial killing a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms. After all, eminent celestials in the Devata realms were different from eminent celestials in the mundane realms. He's only an eminent celestial, but he's capable of killing a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial effortlessly, even though the sixth tribulation bodiless celestial didn't use any celestial weapon. Most people in the Devata realms referred to celestial supreme treasures as celestial weapons. Almost all bodiless celestials could only use celestial weapons. They could not master any celestial techniques or divine abilities from the Devata realms and mundane realms. Due to the bodiless celestial's special constitution, they would not be able to withstand the celestial techniques and divine abilities. Even if someone had already mastered celestial techniques or divine abilities before becoming a bodiless celestial, they would no longer be able to use it once they became a bodiless celestial unless they wanted to die. This applied to 9 tribulation bodiless celestials as well. They would have to wait until they passed the last bodiless celestial tribulation, ascended to a Devata realm, and gained a new body before they could use the celestial techniques or divine abilities. This was the biggest weakness of a bodiless celestial. Naturally, there was an exception to this. The bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment were able to cast soul-offensive celestial techniques and divine abilities from the Devata realms. After a while, Xianxia shook her head. This must be a coincidence. In the end, she concluded that it was unlikely for the purple-clad young man to be related to the Heaven Emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven. The sword-wielding art had to be a mere coincidence. After that, she quickly withdrew her divine consciousness to probe in another direction. Meanwhile, Meng Yao, the red-clad woman, did not stay idle. She had also extended her divine consciousness to look for the whereabouts of the golden-clad little girl, the black-clad little boy, and the white-clad little girl. At this moment, the golden-clad little girl who was hovering in the sky descended on a lake. When she descended on the lake, it caused a splash, but she remained dry. She held a feng shui compass as she said excitedly, "I finally found a human-rank treasure vault. After obtaining the clues here, I'll be able to meet Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kua soon." The golden-clad girl was about to leave in the direction where the feng shui compass was pointed when, swoosh, a red-clad woman appeared like a gust of wind, blocking the golden-clad little girl's path. The golden-clad little girl's expression changed dramatically when she saw the red-clad woman. Wariness and a hint of fear could be seen in her eyes as she asked, "Who are you?" The red-clad woman had appeared out of thin air. The golden-clad little girl did not even sense anything prior to the red-clad woman's appearance. Based on this, she knew that the red-clad woman was far stronger than her. Meng Yao, the red-clad woman, sighed as she looked at the golden-clad little girl and said, "Little fellow, you're too greedy. After you obtained the inheritance of the legacy blood pool from our blood moon ridge, you should have ascended to the 10,000 beasts heaven. Even if you chose not to ascend, you shouldn't have come to this beyond heaven secret zone." When the golden-clad little girl, Little Gold, heard Meng Yao's words, she was stunned. A hint of confusion surfaced in her eyes as she stammered, "El legacy blood pool? How do you know about the legacy blood pool?" Meng Yao replied, "The legacy blood pool was refined by the master of the Blood Moon Ridge. How could I not know about it?" Blood Moon Ridge? Master? The legacy blood pool was refined by him? Little Gold murmured to herself. Then, she looked at Meng Yao and asked with bright eyes, "This means you're a celestial from a Devata realm?" At this time, Little Gold finally ascertained that the red-clad woman did not harbor any ill intention. Otherwise, the red-clad woman would not have revealed this information to her. Moreover, if the red-clad woman wanted to kill her, it would be extremely easy for her to do so. "Yes, I am." Meng Yao nodded before she said, "I came here to bring you out of this beyond heaven's secret zone. Do you know it's dangerous for you to be in here?" Her voice was solemn when she spoke. "Dangerous?" Little Gold was startled. Then she shook her head. "As long as I don't provoke the bodiless celestials who are stronger than me, I should be fine. Moreover, there are many people who are weaker than me, and yet they still manage to survive in here." Based on her words, It could be seen that Little Gold was under the impression that the danger Meng Yao referred to was the bodiless celestials who were stronger than her. Meng Yao patiently explained to Little Gold, "I'm not talking about the bodiless celestials who are stronger than you." She told Little Gold about supervisory envoys, and also how Little Gold had violated the rules by entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone after obtaining the inheritance from the legacy blood pool. Little Gold's face turned pale. If the supervisory envoy finds out about this, even if I don't die, I will lose my cultivation base?" Yes, Meng Yao nodded. Then she added urgently, "That's why we have to leave as soon as we can. If the supervisory envoy finds out about this, not only you, but even I would be affected. I have 2 other friends." Little Gold, who was shocked by Meng Yao's words, suddenly remembered Little Black and Little White. "If I'm not mistaken, your 2 friends should have left this Beyond Heaven secret zone by now. I'll bring you to them," Meng Yao said as she brought Little Gold away. In just a short moment, she brought Little Gold to the transporting formation in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It took only a short moment before they arrived in a chamber in the Beyond Heaven pavilion. Little Gold was just recovering from the blinding light that had flashed when she heard 2 familiar voices calling out to her in unison. "Little Black? Little White?" Little Gold sighed in relief when she saw the black-clad little boy and the white-clad little girl standing in front of her. "I'll take them with me. Come to the Dragon Clan after a month for your reward." A voice rang in the air at this moment. Little Gold discovered another 2 people in this place. Apart from the red-clad woman who had brought her here, Little Black and Little White, a green-clad woman was speaking to a middle-aged man at this moment. "Thank you, Elder Xianxia," the middle-aged man said. He did not expect to be rewarded by the Dragon Clan, as well since he had only thought he would be rewarded by Blood Moon Ridge. Although he knew Xianxia wanted 2 of the people he found, he did not have any expectations of being rewarded by the Dragon Clan. "Meng Yao, I'll take my leave now," Xianxia said as she looked at Meng Yao. Soon after, she took Little Black and Little White with her and left. Little Gold, who did not even have a chance to speak to Little Black and Little White, cried out, "Little Black! Little White!" She turned to look at Meng Yao and asked anxiously, "Where did she take Little Black and Little White?" Meng Yao said reassuringly, "Don't worry. She won't harm your friends. She's only taking them home." Before Little Gold could reply or resist, Meng Yao had already brought her away. She thought to herself, how strong. She's far stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She had intended to struggle but failed when she realized how strong Meng Yao was. Little Gold's heart was filled with bitterness when she recalled how she had been taken from the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. "Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet Brother Ling Tian and Sister Kuer. I wonder when I'll be able to see them again." At this moment, reality finally hit Little Gold that she was in a Devata realm when she sensed the exaggeratedly rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of the matter regarding Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. How could he have known they had been taken away? Let alone knowing they had been taken to a Devata realm. He did not even know they had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone to find him. At this moment, 3 people who looked travel-weary arrived in a majestic mountain range. "We're too late," one of them said as they watched an old man, surrounded by people, held a long and wide saber with an intimidating aura in his hand. Buzz, 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 buzz. When the old man sent his energy into the saber began to vibrate and radiate fierce saber rays. It seemed indestructible at this moment. When the old man saw this, he let out an unrestrained laugh. "What a good saber! 7 tribulation bodiless celestial?" Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the old when he and his companions arrived in this Earthrank treasure vault. The saber in the old man's hand was the celestial supreme treasure contained in this Earthrank treasure vault. When the old man arrived, he saw 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials fighting over this celestial supreme treasure. He did not wait for them to kill each other before he directly killed the 2 6 tribulation bodiless celestials and took possession of the celestial supreme treasure. Once the onlookers saw the old man was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, they no longer dared to have covetous thoughts about the celestial supreme treasure. They had no intention of seeking death after all. Snatching the celestial supreme treasure from that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was no different from snatching food from the mouth of a tiger. It would be nice if that old man didn't have the saber. Otherwise, the saber would be yours, Brother Ling Tian, Han Xuanai, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, said with a sigh as she looked at the old man who was laughing while he held the saber in his hand. In Han Xuanai's opinion, the old man who was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was definitely no match for Duan Ling Tian if he did not obtain the celestial supreme treasure. After all, she had witnessed him killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, so she knew his strength was comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, since the old man had obtained the celestial supreme treasure, this meant the old man's strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The old man's power was on par with Duan Ling Tian, so she thought it would be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from the old man. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who was standing at the other side of Duan Ling Tian, remained silent. However, judging by the regretful expression on his face, it was not hard to see that he shared the same thought as Han Xuanai. When Han Xuanai had spoken, many people had heard her even though her voice was not loud. Who's shamelessly boasting? This woman just said that if that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial didn't possess the celestial supreme treasure, the man standing next to her would be able to obtain it. At this moment, many people were looking at Han Xuanai and Duan Ling Tian. They knew she was talking about Duan Ling Tian earlier. After that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial obtained the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. So what that woman means is the purple-clad young man standing next to her has strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Well, maybe he's an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. More and more people turned to look at Duan Ling Tian curiously. They wondered if he was really an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even then, none of them dared to probe his cultivation base. It was considered rude to probe someone's cultivation base. If they had probed the purple-clad young man's cultivation, it would be fine if he was weak. However, if he turned out to be strong, they would definitely lose their lives. 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? When the old man who had obtained the celestial supreme treasure heard the discussion in his surroundings, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as well. As soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian, he cried out in anger, "It's you!" It was as though Duan Ling Tian was his sworn enemy. A majestic energy surged out of the old man's body immediately. Some of that energy went into the saber he held in his hands, causing the saber to release fierce and seemingly indestructible saber rays. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, was, naturally, alerted by the old man's movements. What's happening? It seems like this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial knows the purple-clad young man. Moreover, it seems like he has a grudge against that young man. How interesting. Han Xuanai, who could see how angry the old man was, could not help but ask in shock, "Brother Ling Tian, you know him?" Although Zhang Yi remained silent, he looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously as well. "I haven't seen him before." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He was certain he had not met this old man before. How could he know why the old man was so angry? He wondered inwardly, is he related to someone I killed? He thought there was a high possibility of this. After all, he had killed many people ever since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He did not doubt that many of those people carried mirror image talismans on their bodies. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the divine consciousness that probed his cultivation base. It made him feel exposed. Sure enough, the old man glared at Duan Ling Tian and said with a scoff, "Similar to Rongbo, who was a disciple of my Liyan sect, you're just an eminent celestial. However, seeing as you managed to kill him, you must be quite strong. However, it's unfortunate for you to have met me today." The onlookers were confused when they heard the old man's words, since they had no idea what he was talking about. Rongbo. He's from the Liyan sect in Skyline Realm? Some from Skyline Realm exclaimed. At this moment, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the old man's words. Rongbo. He finally realized why the old man was so angry when he saw Duan Ling Tian. As it turns out, he's from the same sect as Rongbo. No wonder he's so hostile toward Duan Ling Tian. He must have seen Duan Ling Tian easily killing Rongbo through a mirror image talisman. Realization dawned on Han Xuanai as well. Oh, So he's from the same sect as Rongbo. She had heard about the incident with Rongbo during their travels. Duanling Tian was not surprised since he had already guessed the old man was related to someone whom he had killed. However, he truly did not expect the old man to be connected to Rongbo. At this moment, the onlookers were furtively whispering among themselves. An eminent celestial? Did the seven tribulation bodiless celestial just say the purple-clad young man is an eminent celestial? We must have heard wrongly. If the purple-clad young were just an eminent celestial, I don't think the young lady by his side would dare to shamelessly boast, right? Well, she could be lying. That's true. When Han Xuanai overheard the onlookers' conversation, her face turned red from anger. She fumed inwardly, boasting? Shamelessly boasting? How dare these people look down on Brother Ling Tian? She took a deep breath before she retorted, my brother Ling Tian just killed a seven tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike not too long ago. Although he's only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. The onlookers seemed to recall something when they heard Han Xuanai's words and broke out in a discussion among themselves again. An eminent celestial killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with a strike? His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She calls him. Could this purple-clad young man be Duanling Tian? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Duanling Tian. Silence descended when people heard the name Duanling Tian. How could they not be familiar with this name? Most of them had heard the news that had been spreading even though they did not think it was true. Duanling Tian was an eminent celestial who apparently killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial outside of a heaven-rank treasure vault left by a great overarching golden celestial. It was said that he had strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He can't be that Duanling Tian, right? Didn't you hear what the girl standing next to him said? He killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial before and has strength comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She even called him Brother Ling Tian. He must be Duanling Tian. Han Xuanai, who heard the discussion in the surroundings, scoffed and said, Duanling Tian is, indeed, my brother Ling Tian. The news all of you heard is true. He did kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial outside a heaven-rank treasure vault left behind by a great overarching bodiless celestial. Moreover, he killed the bodiless celestial with just a strike. Her voice grew louder and louder as she reached the end of her sentence. After listening to Han Xuanai's words, everyone was convinced the purple-clad young man was Duanling Tian. They discussed his strength, and the topic slowly shifted to the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm. So he's Duanling Tian. I really didn't expect to meet Duanling Tian from the rumor. I wonder if he really possesses the strength of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial like the rumor says. Whether he's as strong as the rumor says or not, we'll find out soon enough. Can't you see that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had just obtained the celestial supreme treasure staring at him like prey? We're about to watch a good show. The old man from Li Yan's sect said with a sneer. So you're Duanling Tian. I've seen you through a mirror image, so I think the rumor is just a rumor. There's no truth in it at all. The strength you displayed when you killed my sect disciple, Rongbo, was comparable to a 3 or 4 tribulation bodiless celestial at best. The hate in the old man's eyes intensified as he spoke. When he had seen the mirror image of Rongbo being killed, he had seen Duanling Tian's strength. Although Duanling Tian had easily defeated Rongbo, it was clear that Duanling Tian was not as powerful as the rumor made him out to be. The old man's words, naturally, caused the onlookers to doubt the veracity of the rumor. After all, to begin with, most of them did not think the rumor was true. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian looked at the old man indifferently before he slowly said, You're quite observant. I have to say you're right. Killing intent could be seen in the depths of the old man's eyes at this moment. He said threateningly, Duanling Tian, since you killed Rongbo, I'll kill you today and send you to hell to avenge him. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he calmly said, You think you'll be able to avenge Rongbo? I hope you've thought this through. You might die trying to avenge him. That's not worth it, right? His words that were filled with confidence showed that he was not frightened by that old man. It seemed like he was warning the old man that he would die if he tried to avenge Rongbo. Duanling Tian's words provoked the old man, enraging him. His body trembled in anger as he said, "Arrogant! How arrogant!" The onlookers who were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's confident words began to whisper furtively among themselves. How can Duan Ling Tian remain calm at this moment? Perhaps he's really capable of killing this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who has obtained a celestial supreme treasure? You're joking. It's impossible for an eminent celestial in the mundane realms to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who has obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Most of the onlookers concluded that Duan Ling Tian did not possess the strength to defeat the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. "Brother Ling Tian," Han Xuanai called out. Although she could see Duan Ling Tian was confident, she could not help but feel anxious since she thought his strength was only on par with the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She thought to herself, however, based on Brother Ling Tian's words, it seems like he's certain he'll be able to kill that old man. Xianxia was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's confidence. He could not help but muse inwardly, "Duan Ling Tian, I wonder where your confidence came from. This old man is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure." Nonetheless, due to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi's trust in Duan Ling Tian, they assumed he would not speak recklessly if he was not confident. After thinking about it, they were convinced Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill the old man even though they did not know how he was going to do it. Han Xuanai, who knew Duan Ling Tian well, began to think to herself, "Brother Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability can raise his strength by 2 stages. The celestial sword can raise it by another stage. The 4th stage of the sovereign heart sword, the body sword fusion, can raise it by 2 stages, and the offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, can likely increase it by another stage. All in all, his strength should be on par with an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial." She shook her head, trying to figure out why Duan Ling Tian was so confident. After a moment, her eyes suddenly brightened as though she had found her answer. At this moment, the old man from Lian's sect in Skyline Realm bellowed angrily, "Duan Ling Tian." He charged toward Duan Ling Tian without any warning as the celestial saber in his hand shot out saber rays that seemed indestructible. When the old man moved, the sound of the wind whistling rang so thunderously that it caused onlookers to have a headache. This was only natural since the old man was a powerful bodiless celestial. Even among 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, he was much stronger than ordinary 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, he had just obtained a celestial supreme treasure. This would only further raise his strength. "Elementary devouring tactic," Duan Ling Tian cried out, casting his assist-type divine ability. In just a moment, he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings and raised his strength by 2 stages. Then his eyes flashed coldly as he continued to say, "Complete weaponry submission." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a celestial sword appeared in the air and transformed into sword rays that revolved around his body. The number of sword rays continued to increase from hundreds to thousands, and it kept increasing. In the end, it seemed like there were tens of thousands of sword rays. It looked extremely intimidating. Soon after, the sword rays shot up, converging above Duan Ling Tian. It began to form a complicated and mysterious sword formation. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye that some of the onlookers with a weaker cultivation base could not catch Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. The formation was so dazzlingly beautiful that the onlookers could not take their eyes away from it. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, an energy that seemed similar to lightning and thunder surged out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the energy shrouded the entire area along with everyone present on the scene, including the old man from Lian's sect in Skyline Realm. At this moment, the old man who was charging toward Duan Ling Tian discovered that the celestial saber in his hand was behaving strangely. It was vibrating with no rhyme or reason. What's happening? It did not take long before the old man's expression changed drastically. He had discovered that as the celestial saber in his hand continued to vibrate, it was also repelling the energy that he tried to send into it. Swoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, the old man's hand that was holding onto the celestial saber suddenly began to bleed from wounds that had appeared just as suddenly. He thought to himself, panicking, "No. If I don't let go of the saber now, I'll lose my hand." He quickly released the saber in his hand without a second thought. The celestial saber fell quickly like a wild horse at this moment. The onlookers suddenly broke out in an uproar. This! My sword! What's wrong with my saber? After the 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Lien's sect in Skyline Realm released the celestial saber in his hand, the commotion the onlookers were making attracted his attention. He saw everyone who was carrying a weapon suffered the same thing that he did. The parts where their weapons were touching were injured, causing their weapons to fall. Upon further inspection, he saw that the weapons, including his celestial saber, were actually not falling. Instead, they were all flying toward the sword formation over Duan Ling Tian's head. The dazzling formation above Duan Ling Tian's head was like a terrifying magnet that attracted all the weapons in the area it affected. It forcefully broke the weapons' connections to their owners. What kind of technique is this? Even the 7 Tribulation Bodiless celestial saber had been taken away. How terrifying! Is he even human? Fear coursed through the onlookers' veins as they watched the terrifying formation pull all the weapons in the vicinity to it. Even the celestial saber was not spared. How's this possible? The old man who had been aggressive initially and was charging toward Duan Ling Tian instantly stopped moving. He had lived for a very long time, but this is his first time seeing such a phenomenon. At this moment, Han Xuanai felt chills running up her spine as she looked at the sword formation and the weapons. She exclaimed, "Complete weaponry submission. This is the complete weaponry submission. Brother Ling Tian has successfully mastered the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation. I heard that once one masters the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, one would be able to master a technique called complete weaponry submission. It's able to submit all weapons, including Celestial Supreme Treasure." Han Xuanai had suspected this earlier when she saw Duan Ling Tian's confidence. However, it was just a speculation. Therefore, it still came as a shock when she witnessed it with her own eyes. Zhang Yi was similarly shocked. What kind of technique is this? He felt the scene unfolding before his eyes was surreal. He was not worried about Duan Ling Tian confronting the 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial since he thought they were evenly matched. Who knew before the battle even started, the 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial had already lost his Celestial Supreme Treasure. He thought to himself, this attack seems stronger than the body sword fusion that he used previously. At this moment, a gray-clad old lady holding a cane suddenly cried out, "That's right. Didn't the rumor say Duan Ling Tian is from the Saint Province realm?" "Yes. Is there something wrong with that?" "Why? Did you think of something?" Many people were curious and confused by the gray-clad old lady's question. They had a feeling her question had something to do with the powerful attack Duan Ling Tian had just unleashed. The gray-clad old lady explained, "I read a record in my sect before this. Most people, including me, didn't think it's true. The record details what had happened the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone was open." She looked at everyone as she asked, "I'm sure all of you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the secret zone opened, right?" "I know. It's someone from the Saint Province realm as well. His name is Feng Qingyang and he was a genius sword cultivator." "Yeah, that's him. I've heard about him as well." Most people knew about the person who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. After listening to everyone's answer, the gray-clad old lady continued to speak. The record states that Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial with this technique. She looked at the dazzling sword formation above Duan Ling Tian's head and said, "The record is written by an ancestor of my sect who was present at that time. He had said that Feng Qingyang used a powerful celestial technique to snatch the 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial's Celestial Supreme Treasure away before killing him." Everyone gasped when they heard the gray-clad old lady's words. They were clearly unaware of this. The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened was roughly 100,000 years ago. Naturally, there were many incidents that were lost to time. Most of them only knew Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching bodiless celestial and killed an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, but they did not know the details. The gray-clad old lady stared at Duanling Tian as she said conspiratorially, Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian are both from the Saint Province realm. Since the technique is so similar, I suspect this technique is the same one that Feng Qingyang used at that time. It's possible he has some connection with Feng Qingyang. Her words shocked the onlookers again. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian said, "Senior is, indeed, observant." A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the gray-clad old lady. He said with a smile, "This technique is, indeed, the same one that Senior Feng Qingyang used. In a way, I can be considered as his heir." His words confirmed the gray-clad old lady's speculations. Indeed, the gray-clad old lady smiled, satisfied that she had guessed correctly. In just an instant, the crowd broke out in a commotion again. Heavens! So Duanling Tian is Feng Qingyang's heir. Unbelievable! The last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. And now, his heir seems to have a high chance of obtaining it as well. Why does it feel like the Beyond Heaven secret zone is opened especially for them? True, I would think that way as well if it were not for the fact that we know the Beyond Heaven secret zone was created by a great overarching golden celestial. Go! Duanling Tian's voice rang in the air, catching everyone's attention. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian spoke, the sword formation above him shone even brighter than before, causing everyone to squint or close their eyes. At the same time, the sword formation began to shoot out sword rays that were headed toward the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect in Skyline Realm. This is bad, the old man cried out when he saw this. His vision was currently affected by the blindingly bright light. He could vaguely sense the immense power from the attack, and it thoroughly frightened him. Energy surged out his body immediately as he tried to escape. Too late, Duanling Tian said. The old man did not even have time to react as the sword rays from the sword formation above Duanling Tian landed on him, drowning him. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, injuring the onlookers. The weaker ones were sent flying while those who were stronger stumbled a few steps backward. He's so strong. How terrifying! His strength is not inferior to an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial, right? It seems like the rumor of him easily killing 2 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials is not fake. After a while, everyone finally regained their sense. All of them felt chills running up their spines when they recalled what happened earlier. They were terrified and worried when they saw the sword formation above the purple-clad young man's head. Whoosh! 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 The shockwave from the attack finally died down into a light breeze. Everyone turned to look at the place where the 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial was standing and discovered he was nowhere in sight. There were no traces left of him at all, as though he had never existed. The 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect had died. His body had vanished and his soul had been destroyed. Swoosh! 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 The sound of wind blowing rang in the air as the stolen weapons returned to their owners one after another. Naturally, the celestial saber currently without an owner remained with Duanling Tian. His celestial sword returned to his hand when the celestial saber fell from the sky and into his hand as well. He put the 2 celestial supreme treasures away and turned to look in the distance. Nobody could tell what he was thinking about at this moment. Duanling Tian thought to himself, I didn't expect Heart Sword amalgamation from the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword to be so powerful. The Celestial Supreme Treasure, the submitting 10,000 soldier technique, is really powerful to be able to snatch the Celestial Saber as well. Although he was confident with his ability, he did not think the technique would be so strong. After all, this was his first time casting the submitting 10,000 soldiers technique after mastering the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Earlier, he has used the sword formation and used the formation to attack. Needless to say, it was even stronger than the body sword fusion. If he had used the 13 green lotus swords, his power would have been comparable to a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if that 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial had used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, Duanling Tian would still have been able to kill him without using the 13 green lotus words. Duan Tian continued thinking to himself, however, I really got lucky. Who knew I would be able to master the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation, due to the enlightenment from Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial. After passing the 9th challenge in the Heaven Rank Treasure Vault, he did not expect the minor inheritance from Li Bai would be able to help him master the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Initially, he was not interested in the minor inheritance left behind by Li Bai since it was not useful for his sword training, but somehow it was able to help him master the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. When Duan Tian returned to his senses, he looked at everyone with his hands behind his back as he asked, I'll take this celestial saber, nobody has a problem with it, right? When everyone heard his word, they forced a smile on their faces, signaling their approval. Why is he even asking for our opinion? Would we dare to have any opinion after witnessing what just happened? None of the onlookers had any thoughts of snatching the celestial supreme treasure from the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect, let alone Duan Tian, who had just easily killed him. Soon after, someone replied with gusto as he waved his hand. His tone was flattering. No, we don't mind at all. Only a master like you is suitable to own that celestial saber. All of us wish for you to own the celestial saber. Yes, that's what we think. Master Duan Tian definitely deserves this celestial supreme treasure. It did not take long before most people followed in the footsteps the person who had spoken and began to flatter Duan Tian. Duan Tian did not pay attention to their words. He looked over at Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi before he said, Xuanai, Zhang Yi, let's go. Without wasting any time, Duan Tian and his 2 companions left in the area where the feng shui compass was pointing. After watching Duan Tian and his companions left, the onlookers sighed in relief. Duan Tian is terrifying, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial said, still frightened. With his strength, even if we joined forces with so many of us around, he'll still be able to kill us with a flick of his fingers. Duan Tian, he's so scary. That's a matter of course. He killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike. The rumors from before didn't say if the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials he killed possessed a celestial supreme treasure. But this 7 tribulation bodiless celestial had a celestial supreme treasure, and his strength was almost close to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even so, he killed him without even blinking his eyes. What's the technique he used? He even managed to snatch the celestial supreme treasure so easily. His strength is really terrifying. I wonder what technique the genius sword cultivator from St. Province Ream, Feng Qingyang, used when he obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial. I guess only they would know what it is. However, there's no doubt the technique is a powerful celestial technique. Maybe the technique that purple-clad young man used was the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial from the Beyond Heaven secret zone previously? That's possible. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Their fear toward Duan Tian grew as well. Do you think Duan Tian has already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial? Someone in the crowd asked. That's quite likely. Someone answered, yeah, otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Only a few people remained silent. These people had some knowledge about the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial. They had obtained clues from human rank treasure vaults and received the feng shui compasses. If Duan Tian had obtained the inheritance, their compasses would stop working immediately. Since their compasses were still working, they knew without a doubt that nobody had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial yet. After about an hour had passed, the onlookers began to leave one after another. It did not take long before what happened today spread in the Beyond Heaven secret zone again. Duan Tian killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial of Li Yan's sect from Skyline Realm. And that was before he snatched the celestial supreme treasure away. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, an old man's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. Based on my knowledge, only one 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect had come. His power was on par with me. If I had to fight him and he had a celestial supreme treasure, I would definitely lose. It said the old man was trying to avenge his sect disciple, Rong Bo. The old man paused for a moment before he finally muttered to himself again. My 1000 battle sect disciple, Feng Man, was also killed at the same time as Rongbo. Is it possible that the purple-clad man I saw in the mirror image killing Feng Man is Duan Tian? This old man was the strongest person from the Thousand Battle sect who had come to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The old man was, naturally, instantly alerted when Feng Man was killed. He had seen Feng Man and Rongbo being killed through a mirror image. Fortunately, I didn't run into the Duan Tian. Otherwise, I would have died as well. This 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had witnessed his sect disciple's death had also planned to seek revenge from Duan Tian. If he had done that, he would have been killed by Duan Tian. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Tian killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial from Li Yan's sect. Moreover, that bodiless celestial even possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Even so, he still died. Wuxia was shocked when she heard this news. She became even more fearful of Duan Tian after hearing that he managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She thought to herself in an attempt to reassure herself, I just need to wait for 5 more months. As soon as I can sense the point of entrance of exit to the vast cloud realm in the Beyond Heaven sect, I'm going to leave. She knew very well if she stayed in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and was unfortunate enough to meet Duan Tian, she would definitely die. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone was vast and she might not even encounter him, it was still not as safe as returning to the vast cloud realm. After hearing the rumors about Duan Tian, especially with the recent news, she continued hiding in small valleys, too afraid to venture out. Time continued to pass, and in just a blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. At this time, Wuxia finally sensed the point of entrance to vast cloud realm. She muttered to herself, I better leave. She did not even hesitate to leave. She was afraid the longer she stayed here, the more dangerous it would become. For this reason, she quickly made her way to the point of entrance and exit. During the journey to the point of entrance and exit to the vast cloud realm, Wuxia attempted to console herself. Although I didn't obtain anything in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, it's still good that I managed to come in here and see this place with my own eyes. It's not a complete waste of time. After a while, Wuxia exclaimed excitedly, I'm almost there. She could clearly feel the point of entrance and exit to vast cloud realm at this moment. When Wuxia saw a black hole hidden behind thick mists, her eyes lit up immediately. In just a flash, she hastened her speed and sped toward the black hole. Just Wuxia was about to enter the black hole, she heard a noise suddenly. It was as though something had exploded next to her. Her heart thumped wildly and her expression changed drastically as she tried to increase her speed again. Just as she was about to enter the black hole. Boom! Before Wuxia entered the black hole, another explosion sounded again. Soon after, she discovered a gigantic palm print formed by energy had shrouded her. The palm did not slap down and kill her. Instead, it imprisoned her in a prison made of fingers. Wuxia, who was imprisoned, could feel her power draining quickly. She was completely oppressed by the force. It did not take long before she discovered she could not mobilize the energy in her body. Her face drained of colors immediately. As Wuxia looked at the black hole that was almost within her reach, she muttered to herself, So close! I'm so close to leaving. So close to leaving? Wuxia, aren't you being too naive? Even if you enter the black hole, do you think we can't follow you in? A beautiful young lady spoke. Although Wuxia was quite good-looking, she could not measure up to this young lady at all. Wuxia's heart jolted when she heard the young lady's words. Indeed, she was being rather naive. She thought to herself, it's true. Even if I return to vast cloud realm, it doesn't mean anything. After all, when I enter the black hole, I'll be right by the point of entrance and exit. This means they can chase after me. After these thoughts flitted through Wuxia's mind, she looked at the beautiful young lady in front of her and forced a smile on her face. Xuanai. 2 men accompanied Han Xuanai at this moment. Her smile turned even more forced and awkward when she saw the 2 men. However, she was not surprised. Duan Tian, Zhang Yi. As soon as Wuxia heard that thunderous noise earlier, her heart had sunk. She knew she would not be able to return to the vast cloud realm since she knew it was Duan Tian. Duanling Tian had a blank expression on his face as he asked indifferently, Wuxia, do you have anything to say for yourself? I don't have anything to say, Wuxia said with a sigh. An expression of despair could be seen on her face. She had completely given up at this time. Although Duanling Tian did not look sad or angry, she could see the killing intent in the depths of his eyes. She knew her previous actions had incurred his wrath. Han Xuanai glared at Wuxia as she said angrily, Wuxia, you're the one that wanted to leave. We did not think to be careful around you since we trusted you. We didn't expect you to spread word about us with the intention of getting us killed. Zhang Yi had a disappointed expression on his face as he said, Wuxia, you've really crossed the line. Your actions and decisions led to this. Since he knew her longer compared to Duanling Tian and Han Xuanai, he had always thought highly of her. He did not expect her to betray them. Duanling Tian said emotionlessly, since you have nothing to say, I'll make this quick for you. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a thunderous noise rang in the air again as the palm that imprisoned Wuxia began to tighten its grip around her. As soon as the hand fisted, power exploded from it, causing a shockwave to spread in all directions. After killing Wuxia, the three of them left the area immediately. They had come here to try their luck to see if Wuxia would show up here. They had found someone from Vast Cloud Realm who was willing to lead them to the point of entrance and exit to the Vast Cloud Realm. At that time, Duanling Tian had decided to wait there for 3 days. If Wuxia did not show up after 3 days, they would leave. He was quite certain Wuxia would be here, but he was not 100% certain. Therefore, he decided to wait 3 days. If he did not see her after 3 days, he would no longer waste any time on her. Who knew that they had only waited half a day before Wuxia showed up? Wuxia was clearly unaware of all this. Otherwise, she might have been able to avoid this. Currently, 3 years had passed since the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened. Everyone was capable of sensing the point of entrance and exit to their respective realm. Those people who managed to obtain celestial supreme treasures decided to leave since they did not want to take any unnecessary risks. These people were the smart ones. A few people who decided to stay on were killed by those who were stronger than them. Their celestial supreme treasures were taken away. Things like these were the norm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. As time passed, more people obtained clues from human rank and heaven rank treasure vaults, getting closer and closer to the location of the inheritance from a great overarching gold celestial. Somewhere in the Beyond Heaven secret zone that was shrouded with thick fog. During the past 3 years, many people had accidentally ventured in here and had gotten lost. They had only managed to find their way out when they sensed the point of entrance and exit of their respective realm. All of them did not want to spend a minute longer in here due to the trauma they suffered and left instantly. The group of people who had been trapped for a long time was finally able to leave this place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, when those people left, just like shooting stars, a few figures flew across the sky like shooting stars and came to halt before the area that was shrouded by fog. There were 6 people, 4 young men and 2 young ladies. Beams of falling stars like figures sliced through the sky. It's here, one of the young men said. He had a strong body, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. When he looked at the fog-shrouded area, his eyes were shining brightly. This place seems unusual. It doesn't seem like a human-rank treasure vault, a rather good-looking young man said. The 2 remaining young men agreed with his words. Indeed, it's different from the human-rank treasure vaults we've encountered so far. You're right. There's a possibility that this place is a heaven-rank treasure vault. We've not encountered a single heaven-rank treasure vault since we came in here. After listening to the 2 young men's words, the good-looking young man, the young man with a strong build, and the 2 young ladies agreed with their words. A heaven-rank treasure vault. Not only was there celestial supreme treasure in it, but there were also celestial techniques or divine abilities from a Devata realm in there. Among the 2 young ladies, one of them was a peerless beauty. However, her expression and manner were ice-cold, making her look unapproachable. From the beginning until the end, her expression remained the same. She was dressed in a white robe, and as she stood there, she looked like a fairy who had descended from heaven. Let's check out the place, one of the young men said excitedly as he began to move forward. The other 3 young men and one of the young women quickly followed suit. It did not take long before they disappeared into the thick fog. Only the young woman with a cold expression remained behind. She lifted her hand and a feng shui compass appeared in her hand. The needle on the compass was pointing in the direction of the fog-shrouded area that the other 5 people have entered. The young woman, who was usually taciturn, murmured to herself, "Is it in there?" Her voice was crisp and clear, sounding quite melodious. If she had brought out her feng shui compass earlier, the other 5 people would have been shocked and confused since they were unaware that she possessed a feng shui compass that led to the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, and currently, the needle of the compass was pointed at the area that was heavily shrouded by fog. Not all of the feng shui compasses in the Beyond Heaven secret zone would lead to the same location, although the final destination would be the place where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. However, since 2 feng shui compasses were pointed at the area shrouded with fog, the place was undoubtedly a treasure vault. Just as the young lady was about to enter the area shrouded in fog, she suddenly sensed something. A frown could be seen on her beautiful face as she turned slightly and looked in the south direction. Show. In the beginning, no sound could be heard at all. After a while, she heard the sound of a sword cry. She murmured as she raised an eyebrow, "A sword cultivator?" After a short while, she saw a small dot in the distance that began to enlarge quickly. After a while, she saw that it was a sword ray. As the sword ray came even closer, she saw the figure of a young man shrouded in the sword ray. The young man wore blood-red robes, and although they were still far apart, she could smell the stench of blood from him. A devil Dao sword cultivator? A frown could be seen on the beautiful young woman's face when she smelled the stench of blood on the young man. Moreover, she could also see his eyes were completely red. He was completely shrouded in evil aura. He looked more like a killing machine than a human. Swoosh! A violent gust of wind began to blow as the bloody sword ray intensified. The young man finally came to halt when he arrived near the young lady. He stared at the young lady expressionlessly. It did not take long before the young lady noticed the feng shui compass in the young man's hand. She thought to herself, "It seems like the clue he obtained also led him here." The young man continued to stare at the young lady intently, and the young woman returned his gaze fearlessly. All of a sudden, a terrifying energy that was filled with killing intent surged out from the young man's body. The energy turned into sword rays that seemed extremely sharp, as though it was capable of cutting down everything in its path. Sword cries rang in the air at this moment. Show! 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 At this moment, a holy white light surged from the young woman's body as well. It skyrocketed into the sky like a beam of light that connected heaven and earth. Based on this, one could see the young woman's strength was not inferior to the young man's strength at all. Perhaps the young man could sense that the young woman would not be easy to deal with, so he did not act against her and directly made his way into the area shrouded with fog. Swoosh! Seeing the young man entering the area shrouded by fog, the young woman followed suit as well. If it was not for his sudden appearance, she would have already gone into the area shrouded by fog. This was her destination after all. The young woman thought to herself as she entered the area that was shrouded by fog. I hope the inheritance left by the great overarching golden celestial this time is left by a sword celestial like the previous time as well. Since I'm a sword cultivator, it'll benefit me greatly if the great overarching golden celestial is a sword celestial. At that time, if I obtain the inheritance, my strength will definitely rise drastically. If Duan Ling Tian was around, he would recognize the young man with blood-red eyes. The young man was none other than his old friend, whom he had not seen for a long time, Su Li. After Su Li and the young woman who emitted a cold aura entered the place that was left by a great overarching golden celestial, the entrance to the place remained quiet for half a month. No one had shown up at all at this place. The people who had entered had also not come out yet. After half a month had passed, 2 newcomers appeared in front of the area that was shrouded by fog. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air accompanied the arrival of these 2 people. These 2 people were peerless beauties. Most importantly, they looked identical. Their faces to their figures were exactly the same, but their bearings were different. They were obviously twins. One of them was like a burning red rose while the other was like an out-of-the-world snow lotus. These two women were none other than Kur and Gan Ruyen. After they met up in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, they had been traveling together, making their way to the location of inheritance that was left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. They had encountered a few heaven-rank treasure vaults during their journey. Kur, this place looks different from the human-rank and heaven-rank treasure vaults we've encountered previously, the woman with a fiery bearing said to the other woman with a hint of surprise in her tone. Sister, the other woman said with a solemn expression. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be our final destination. Our final destination? Gan Ruyen was stunned when she heard her younger sister's words. Her eyes lit up as she said, You mean this place is where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is hidden? Yes, Kur nodded. Gan Ruyen, who was feeling overwhelmed, asked again, Are you sure? I am 90% certain, Kur replied. She did not dare to say she was 100% certain. If that's the case, then it's very likely this is the place of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Gan Ruyen exclaimed excitedly, not doubting her sister's words at all. After all, she knew her sister very well. Her sister was very careful and would not say she was 100% certain even if she felt certain. For this reason, she did not doubt the place in front of them was where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was hidden. Kur said, I guess I can only be certain once I enter the place. Soon after, the two twin sisters entered the area that was shrouded by fog. Not long after Kur and Gan Ruyen entered the area that was shrouded in fog, many people began to arrive with feng shui compasses in their hands. Feng Tianwu and Mu Yi, members of the Seven Absolutes sect, had also entered this area that was shrouded by fog. As time continued to pass, the number of bodiless celestials began to grow as they waited outside the area that was shrouded by fog. All of them were curious about who was going to obtain the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial. It doesn't matter who from which mundane realm obtains the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, it has nothing to do with us oldies, a bodiless celestial said with a sigh. Similar to other heaven-rank treasure vaults and human-rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial also prohibited bodiless celestials from entering. Only non-bodiless celestials were allowed to enter and had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, all the bodiless celestials could only watch and wait outside of the entrance of where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. A middle-aged bodiless celestial said confidently, I think that eminent celestial from the Saint Province realm, Duanling Tian, will obtain the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial. Although he did not speak loudly, everyone heard his words since it was silent when he had spoken. Duanling Tian? He's the one that's rumored to have killed 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, right? Moreover, it's said that one of the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had just obtained a celestial supreme treasure at that time. Is he the one who mastered a celestial technique that can forcefully snatch away celestial supreme treasures? Many of the bodiless celestials present on the scene had heard about the rumors regarding Duanling Tian, but they did not put much stock in the rumors. How could an eminent celestial, prior to obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, be so strong? Even Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened, only had strength comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial before obtaining the inheritance. Yes, I'm talking about him. The middle-aged bodiless celestial nodded. Many bodiless celestials scoffed when they heard the middle-aged bodiless celestial's words. Most of them did not agree with him. I don't think so. It's impossible for an eminent celestial to be so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I don't think he's that strong either. Upon hearing everyone's words, the middle-aged bodiless celestial protested, Gentlemen, it's true. I didn't witness Duanling Tian killing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike outside the heaven-rank treasure vault. However, I witnessed him killing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, he cast a mysterious celestial technique that snatched the celestial supreme treasure from that 7 bodiless celestial. His strength is comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he killed that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. He spoke vehemently as he defended his words. It was only natural that he did not like people doubting him since he had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. I was there as well. Another bodiless celestial chimed in at this moment. He's not lying. Duan Ling Tian really has a way to snatch celestial supreme treasures away. Moreover, it seemed like it could steal all weapons. At that time, the sword I carried with me was snatched away by him as well. Since then, I no longer carried my sword on my back. Fear lingered on his face when he spoke. Well, could it be true? Well, we can dispute it if only one person says this. However, 2 people are saying the same thing now, and it doesn't seem like they're lying. After the 2 bodiless celestials had spoken up, most people began to doubt themselves. They were no longer sure if it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. Then, another bodiless celestial spoke up. I wasn't there when Duan Ling Tian killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. However, I was outside the heaven rank treasure vault when he killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike. I swear my words are true. It's unfortunate the lightning penalty oath doesn't work in the beyond heaven secret zone. Otherwise, I'll swear on it that I'm telling the truth. Upon hearing this and seeing the earnest expression on the face of the bodiless celestial who had just spoken, everyone doubted themselves even more. Is he really that strong? If he's truly that strong, I'm afraid no one's a match for him in the fight for the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Yes. If the rumors are true, even if all those who had entered the location where the inheritance is kept joined forces, I'm afraid they won't be a match for him. All of them stared at the misty place ahead of them where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located as they chatted among themselves. Although many people had gone in there to search for the inheritance, the bodiless celestials were unaware that Duan Ling Tian had yet to enter that place. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was facing his first obstacle since he had entered the beyond heaven secret zone. In fact, it was quite a big obstacle to overcome. Duan Ling Tian leaned against the wall near the exit of the heaven rank treasure as his expression darkened. He muttered under his breath, I thought I was extremely lucky to have encountered another heaven rank treasure vault. Who knew I would encounter a bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique? At this moment, the expressions on Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi's faces were unsightly as well. Han Xuanai asked, Brother Ling Tian, is it really impossible to ferret him out and kill him? He's merely a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial after all. I'm certain you'll be able to kill him if you unleash all your strength. He won't have time to cast soul attacks on you, right? Xuanai, I've told you earlier, he's very cunning. Moreover, the exit leads to a forest. It'll be difficult to target him. He's very good at hiding his energy and he can manipulate puppets that look identical to him and are capable of confusing me. This is why I can't simply attack him if I can't distinguish him from his puppets. If I attack a puppet, he'll have a chance to use a soul attack on me. Duan Ling Tian explained with a grave expression on his face. He felt extremely vexed. With his current strength, he was confident even if he had to face a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He might not be able to win, but he would at least be evenly matched with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was the one guarding outside, he would have rushed out to confront him. His frustration felt palpable as he thought to himself, We've been trapped in here for 2 months by a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. There was nothing Duan Ling Tian could do even if the other party was only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, since the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, enabling him to cast soul attacks. If this was all, Duan Ling Tian could still defeat him. However, the other party did not only utilize the terrain in the area that was advantageous to him, but the other party was also adept at controlling puppets that looked identical to him. Duan Ling Tian was not 100% certain he would be able to distinguish what was real and what was fake, and he did not dare to take the risk. If he failed, he would certainly die. Duan Ling Tian. A voice rang from outside at this moment. However, the specific direction was difficult to pinpoint. Are you planning to hide in there until the Beyond Heaven's secret zone closes? Think this through. If you continue to stay in there, you might not be able to leave the secret zone at all. At that time, you and your companions will be trapped here. This was clearly the voice of the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. At this moment, he was still hiding. Duanling Tian did not deign to reply. However, Han Xuanai said with a scoff, "So what if we're trapped in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Based on your words, it seems like you're planning to accompany us in here as well. Let's all be trapped in here then." After Han Xuanai had spoken, the other party was silent for a long time. After a while, he finally said in an attempt to convince Han Xuanai and the two men, "Little girl, you're, indeed, clever. I can't deny your words. However, does this mean you plan on giving up on the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? After all, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it would be extremely easy for him to obtain the inheritance. Is it necessary to give up on the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial just so you can hold onto a few celestial supreme treasures? Han Xuanai, who had been hiding in the underground palace, asked skeptically, "So, you only want the celestial supreme treasures?" The four tribulation bodiless celestial, who had cultivated soul congregation embodiment and was hiding somewhere outside, said in a reassuring tone, "Yes." When he spoke, his voice seemed to echo from all directions. After hearing the four tribulation bodiless celestials' words, Han Xuanai turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said hesitantly, "Brother Ling Tian." In her opinion, it was worth it to give up their celestial supreme treasures if they could leave this place. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, aware of Han Xuanavi's thoughts. He shook his head and asked in return, "You trust his words, Xuanai?" "Brother Ling Tian, we don't have any other choice at this moment. If we don't do anything, we'll have to give up on the inheritance left by the great overarching golden celestial. This might not affect Zhang Yi and me, but it'll definitely affect you," Han Xuanai said with a bitter smile. Since the lightning penalty oath did not work in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, they had no way to make sure the four tribulation bodiless celestial was not lying. However, she truly felt they had no other choice than to do as the four tribulation bodiless celestial had requested. After all he wanted was the celestial supreme treasures. Seeing Han Xuanai's expectant gaze, Duan Ling Tian only shook his head. After a while, he said, "Since you trust him, I'll give him the celestial supreme treasures. I want to see if he dares to reveal himself when he takes the celestial supreme treasure." After he finished speaking, he took out one of his celestial supreme treasures and threw it out of the underground palace. Duan Ling Tian had thrown out the celestial saber that he had snatched from the seven tribulation bodiless celestial whom he had killed. He did not exert much energy when he threw the celestial saber out. The celestial saber landed on a bush close to the point of entrance and exit of the underground palace. He threw it out as though he was throwing garbage. As soon as the celestial saber landed on the bush, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique scoffed loudly, still hiding. "Do you think I'm going to fall for your trick? Don't think I'm unaware that you intentionally threw the celestial saber so close to the entrance in hopes that I'll personally appear and retrieve it. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, but I can just control my puppet to pick the celestial saber up." As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, a figure flashed from the side of the forest and appeared close to the celestial saber in just a blink of an eye. As soon as the puppet appeared, the four tribulation bodiless celestial said threateningly, "Duan Ling Tian, if you dare to destroy my puppet, I'll make sure none of you can leave this place even if you give me all your celestial supreme treasures." Just like before, his voice seemed to come from all directions when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian, who was still hiding in the underground palace, said nonchalantly, "I'm not interested in destroying your puppet." At this moment, the puppet from the four tribulation bodiless celestial finally retrieved the celestial saber on top of the bush. Upon seeing this, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding somewhere sighed in relief. Duan Ling Tian's voice suddenly rang in the air. "Just because I'm not interested in destroying your puppet, it doesn't mean that other people aren't interested as well." Boom! Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a thunderous and terrifying explosion rang in the air. destroying the puppet that had just retrieved the celestial saber. When the dust settled, no traces of the puppet could be seen at all. Only the celestial saber was unharmed as it fell to the ground. Whoosh! An old man appeared like a gust of wind and quickly took the celestial saber. The old man laughed as he looked at the celestial saber he had just obtained and exclaimed excitedly, "I'm really lucky to be able to obtain a celestial supreme treasure here. It seems like my trip to the Beyond Heaven's secret zone is not in vain." Duanling Tian, the four tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique and was hiding, asked in a low and anxious voice, "He just took your celestial supreme treasure, why aren't you killing him?" Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian scoffed loudly. "Do you think I'm a kid? If I attack him, won't you just seize the chance and use your soul attack against me when I'm preoccupied?" "You!" The four tribulation bodiless celestial was furious when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Although Duanling Tian's words were not wrong, he was angry that his thoughts were easily exposed by Duanling Tian. All of a sudden he cried out, "Oh no!" He suddenly felt a divine consciousness sweeping over him. In just an instant it shrouded the place he was hiding in, causing him to feel exposed and vulnerable. The divine consciousness belonged to the old man who had just obtained the celestial saber. Similarly, the old man was also a four tribulation bodiless celestial. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding began to panic when he felt the killing intent from the old man. He hurriedly said, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, Duanling Tian, who's hiding in the underground palace, will definitely kill you to snatch the celestial saber back once you kill me. I advise you to leave with the celestial supreme treasure now, since I'm able to stop him from leaving the underground palace." The four tribulation bodiless celestial was truly afraid the old man would attack him. Although their cultivation base was the same, the old man had just obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Based on this, he knew he was no match for the old man. When the old man heard the words of the four tribulation bodiless celestial who was hiding, he asked in a low voice, "Duanling Tian, is he the eminent celestial who's rumored to have killed 2 or 3 7 tribulation bodiless celestials?" The four tribulation bodiless celestial hurriedly replied, "Yes, that's him." Upon hearing the four tribulation bodiless celestial's words, the old man began to laugh uproariously. The four tribulation bodiless celestial who was still hiding was baffled when he heard the old man laughing. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your naivety," the old man said mockingly. "If Duanling Tian is truly here, what can you do to stop him? You think you can defeat him? Are you dreaming? I can stop him," the four tribulation bodiless celestial said in a huff when he heard the skepticism in the old man's voice. Regardless of how strong he is, he's still an eminent celestial. For this reason, his soul is vulnerable. Although I'm just a four tribulation bodiless celestial, I've cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, so I'm able to cast soul attack. Unless Duanling Tian is able to attack me before I cast a soul attack, he'll definitely die if I attack him. His voice was filled with confidence when he spoke. As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial finished speaking, the old man said, "Oh, really?" The four tribulation bodiless celestial's expression changed drastically at this moment. He just discovered that while he was speaking to the old man, he had become distracted and unconsciously withdrew his divine consciousness from the point of entrance and exit of the underground palace. He cried out, "No!" Swoosh! A flash of sword ray shot in the air before it pierced the four tribulation bodiless celestial's glabella, effectively killing him. An unresigned expression was still etched on his face even in death. If he was not distracted by the old man, he would not have made a mistake that had cost him his life. As soon as the four tribulation bodiless celestial died, a purple-clad young man appeared nearby. He stood with his hands behind his back as he gazed indifferently at the four tribulation bodiless celestial's corpse that was slowly fading away. What happened? Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, who were still in the underground palace, were dumbfounded. Everything had happened in just a blink of an eye that they could not even react in time. Zhang Yi, who had not recovered from his shock, was further shocked when he saw the old man, a four tribulation bodiless celestial, who had picked up the celestial saber earlier and distracted the hidden four tribulation bodiless celestial, bowing respectfully at Duanling Tian. He even addressed Duanling Tian as master. Master. On the other hand, Han Xuanai was not shocked when she saw the old man. She had recognized him as soon as she saw him. The old man was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial and Duan Ling Tian's follower, Chen Yiru. However, she was confused about Chen Yiru's sudden appearance. Even after she left the underground palace and met up with Duan Ling Tian, this question still percolated in her mind. She could not help but ask, "Brother Ling Tian, what's going on? Why is he here?" "Let's talk as we travel," Duan Ling Tian said. He seemed to be in a hurry as he looked at the feng shui compass in his hand. "We've wasted a lot of time here. Let's find the location of the inheritance left behind by a great overarching golden celestial." Swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he flew out immediately, bringing Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi with him. If he had let them make their way there themselves, it would take too long. Swoosh. Upon seeing this, Chen Yiru followed suit as well. It did not take long before he caught up to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he was only able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian because Duan Ling Tian had slowed his speed down. If Duan Ling Tian were to cast his assist type or movement divine ability, Chen Yiru would definitely not be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian saw Han Xuanai's curious gaze, he began to explain. "To be honest, I didn't expect Sandao to appear as well. Although he has the detection jade token I gave him, in order to detect my whereabouts, he has to be within a certain distance from me." Han Xuanai asked, "So his timely appearance is due to you crushing the detection jade token, and he happened to be in the vicinity?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he said, "While we were in that underground palace, I've crushed numerous detection jade tokens, but I failed to contact Sandao. It was only until earlier that I managed to contact Sandao when that four-tribulation bodiless celestial asked me to give him the celestial supreme treasure. At that time, I coordinated with Sandao and put on a play." His smile was cold when he spoke. During the time he was stuck in the underground palace, he had felt extremely vexed. After all, his strength was comparable to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, and yet, he was being forced to hide in the underground palace by a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he not feel vexed and frustrated? Chen Yiru, who was flying next to them, looked at Celestial Saber in his hand with bright eyes as he said, "If Master didn't order me to leave that guy alive, I would have personally killed him." Chen Yiru was extremely interested in the Celestial Saber. After all, he was very good with sabers. With the Celestial Saber in hand, he was confident he could kill the four-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a strike. However, after a while, his gaze at the Celestial Saber turned wistful. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian respectfully and handed the Celestial Saber back to Duan Ling Tian. After all, the Celestial Saber belonged to Duan Ling Tian. "Master, you can have it," Duan Ling Tian said flippantly. "I have several celestial supreme treasures on me. I'd intentionally thrown the Celestial Saber out for you. Since you're a saber cultivator, this Celestial Saber will be very beneficial for you. It'll probably increase your strength by 2 stages. With the Celestial Saber, I'm afraid there aren't many 5-tribulation bodiless celestials who will be a match for you providing they don't possess any celestial supreme treasure." A smile appeared on his face when he spoke. "Master, this is too precious," Chen Yiru exclaimed. Although he was very excited, he did not think he was worthy of receiving such a precious gift. It was a celestial supreme treasure after all, not a weapon from the mundane realms. Duan Ling Tian frowned and said with slight impatience, "I've already said you can have it. Since when do you like to speak so much nonsense?" "Thank you, Master." Chen Yiru no longer refused the Celestial Saber when he heard the impatience in Duan Ling Tian's voice. He became even more respectful of Duan Ling Tian, and he felt extremely touched. After all, he was akin to Duan Ling Tian's servant. Since his master had given him a celestial supreme treasure, it meant that his master valued him and treated him as one of his own. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, realization dawned on Han Xuanai. So that's what happened. It seems like Chen Yiru's interaction with that four-tribulation bodiless celestial was just an act. Moreover, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had prohibited Chen Yiru from killing the four-tribulation bodiless celestial because Duan Ling Tian wanted to personally kill the four-tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Xuanai, naturally, knew why Duanling Tian wanted to personally kill the four tribulation bodiless celestial. He had been furious and frustrated for being forced to hide in the underground palace from a four tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, his strength was comparable to an eighth tribulation bodiless celestial. He had even mastered the technique to snatch weapons away from people. How could he not feel vexed being put in such a situation by a four tribulation bodiless celestial? If she were in his shoes, she would be furious and frustrated as well. She would definitely want to personally tear that four tribulation bodiless celestial into a million pieces. Zhang Yi felt extremely grateful when he heard this. Luckily, Senior Chun was close to us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll still be stuck in that underground palace. Although the four tribulation bodiless celestial had promised to let them go after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, he did not trust the four tribulation bodiless celestial's words. If he was in the four tribulation bodiless celestial's shoes, he would definitely not let them go. The four tribulation bodiless celestial would pretend to ask for only a celestial supreme treasure and pretend to leave. When they leave the underground palace, he would definitely kill all of them to obtain a couple more celestial supreme treasures. How could the four tribulation bodiless celestial miss the chance to obtain a few more celestial supreme treasures? Although this was Chun Yiru's first time meeting Zhang Yi, he could tell Zhang Yi and Duanling Tian were friends. Therefore, he said, "There's no need for you to address me as senior since you're my master's friend. You can just call me Sandao like my master." He did not dare to be disrespectful to Zhang Yi even though Zhang Yi did not seem very powerful. After all, Zhang Yi was his master's friend. At this time, Duanling Tian finally made introductions. "Sandao, his name is Zhang Yi." Then he turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, his name is Chen Yiru even though I call him Sandao. Although he can be considered as my servant or follower, I really don't consider him as such." Zhang Yi nodded before he said to Chen Yiru, "Senior Chen, we'll do it our way. Whether it's our age or strength, you're much older and stronger than me. Therefore, I should address you as senior." But, although Chen Yiru was touched and impressed by Zhang Yi's words, he did not dare to agree to it. After all, he was not certain if Duanling Tian would feel displeased. Zhang Yi is not someone who cares about common courtesy. Just so as he said, Duanling Tian said, clearly aware of Chen Yiru's thoughts. "Yes." Chen Yiru responded respectfully. He was extremely moved. In a way, his master gave him respect and upheld his dignity as well. Duanling Tian muttered to himself anxiously as they traveled. "We've been trapped in that place for so long. I wonder if people have already found the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Duanling Tian only became more and more anxious as they traveled. He knew that Feng Qingyang's strength was comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Knowing this, he was desperate to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial as well. Duanling Tian thought to himself confidently, "With my current strength, I'm sure I'll be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial won't be a match for me. When I return to the Saint Province realm, it doesn't matter if it's the Dragon Clan or Devil Clans, even if they send their strongest men over, I'll still be able to easily kill them. In this world where the strong ruled, if one possessed peerless strength, one would be able to dominate the world." Duanling Tian continued thinking to himself excitedly, "Even if my strength would be nothing in the Devata realms, but after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, I might just become the strongest person in all mundane realms. Once I obtain the inheritance, even if my strength doesn't increase by a few stages, I'll still be far stronger than 9 tribulation bodiless celestials if my strength just rises by 1 stage." The more Duanling Tian thought about this, the more anxious he became to arrive at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Han Xuanai could sense Duanling Tian's anxiety and urgency, so she said reassuringly, "Brother Ling Tian, don't be anxious. I don't think people will be able to find the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial so quickly." Duanling Tian did not respond to Han Xuanai. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yi and asked urgently, "Do you know how long it took before people found the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened?" "Yes, I read about it," Zhang Yi replied. According to the records in our sect, the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was only found by Feng Qingyang from St. Province Realm after 3 years and 3 months. Duanling Tian could not help but frown when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Based on that, it seems like someone would have discovered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial by now. It's even possible for someone to have already obtained the inheritance. He quickly cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase his strength. That might not be the case, Zhang Yi said reassuringly. After all, how can the time be similar each time people find the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Even then, Duanling Tian did not relax after listening to Zhang Yi's words. He quickly brought Chun Yiru along as well after he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and said, "Let's rush there at full speed." He had decided to carry Chun Yiru along with him since Chun Yiru would not be able to keep up with him if he moved at full speed. After passing 2 human-rank treasure vaults, they finally arrived at the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They saw an area shrouded in fog ahead of them. As soon as they arrived, Duanling Tian saw a large group of bodiless celestials gathering outside the area that was shrouded by fog. Is this where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is located? Duanling Tian overheard the conversation between the bodiless celestials and discovered that the area shrouded with fog was, indeed, the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he also discovered, based on their conversations, that many people had already entered the area where the inheritance was located. He could not help but wonder if someone had already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He muttered under his breath, "It seems like we're late." Duanling Tian inhaled deeply before he brought Han Xuanai, Chan Yiru, and Zhang Yi with him before he entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, their arrival had caught the attention of the bodiless celestials present on the scene. After all, most people had entered the area. In recent times, there were not many people who entered the area. A few bodiless celestials exclaimed in unison when they saw Duanling Tian and his companions. "Duanling Tian. That's Duanling Tian." "Duanling Tian? He's Duanling Tian?" "He's the Duanling Tian who killed 2 7-tribulation bodiless celestials? The one who killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure, and snatched it away later. To think he hasn't entered the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." At this time, the bodiless celestials' attention was, naturally, focused on Duanling Tian. Many of them were surprised by his late arrival. None of them dared to act recklessly and looked at him warily. After all, his feats were known to all at this point. They knew his strength was comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial after all. However, there were some bodiless celestials who looked at Duanling Tian and his companions with greed in their eyes. "He's Duanling Tian? Rumor has it that he and his companions have a few celestial supreme treasure." These bodiless celestials wanted to kill Duanling Tian and his companions so they could snatch the celestial supreme treasures away. Naturally, these bodiless celestials with covetous thoughts were stronger bodiless celestials. Most of them were 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian did not bother with these bodiless celestials. He only said to Chan Yiru casually, "Sandao, wait for us here." He knew bodiless celestials were prohibited from entering the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Chun Yiru nodded as he said, "Yes. Please be careful, master." "All right," Duanling Tian nodded. Then he brought Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi with him, getting ready to enter the place where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. Suddenly, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past and a figure appeared in front of Duanling Tian, blocking his path. Duanling Tian came to halt instantly as his expression darkened. He was in a rush to enter the place where the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was located. After all, so many people had entered that place, there was a chance that someone would obtain the inheritance soon. For someone to obstruct his path at this moment was akin to stopping him from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian was not polite. He barked, "Get out of my way!" The person who had obstructed Duan Ling Tian's path was a middle-aged man with a medium build. His appearance was ordinary, but based on his aura, it seemed like he was quite powerful. His expression darkened as well when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked icily, "Did you just ask me to get out of your way? If you don't want to die, you better get out of my way." Duan Ling Tian said impatiently as his eyes flashed with killing intent. At this time, one of bodiless celestials present on the scene exclaimed, "It's Wuxia, the ex-sect leader of the Surging Cloud sect in Muro Realm." Another bodiless celestial from Muro Realm chimed in, "Wuxia? So he's an A-tribulation bodiless celestial? It's him. I've seen him once. I didn't expect him to be here as well. I didn't even notice he's here." The first bodiless celestial from Muro Realm who had spoken up earlier said again, "The strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm? Muro Realm is a large mundane realm. Wuxia has to be very strong to be acknowledged as the strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial. Rumors have it that not only does Duan Ling Tian have a technique that can help him snatch celestial supreme treasures, but he also has strength comparable to an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial. I wonder if Wuxia is a match for him. I think Wuxia should be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. After all, Wuxia is considered the strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial even in a large mundane realm." The bodiless celestials whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be a match for Wuxia. "He was standing near me earlier. His appearance is so ordinary I had no idea he's the strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm," a bodiless celestial said. Meanwhile, Wuxia said disdainfully after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, "You think you can kill me? I'd like to see if you have the capability to do so." Both his expression and eyes were icy cold. "Do you think you're invincible just because you killed 2-7 tribulation bodiless celestials? Let me show you that no matter how strong you think you are, there'll always be someone stronger than you." As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, he shot like a flame toward Duan Ling Tian. His aura that was extremely intimidating spread in all directions, pressuring the weaker bodiless celestials. These bodiless celestials quickly retreated into the distance for fear of being further affected. The strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm is, indeed, powerful. I've seen 8 tribulation bodiless celestials fighting before, but none of them are as strong as him. He truly deserves being called the strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro Realm. As soon as Wu Xiao's energy surged from his body, many bodiless celestials were amazed. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly enraged now by having his path obstructed. "If you wish to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he stepped forward, celestial origin energy mixed with saint origin surged out of his body immediately. The energy that surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into a sword-shaped flame. Its aura seemed so destructive that it seemed capable of destroying everything that stood in its elementary devouring tactic. 10,000 soldiers surrender. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian cast all the techniques and divine abilities in his arsenal. He wanted to kill the person who was obstructing his path as quickly as possible. As soon as he killed this person, he would be able to enter the location of the inheritance of the great overarching golden celestial and obtain the inheritance. Whoever who blocked his path now was unquestionably his enemy. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian knew this middle-aged man who blocked his path did not only want his celestial supreme treasures, but he had intentionally provoked him and intended to kill him. He knew this middle-aged man also coveted his companion's celestial supreme treasures. He was burning with rage as he said through gritted teeth, "Whoever who obstructs my path will have to die. Today, I, Wuxia, will regain the honor for bodiless celestials and show you that eminent celestials are like ants before us." Wuxia said coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. Bang! 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 When Wuxia waved the long spear in his hand, airwaves began to churn in the air, accompanied by a sound that was similar to firecrackers. The bodiless celestials who were watching this felt the oppressive aura of the long spear. A bodiless celestial suddenly exclaimed, "It's a celestial supreme treasure." Celestial supreme treasure? Wuxia has a celestial supreme treasure. Heavens! Not only is Wuxia the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, but he also owns a celestial supreme treasure. With his strength and the celestial supreme treasure, I'm afraid ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, without a celestial supreme treasure, might not even be a match for him. When the bodiless celestials realized Wu Xiao owned a celestial supreme treasure, they became guarded. After all, with the celestial supreme treasure, his strength would increase. Duanling Tian glanced at Wu Xiao and said contemptuously, "Well, I don't know about other bodiless celestials, but you're certainly no better than an ant in front of me." As Duanling Tian spoke, his celestial sword had already appeared in his hand. He sent his energy into the sword, and the sword began shooting out sword rays. It did not take long before the sword rays converged above his head and formed a sword formation that emitted a terrifying aura. "That's the sword formation," a bodiless celestial exclaimed. He had witnessed Duanling Tian cast this sword formation previously. Another bodiless celestial who had also witnessed Duanling Tian's might before chimed in. Previously, Duanling Tian used this sword formation to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial before killing him. At that time, even the weapon I carried on my back was snatched away. Sword formation? Is this the sword formation he inherited from Feng Qingyang? He and Feng Qingyang are from the same mundane realm. Feng Qingyang was also the one that obtained the inheritance from a great overarching bodiless celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven's secret zone opened. Almost all of the bodiless celestial's attention was focused on the sword formation above Duanling Tian's head. The sword formation that was formed by millions of sword rays looked like a sea of swords from afar. These millions of sword rays seemed to have an arcane connection. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Wu Xiao laughed in anger. He looked imposing as he waved his spear around. "Very good. Based on your words, I'm no better than an ant. Today, I'll show you how someone who's no better than an ant kills you. If I don't kill you, I don't deserve my title as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm." In just a flash, he charged toward Duanling Tian, flying across the sky. Swoosh! The long spear in Wu Xiao seemed to have a life of its own. Like a worm dragon, it shot toward Duanling Tian. 10,000 soldiers surrender. Duanling Tian decided to take action immediately and directly attacked Wu Xiao to show Wu Xiao that even the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was nothing before him. The sword formation above Duanling Tian's head suddenly flashed with a dazzling and blinding light akin to the sun. An enigmatic energy swept out the formation in all directions and shrouded Wu Xiao and a vast area in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the bodiless celestials were in shock and confusion as they discussed among themselves. A hint of panic could be heard in their voices as well. What's going on? My sword seems to have a will of its own. What is it trying to do? My double rings are the same. It's as though it gained a will of its own and wants to leave me. When the mysterious energy from the sword formation shrouded a vast area, the bodiless celestials who did not keep their weapons in their spatial rings began to discover abnormalities with their weapons. Their weapons seemed to be going out of control. Before they could react, their weapons had already left them. There was nothing they could do to stop it. After all, the mysterious energy was much stronger than them. Swoosh! 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 Weapons began to leave their owners one after another and flew toward the sword formation above Duanling Tian's head. It was as though they had become one with the sword formation. At this moment, a bodiless celestial exclaimed, "Look at Wu Xiao." Heavens! Even Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure is affected. It seems like he can't bring it under control. It did not take long before the bodiless celestials present on the scene noticed that Wu Xiao had suddenly stopped moving. The long spear in his hand was thrashing about wildly, trying to escape from his grasp. "Impossible!" Wu Xiao cried out. The long spear zapped his hand, injuring him before flying away. Blood spurted out of the wound on his hand. Swoosh! Similar to the other weapons, Wu Xiao's celestial supreme treasure shot toward the sword formation above Duanling Tian's head like a lost child going home. 13 green lotus swords. Duanling Tian's eyes were cold. The light from the sword formation turned even brighter at this moment. All the bodiless celestials present on the scene, including Wuxia, had to squint their eyes due to the intensely bright light. Xiao! 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 At the same time, the sounds of swords' cry rang in the air as the sword formation shot out sword rays that were heading toward Wuxia. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the weapons from the bodiless celestials in the sword rays, and this included Wu Zhao's long spear. Swoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the sword formation continued to shoot out sword rays. However, this time there were spear rays, saber rays, club rays, and many other weapon rays. More than 5 waves of sword rays, spear rays, saber rays, and club rays merged with the first wave of sword rays, boosting the attack. This was an abstruse technique from 13 green lotus swords that Duanling Tian had mastered. When Duanling Tian cast the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Heart Sword Amalgamation, he had also cast the techniques from the 13 green lotus swords. He did not hold back at all as he attacked with all his might. This was the first time Duanling Tian attacked with all his might since he mastered the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Previously, he did not use all his power when he killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. At that time, he did not cast the 13 green lotus swords. Although the first wave of Duanling Tian's attack was not simple, it was not impossible for Wuxia to defend against it. After all, the attack's power was only comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, at this moment, Wuxia could clearly sense the power of the attack had risen drastically. Impossible! How can the power of his attack increase so quickly? Wuxia felt a frisson of fear at this moment. Earlier, it seemed like he had cast an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm that raised the strength of his attack in just an instant. As the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, Wuxia was able to see the moment when the 5 waves of rays merged with the first wave of attack, raising its strength drastically. Fear tightened its grip around Wu Zhao's heart as he thought to himself, "This attack is comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial or an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. If I still have my celestial supreme treasure, there's no need for me to fear this attack." However, boom! The sound of an explosion rang in the air, causing Wuxia to regain his senses. There was only one thought left in his mind at this moment. He had no other choice but to flee. He knew his speed was slower than Duanling Tian's attack, so he did not turn around and flee immediately. Instead, he mobilized the energy in his body and they surged like flames, making him look like a fire god. He did not waste any time. He charged toward Duanling Tian's terrifying attack like a cannonball. Wu Zhao's action took Duanling Tian by surprise. Initially, he had thought Wuxia would turn around and flee after discovering the power of his attack. If that had happened, his attack would have easily landed on Wuxia, effectively killing him. He was surprised that Wuxia decided to charge directly at his attack as though he was disregarding his life. Duanling Tian thought to himself, "Wuxia is really smart. He's worthy of being called the strongest 8 tribulation celestial in Muro realm." Although they were enemies on the battlefield, Duanling Tian could not help but admire Wu Zhao's courage. Duanling Tian knew Wuxia was trying to survive by going against his attack directly. If Wuxia were to turn around and flee, his attack would have killed him immediately. He could tell Wuxia was using all his strength to resist his attack to weaken the attack. At that time, although Wuxia would be severely injured, he might not lose his life. At this moment, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who was present on the scene exclaimed, "Duanling Tian's attack is remarkable." Most of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials present on the scene could sense how formidable Duanling Tian's attack was. Even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial without a celestial supreme treasure wouldn't be able to cast such a powerful attack. You're right. This attack is comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, or the full strength of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. The expressions of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were extremely grave. Wariness filled their eyes when they looked at Duanling Tian. Initially, they had thought even if the rumors were true, his strength would only be on par with them. Who knew his strength had surpassed them and was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After a while, they gradually shifted their attention to Wuxiao. Does Wuxiao have a death wish? Someone asked. Wuxiao might be stronger than them, but it did not mean he would be able to withstand an attack that was comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Why would he charge heads-on at Duanling Tian's incoming attack? Soon after, a thought flashed in one of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials' mind before he exclaimed, "Wu Xiao is really smart." It did not take long before more and more 8 tribulation bodiless celestials began to figure out what Wu Xiao was trying to do. It seemed like it was the only thing he could do to retain his life. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the air as Wu Xiao, the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, collided with Duanling Tian's attack. Boom! 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 A series of explosions continued to ring in the air as shockwaves from the collision spread in all directions. The weaker bodiless celestials had to retreat further away to avoid being injured. If Duanling Tian did not protect Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, they would have been severely injured by the shockwave as well. After all, the shockwave was the result of the collision between forces comparable to 8 and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Boom! An explosion rang in the air as Duanling Tian's attack destroyed Wu Xiao's defenses and landed on Wu Xiao. He was instantly sent flying back. It was obvious he was severely injured as he vomited blood. At this moment, his eyes glinted. He gritted his teeth and tried to escape. Whoosh! At this moment, Wu Xiao's speed had far surpassed the speed of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. In fact, his speed was almost comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Trying to flee? Do you think you'll succeed? Duanling Tian was not surprised by Wu Xiao trying to escape after going heads-on with his attack. In just a blink of an eye, a sword appeared beneath his feet, carrying him forward at an extremely fast speed as he chased after Wu Xiao. His speed was not inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian thought to himself, the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword is both a movement and offensive technique. It's as though I've mastered a movement and offensive celestial technique. He had discovered earlier that he could simultaneously use the Sovereign Heart Sword and the 13 green lotus swords to raise his strength. The 2 techniques complemented each other perfectly. Using the 13 green lotus swords along with the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was like a movement divine ability. When Duanling Tian used this technique, his speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whoosh! With his speed, Duanling Tian quickly caught up with Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His heart was filled with despair as he thought to himself, the technique he mastered is both an offensive and movement divine ability? Earlier, Wu Xiao thought he had a chance of escaping even if he was severely injured since he did not think Duanling Tian would have the speed to chase after him. How could he have known that the technique Duanling Tian had mastered could work as an offensive and movement divine ability? Duanling Tian did not waste any time. As soon as he caught up to Wu Xiao, he struck with all his might again. Duanling Tian's attack landed on Wuxia immediately. This time, Wu Xiao no longer had the strength to resist and was instantly drowned by the attack. The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm had died just like that. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, if there weren't any other bodiless celestials around, I might have let you live. However, I have to use you to set an example for the others. In truth, he had admired Wu Xiao's courage. He would have allowed Wu Xiao to live if he did not need to use him to scare the others off. Regardless, he did not feel guilty. After all, Wu Xiao had taken the initiative to stop him with the intention of killing him. The bodiless celestials broke out in a commotion. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials could clearly see what had happened earlier, while 7 tribulation bodiless celestials could only vaguely see what happened. As for the weaker bodiless celestials, everything was just a blur to them. Wu Xiao died just like that? The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm is killed by an eminent celestial? To this, how's this even possible? How can Duanling Tian be so strong? All of the bodiless celestials looked at Duanling Tian with fear in their eyes at this moment. He was, after all, an eminent celestial who was capable of killing an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. an eminent celestial with strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. What kind of monster was Duanling Tian? He's even stronger than Feng Qingyang, the sword cultivator from the Saint Province realm, before he obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. You're right. It seems like Duanling Tian's current strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang after he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Well, he said earlier that Feng Qingyang can be considered as his master in a way. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had no interest in the conversation around him. He did not care about what those bodiless celestials thought. He decided to enter the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and called out to Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi, "Let's go!" Just as they were about to enter the area, Duanling Tian could sense an abnormality from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. What's happening? The fog surrounding the location of the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial that had been calm all this while began stirring as though there was a great disturbance. The aura it emitted was strange as well. Duanling Tian came to a halt immediately. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind howling rang in the air as though a storm was brewing in the fog. Before anyone had time to react, the fog began to disperse along with the wind. The wind blew so violently that it caused Duanling Tian, Han Xuanai, and Zhang Yi's robes to flutter in the air. After a moment, when the wind died down, the fog became clearly thinner. Is that? At this time, Duanling Tian could faintly see a few dozen figures shrouded in the fog. Suddenly, a bodiless celestial exclaimed in surprise, we can extend our divine consciousness in there now. It seems like the formations protecting the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial have disappeared. As soon as Duanling Tian heard this, he quickly extended his divine consciousness. Indeed, he could extend his divine consciousness into the location of the inheritance now. His expression changed drastically as he thought to himself, our divine consciousness is no longer restricted because the formations protecting the inheritance of the great overarching golden celestial is gone. There's only one reason for this. Someone must have already obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Although Duanling Tian had been worried earlier that he had spent too much time in the heaven rank treasure vault causing him to be late, he did not expect he would really be too late. Someone had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He did not even manage to enter the location of the inheritance before it was taken away. Damn it! Duanling Tian cursed. An expression of fury could be seen on his face. He felt extremely regretful at this moment. At this moment, he felt as though he had given the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique an easy death. He should have tortured him. After all, it was all due to that 4 tribulation bodiless celestial that he arrived late and missed the chance to obtain the inheritance left by a great overarching golden celestial. As though rubbing salt in Duanling Tian's wound, a bodiless celestial exclaimed loudly, "The formations have disappeared. This means someone has obtained the inheritance from a golden overarching golden celestial. Who obtained the inheritance so quickly? I thought Duanling Tian would obtain the inheritance. Who knew someone would beat him to it? What a waste that he's too late." As the bodiless celestials discussed among themselves, their eyes darted to Duanling Tian from time to time. Some of them even had a gleeful expression on their faces, taking pleasure in Duanling Tian's misfortune. Upon hearing the conversation in the surroundings, Duanling Tian's expression darkened. If he did not arrive late, he did not think anyone would be capable of snatching the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial from him. Han Xuanai called out softly, "Brother Ling Tian." She understood how Duanling Tian must have felt at this moment. "I am okay." Han Xuanai's voice made him regain his sense. The furious expression disappeared from his face and was replaced with a smile. He said, "Well, it seems I'm too late. I guess this means I have no fate with the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." He shrugged. Although it was difficult to accept this loss, with time he knew he would be able to forget about this missed opportunity. There was no point dwelling on it. Suddenly, someone shrouded in the fog cried out loudly, "Ancestor!" Whoosh! A figure flew swiftly out of the fog and appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The figure belonged to an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build. He arrived in front of one of the bodiless celestials and bowed respectfully. Are they the survivors? A bodiless celestial speculated as he looked at the figures shrouded by the fog. One of the bodiless celestials looked at the figures hopefully as he muttered to himself, I wonder if any disciples from my heavenly origins sect survived? Although the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had many fortuitous encounters, it was also fraught with danger. Rumor had it that less than 30% of people who entered the place survived the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Currently, the bodiless celestials standing outside were looking to see if any of their sect disciples managed to survive. They did not even dream of their disciples obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Being able to survive was a feat on its own after all. Moreover, some of them knew the strength of their disciples well, so they knew it was impossible for them to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, there were strong bodiless celestials from big sects who did not think that way. I hope that little guy managed to claim the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial muttered under his breath. He was from one of the top forces in Vast Cloud Realm. His sect status was comparable to the Celestial Masters sect, the Gao Village sect, and the Mount Huagua sect in Yen Huang Realm. There were a few bodiless celestials who shared the same thought as this 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. A few of them only had average cultivation bases, but they were not the strongest people from their respective forces who had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There was a chance those people from their forces had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial as well. However, there were also many people who were not present. After all, the Beyond Heaven secret zone was huge. News about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would not spread so quickly. For this reason, there were many people who were unaware that the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been found, let alone being aware that someone had already obtained the inheritance. To begin with, the bodiless celestials who were present on the scene were nearby when they received news about the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Hence, they had rushed here immediately. Upon arrival, most of them used their communication jade slips to pass this news to their comrades. However, due to the uniqueness of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, the communication jade slips had a distance limit. Similar to the others, Duan Ling Tian's attention was currently focused on the figures that were shrouded by the fog. Sister Kuer! Han Xuanai cried out. Duan Ling Tian felt his body tremble slightly when he heard Han Xuanai's words. Kuer? How's it possible? He did not expect Kuer had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. At this moment, he could see 4 beautiful figures emerging from the fog, seemingly making their way to him. Gradually, their appearances became clearer and clearer. He saw Kuer, her sister, Gan Ruyen, Feng Tianwu, and Mu Yi. He exclaimed in shock, Kuer is truly here. When Duan Ling Tian saw Kuer, his calm facade shattered immediately. Fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He knew how dangerous it was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Gan Ruyen, whose cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was not strong enough to protect Kuer. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's body trembled in anger before he flew out like a cannonball toward the women. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not go to Kuer. Instead, he stopped in front of Gan Ruyen, completely disregarding the joyous expression on Kuer's face. Gan Ruyen! Duan Ling Tian glared at Gan Ruyen as he said in a low voice, How dare you bring Kuer in here? If I knew you were going to bring her into the Beyond Heaven secret zone, I wouldn't have refined your innate spiritual root. I don't care if you don't value your life, but leave Kuer out of it. Duan Ling Tian was extremely furious. His wife, Kuer, was one of the few people he truly cared about in this world. If both of them were in a situation where only one of them could live, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to let her live. In his opinion, her life was more valuable than his own life. She was the apple of his eyes, and he only wanted the best for her. How could he not feel furious knowing Gan Ruyen had brought Kuer into the Beyond Heaven secret zone where danger lurked in every corner? He was so angry that he felt he could kill Gan Ruyen for this. Gan Ruyen stuttered. Initially, she had been happy to see Duanling Tian. She did not expect him to treat her as though she was his enemy as soon as they met. Although she knew his behavior was born out of concern for her sister, Kur, she could not help but feel upset. In the first place, she did not even dare to vie for a position in his heart since she knew it would only be futile. However, she did not expect he would not hesitate to kill her over her sister's safety. If something were to happen to her sister, she had no doubts he would kill her to avenge her sister. Duanling Tian disregarded the pitiful and vulnerable expressions on Gan Ruyan's face as he said coldly, "You should be glad that Kur is safe. If something were to happen to her, I'll make sure you pay for it." At this moment, it seemed like the chasm between them had widened. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words that confirmed her thoughts, Gan Ruyan's eyes turned dull instantly. Initially, she had planned to explain herself, but at this moment, she did not think it mattered. After all, in his eyes, she was nothing compared to her sister, Kur. For the first time in her life, she felt jealous of her sister. In the past, she might have been envious of her sister, but she had never felt jealous. However, currently, when she saw how vicious Duanling Tian was due to Kur, a wave of jealousy overwhelmed her. She thought to herself, "Kur and I look identical. We're the same. So why is our treatment so different? Is it because Kur met him first?" A hint of bitterness could be seen on her face amidst the jealousy. Kur, who was stunned by Duanling Tian's reaction, finally spoke up anxiously, "Brother Tian, what are you saying? You've got it all wrong." "I've gotten it wrong?" Duanling Tian said with a frown. "Kur, there's no need for you to cover for her. You might want to enter the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, but you wouldn't have been able to enter without her. Therefore, this is her fault." He thought Kur was only trying to protect Gan Ruyen. At this moment, Feng Tian Wu, who was standing next to Kua, said, "Brother Duan, you've misunderstood Sister Ruyen." She was also stunned by Duanling Tian's earlier reaction. Upon hearing Feng Tian Wu's words, Duanling Tian realized that he might have jumped to conclusion too quickly due to his concern for Kur. "It's indeed a misunderstanding." Mu Yi chimed in at this moment to defend Gan Ruyen, surprising Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned. He turned to Kur with an expression of confusion on his face as he asked, What happened?" "Kur, Brother Tian, Kur was about to explain herself to Duanling Tian when she was suddenly interrupted by someone calling out to Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian?" The voice carried a hint of shock. Duanling Tian trembled when he heard this voice. After all, he was no stranger to this voice. Although it had been years since he had seen the owner of the voice, he would never forget the owner of the voice. He did not have many friends in his life, therefore, he truly cherished the few friends that he had. No matter how long they had been apart, he would always remember their faces and their voices. "Suli!" Duanling Tian exclaimed in shock. Suli was someone he had known in his younger days on the mortal continent. Kur chose not to speak at this moment. Whoosh! A young man emerged from the fog. He was dressed in a blood-stained robe. The stench of blood was still fresh. He held a sword in his hand. With just a glance, Duanling Tian could tell the sword was extraordinary. It was most likely a celestial sword. Duanling Tian flew out immediately to Suli. He stared at Suli unblinkingly as though he was afraid Suli would disappear. He laughed before he said, "Suli, how did you come in here?" "It's a coincidence," I was about to, Suli said with a smile. However, before Suli could finish speaking, a cold female voice interrupted him. The voice was overbearing when she said, "Suli, follow me to greet the ancestor." The smile on Suli's face froze immediately when he heard the female voice. He turned to look at a beautiful figure standing nearby and said apologetically, "Miss, it's been a long time since I saw my friend. May I speak to him for a little while?" "Miss." Duanling Tian's expression had already darkened when he heard the overbearing way that woman had spoken to Suli. However, he was shocked when he heard Suli's words. Did Suli address her as Miss just like a servant would? Duanling Tian stared at the lady intently. She was dressed in white and looked young. She was as beautiful as his wife, Kur, and his girlfriend, Feng Tianwu. She emitted an icy aura that made her seem unapproachable. Upon hearing Su Li's words, the white-clad lady glanced at Su Li indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Don't forget you're my sword slave." Upon hearing these words, Su Li's eyes dimmed. He nodded obediently and said, "Understood." Then, he turned to Duanling Tian and said apologetically, "Duanling Tian, we'll catch up later. I have to follow my miss to greet the seniors of Yellow the Archmansion." Su Li intended to leave as soon as he finished speaking, but Duanling Tian stopped him immediately. A frown appeared on his face as he asked, "What's going on? Su Li? How did you become this woman's sword slave? Did she force you? Don't worry, with me around you can just ignore her. If she tries anything, I won't let her go." Duanling Tian did not expect that after he reunited with his friend after so many years, his friend would have lost his freedom and became someone else's servant. How could he accept this? How could he bear to watch his friend being so subservient to another person? "Duanling Tian?" the white-clad lady said. She looked at him for a moment before turning away. She scoffed before she disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of an inconspicuous-looking old man who was dressed in gray robes with many patches on it. Although his robes had many patches, he looked very clean. Upon seeing this, Su Li said hurriedly, "Duanling Tian, I'll head over there first and explain everything to you later." He paused for a moment before he looked at Kur and the others and said, "Otherwise, you can ask them as well." Duanling Tian glanced at the gray-clad old man in the distance before turning back to Kur and Feng Tianwu. "Kur, Tianwu, what happened to Su Li?" "Sister Kur, why don't you tell brother Duan what happened?" Feng Tianwu said. Initially, she was about to respond to Duanling Tian but discovered Kur was about to speak as well. For this reason, she decided to let Kur recount what happened. It's the same no matter who tells the story. Kur shook her head with a faint smile on her face. After a moment, she turned to look at Duanling Tian and recounted everything that happened in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duanling Tian nodded. "So all of you met Su Li in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Kur glanced at Gan Ruyen before she said, "Sister met Su Li before she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone." Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian turned to look at Gan Ruyen. However, before Duanling Tian could speak, Kua spoke up again, "Brother Tian, I really didn't enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone with my sister. In fact, I entered after you. As for my sister, she only entered the secret zone after she had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage." She decided to explain this matter as quickly as she could since she did not want her sister to be blamed for something she did not do. "What? Why you entered after me?" Duanling Tian was thoroughly shocked by Kur's words. He was stunned speechless by this revelation. He did not expect Kur would follow him here. Was this still the gentle Kur he knew? After Duanling Tian regained his senses, his expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Kur, do you know how dangerous this place is? In the beginning, we didn't even know this place is the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We thought it's merely the Sword Saint secret zone that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. Didn't you hear when Senior Uncle Prophet said that those whose cultivation base aren't at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage shouldn't enter this place? Why did you act so recklessly?" Although Duanling Tian sounded as though he was scolding Kur, the fear and concern in the depths of his eyes betrayed his true feelings. He felt paralyzed with fear just imagining what could have happened to Kur in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. At some point, Han Xuanai had moved next to Duanling Tian. She said with pleading eyes, "Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kur is not as weak as you think she is. Do you remember what I told you before? You still don't believe me?" In fact, not long after she met Duanling Tian in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she had told him that Kur had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. She even told him that Kur had gotten really strong and was not any weaker than the successor of the prophet progeny Mu-Yi. However, he did not believe her words at that time and there was nothing she could do to convince him otherwise. If the Beyond Heaven secret zone had allowed them to swear on the lightning penalty oath, she would have done so to prove the veracity of words. For this reason, She was really happy to see Kur. She could finally prove to Duan Ling Tian that she was not lying. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, he recalled what she had told him previously. However, at that time he had completely disregarded her words. How could he not doubt Han Xuanai's words? Kur was his wife after all. For the past few years they had been together all the time. Was there anyone who knew her better than he did? How could he believe that his wife was stronger than Mu Yi? How was that possible? However, the truth was currently laid bare before Duan Ling Tian. He finally realized Han Xuanai was not lying to him. He asked, Kur, are you really stronger than junior sister Yi? He was still feeling slightly skeptical. He found it hard to believe that Kur, who was weaker than Gan Ruyen previously, had become even stronger than Mu Yi overnight. Moreover, Mu Yi's strength was only second to him among the members of the Seven Absolute sect. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Mu Yi could not help but smile bitterly. Her senior sister-in-law was truly slightly stronger than her. She was also still shocked when she recalled the strength Kur had demonstrated. If she did not witness it personally, she would have a hard time believing that the wife of the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect was not just a beauty, but she was extremely strong as well. She might even be stronger than her senior brother. Yes, Kur replied with a nod to Duan Ling Tian's question. She did not elaborate on her answer. After all, she had always been taciturn and liked to keep a low profile. Upon hearing Kur's answer, Duan Ling Tian smiled apologetically and said to Gan Ruyen, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. I was overly anxious earlier when I saw Kur that it clouded my judgment. I thought you had brought her in here. Gan Ruyen nodded understandingly. However, Duan Ling Tian failed to see the pain and jealousy hidden in the depths of her eyes. After apologizing to Gan Ruyen, Duan Ling Tian instantly turned to Kur and asked bluntly, Kur, how did your strength improve so quickly, to the point you even surpassed junior sister Yi? He was truly curious and confused. Kur was his wife. There should be no secrets between them. He suddenly realized he could no longer see through his wife like he used to. It's related to my past life? Kur said calmly. It seemed like she had expected Duan Ling Tian to ask her about this. She continued to say, over the past few years, fragments of memories had been appearing in my mind. After piecing them together, I realized it's memories from my past life. At that time, I discovered as I pieced my memories together, my soul would get stronger as well. As a result, my cultivation base began to rise rapidly. Although Kur revealed to Duan Ling Tian the reason for her drastic improvement, she bypassed the gruesome details. She left out the painful process she had to endure to obtain her strength and how she had to burn her soul to increase her strength. She did not want Duan Ling Tian to worry. I see, Duan Ling Tian said. He did not doubt Kur's words. After all, he also knew she was the reincarnation of a goddess. After a moment, as though he just recalled something, he said, Kur, based on your words, you should have regained most of your memories from your past life. Did it affect your memories from this life? I don't want you to do this anymore. He sounded stern when he reached the end of his sentence. He knew Kur desperately improved her strength because she wanted to be of help to him. However, if the price was her losing her current memories, he did not want her to become stronger. Brother Tian, don't worry. I'm fine, Kur said with a smile. If there's such a side effect, I wouldn't have done it. After all, how can I bear forgetting you and Si Ling? Both of you are the most important people in my life. I wouldn't risk it just to improve my cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian was moved by Kur's words, and he also stopped worrying after she said there were no side effects. Although he still wanted to speak about this matter in detail, he knew now was not a good time. Therefore, he shifted the topic back to Su Li. Kur, what happened to Su Li? If I'm not mistaken, that lady's not from the Saint Province realm. This means Su Li only met her in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. How did he become a sword slave? He was puzzled. Kur replied, it's because she helped Su Li rein in his devilish urges. When we met him here, he had already become the sword slave of the white-clad girl, Xianxia. I offered to free him from her, but he rejected my offer. A hint of helplessness could be heard in her voice when she spoke. Although Xianxia was considered strong among eminent celestials, she was still far weaker than Kur. Help Su Li suppress his devilish urges? What happened? Duan Ling Tian felt even more confused. Kur continued to explain what happened, and Duan Ling Tian finally learned about what Su Li had gone through in the past years. Su Li obtained an inheritance from the devil clans and became half-devil because of that? He's normal when his human half is in control. However, when his devil half takes over, he'll lose his mind and become a killing machine. Duan Ling Tian could not help but worry about Su Li when he learned about what happened from Kur. After all, he knew when the devil half took over, Su Li would lose all rationality and would not be able to differentiate between friends and foes. It was a miracle that Su Li was able to survive for so long. It was even more miraculous that Su Li was not completely overtaken by his devilish urges. He shook his head as he said, "Who knew so many things would happen to Su Li?" After that, Duan Ling Tian looked at Kur and asked, "Kur, you said the white-clad girl, Xianxia, helped Su Li suppress his devilish urges, that's why Su Li willingly became her sword slave?" "Yes." Kur nodded and said as a cold light flashed in her eyes, "I've offered to help Su Li to free himself from Xianxia. I could force her to free him or kill her." She knew about the friendship between Duan Ling Tian and Su Li, and she knew Duan Ling Tian would have offered to do the same. After a while, she continued to say, "As you can see, he rejected my offer. He said that he's a man of his word, so he wouldn't go back on his words." Duan Ling Tian shook his head after listening to Kur's words. That's the kind of person he is. He knew Su Li would not change his mind easily after he had decided on something. Not to mention Xianxia had helped Su Li and he owed her a favor. Then, he turned to look at the three figures in the distance and asked, Did he promise Xianxia that he would be her sword slave for life?" Duan Ling Tian watched as Xianxia paid her respect to the gray-clad old man. He discovered that the old man was not as simple as he appeared to be. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid even the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial I killed earlier was no match for this old man. This means he must be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial." At this moment, his eyes briefly met the gray-clad old man's eyes. When Duan Ling Tian had arrived at this place earlier, he had observed all the bodiless celestials present on the scene. He recalled the gray-clad old man had quietly stood at the side, looking unremarkable, so he did not pay much attention to him. However, now that he was observing the old man as Xianxia and Su Li greeted the old man, he discovered the old man was really not simple. It was highly likely that he was 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Kua shook her head and replied to Duan Ling Tian, "No." Su Li said he promised to be Xianxia's sword slave for 100 years. He'll regain his freedom in 100 years. 100 years? That's not too bad. Duan Ling Tian murmured. He felt relieved. He had been worried that Su Li would foolishly agree to become someone's sword slave for life. Although one could not swear on the lightning penalty oath in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, knowing Su Li, even without the oath, he still would not break his promise. However, that Xianxia has really gotten herself a great deal. At this moment, Feng Tian Wu finally spoke up, "Brother Ling Tian, do you know who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian when he heard Feng Tian Wu's words. Could it be Su Li? Feng Tian Wu glanced at Kur before she said, "You're right. However, it's all thanks to Sister Kur that he managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't stand a chance at all." Kur. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Although he knew Kur had gotten stronger, he did not expect that she was strong enough to clear the obstacles and help Su Li obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. "I guess it's fate that Su Li obtained the inheritance." Cook explained, "When all of us were standing in front of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the inheritance chose him. This means we have no fate with the inheritance." She looked at Gan Ru Yen, Mu Yi, and Feng Tian Wu as she continued to say, "However, it's also possible that he was chosen because he was the only sword cultivator among us at that time. So Su Li really obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, and it's an inheritance from a sword celestial?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. He had been curious about who had obtained the inheritance. After all, if it were not because he had arrived late, he would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He had felt regretful for losing this chance. but now that he found out Su Li was the recipient of the inheritance, all his regrets disappeared. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the white-clad lady in the distance and said, "Looks like that girl really had gotten herself an extremely great deal." The great overarching golden celestial who left his inheritance in the Beyond Heaven secret zone is a sword celestial? The gray-clad old man widened his eyes surprised when he learned about this. "Yes, ancestor," Ren Yuanjie answered reverently. The gray-clad old man's eyes brightened and a hint of expectation could be seen in his eyes as he asked, "Then, did you obtain the inheritance?" Ren Yuanjie shook her head, and the expectation in the gray-clad old man's eyes was replaced by disappointment immediately. "Do you know who had obtained it?" the old man asked. "It's him," Ren Yuanjie replied as she turned to look at Su Li. Her eyes were filled with jealousy at this moment. "Him?" The gray-clad old man shifted his attention to Su Li again, and his attitude took a 180-degree turn. Initially, he did not think there was anything special about Ren Yuanjie's sword slave, who knew he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. "Yes," Ren Yuanjie nodded and said, "Initially he was much weaker than me. However, after he obtained the inheritance, he has become slightly stronger than me." Upon hearing Ren Yuanjie's words, the gray-clad old man looked at Su Li and asked him eagerly, "Since you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and became stronger than Yuanjie, are you still planning to keep your words and remain as her sword slave?" Su Li replied indifferently, "How can a man stand tall if he doesn't keep his words?" Ren Yuanjie was impressed by Su Li's words. Even the gray-clad old man's impression of Su Li rose when he heard Su Li's words. He said, "Yuanjie, let me make a decision on your behalf this time. Release Su Li from his promise to become your sword slave. Do you agree?" Ren Yuanjie quickly replied after she recovered from her shock. "I will follow your orders, ancestor." "Senior, you are—" Su Li frowned when he heard the gray-clad old man's words. Ren Yuanjie interrupted Su Li and quickly said, "Su Li, you did not break your promise. I'm willingly freeing you from your promise. There's no need for you to think too much into it." But Su Li looked at Ren Yuanjie in confusion. After all, he knew she was not such an understanding person. After a while, he thought to himself, it seems like she's only doing this because of this old man from Yellow the Arch Mansion. "It is decided then," the gray-clad old man said jovially as he looked at Su Li. Then, he asked, "Su Li, I would like to invite you to join our Yellow the Arch Mansion. Are you willing to join us?" "Here it is," Su Li thought to himself. This was the caveat of being released from his promise. He knew things would not be so simple. The gray-clad old man had made Ren Yuanjie release him as a sword slave before extending an invitation to him to join Yellow the Arch Mansion, intending to tie him to Yellow the Arch Mansion completely. Based on what Su Li heard about the Yellow the Arch Mansion from Ren Yuanjie, he knew the Yellow the Arch Mansion was connected to a Devata realm. If he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he might have accepted the gray-clad old man's invitation. However, it was not possible for him to do so now. This was because the moment he obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial, he had become the successor of the great overarching golden celestial. When he was able to ascend to a Devata realm, he would be the disciple of the great overarching golden celestial. How could he go to another force in the Devata realm? "I'm sorry, Senior," Su Li shook his head and said frankly, "I'll have to decline the invitation. If the Yellow the Arch Mansion is just a force in the mundane realm, I would have joined. Since I've obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial, when I ascend to a Devata realm, I'll become that great overarching golden celestial's disciple." The gray-clad old man shook his head. "Su Li, you might not know this, but you're merely one of the many disciples of the great overarching golden celestial in the mundane realms. He might not even be aware of your existence. In the future, when you ascend to the Devata realm, it's not a big deal even if you don't become his disciple or join his force." The gray-clad old man continued to say persuasively, "Moreover, our Yellow the Arch Mansion is also a top force in the Devata realm. In fact, our old ancestor has now become a heaven emperor in a Devata realm. If you join us now and when you ascend to the Devata realm, even if that great overarching golden celestial is unhappy, he might not even have the courage to look for you in our yellow Dharch mansion. Based on his words, one could see he was extremely confident about the strength of the yellow the Arch mansion. Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, Su Li was slightly irritated. Senior, do I look like someone who would repay favors with ingratitude? Su Li, Ren Yuanjia exclaimed in a chiding tone. She was shocked by his words. How dare he act so recklessly before the ancestor of the yellow Dharch mansion? Did he not want to live? Contrary to Ren Yuanjia's expectation, the gray-clad old man did not seem angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. Just as I expected, Su Li. You're a good man who holds firm to his principles. It seemed as though he had already expected Su Li to reject his invitation. Ancestor. Ren Yuanjia was startled. She could tell the gray-clad old man had expected this outcome. However, if he knew Su Li was going to decline the invitation, why did he ask her to release Su Li from being her sword slave? She was confused. Regardless, you're no longer Yuan Jie's sword slave. Moreover, it's an insult to you to remain as her sword slave. Since both of you made a promise for 100 years, why don't you become a guest elder in Yellow the Archmansion in the mundane realm during that time? It won't have anything to do with what you do when you ascend to the Devata realm. Okay, Su Li agreed. The gray-clad old man's request did not conflict with his principles. Moreover, compared to becoming Ren Yuan Jie's sword slave, it was much better to become a guest elder in the Yellow the Archmansion. When Ren Yuan Jie heard the gray-clad old man's words, she could not help but exclaim inwardly, "The older one is, the wiser one becomes." She could feel the changes in Su Li now that he was no longer her sword slave. He used to act like a puppet. Since our ancestor is being so magnanimous, based on Su Li's character, he would definitely dedicate himself to the Yellow the Archmansion during these 100 years to repay the ancestor's favor. This was why she thought the ancestor was wise. The gray-clad old man said genially, "Yellow the Archmansion welcomes you. Since you've already obtained the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial, let's leave this place. We'll stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for another few years to search for celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial techniques." Although the inheritance from the great overarching golden celestial had already been obtained, the Beyond Heaven secret zone would still remain open for a long time. As a bodiless celestial, he could only enter Earth rank treasure vaults. He was barred from entering Heaven rank and Human rank treasure vaults. The old man was confident that with Su Li and Ren Yuanjie around, the Yellow the Archmansion would be able to obtain the celestial supreme treasures, divine abilities, and celestial techniques in Heaven-rank treasure vaults. Before they left, Su Li said, "Senior, before we leave, I would like to bid my friend farewell." He naturally did not forget about Duan Lingtian. "Oh, you're friends with Duan Lingtian." The gray-clad did not seem surprised. Moreover, he even knew Duan Lingtian's name. On the other hand, Su Li was shocked. "Senior, you know my friend as well?" The gray-clad old man stared at Su Li intently as he said, "Your friend is not to be underestimated." "Duan Lingtian is not to be underestimated?" Su Li was confused by the gray-clad old man's words. "Since you were possessed by your devil half most of the time, I'm sure you haven't heard the rumors about your friend." At this time, Ren Yuanjie, who was standing at the side, chimed in. Duan Lingtian killed 2 7 bodiless celestials previously. Moreover, one of them even possessed a celestial supreme celestial treasure before Duan Lingtian killed him. From what I know, these are not rumors. It's indeed true. He killed 2 7 bodiless celestials. Su Li was dumbfounded. Even after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and a celestial sword, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary 7 bodiless celestial without a celestial supreme treasure. How could he not feel surprised that his friend was already capable of killing 7 bodiless celestials? Ren Yuanjie continued to say, "Yes. Moreover, he killed those 2 7 bodiless celestials with just a strike." Su Li was thoroughly shocked. Although he had not seen Duan Lingtian for many years, he knew Duan Lingtian had to be strong. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be so strong. After a while, he thought to himself, this shouldn't come as a surprise. Even his wife is so strong. How could he not be strong? He remembered Kur had helped him to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. If it were not for her help, he might not even be able to obtain the inheritance. At this moment, the gray-clad old man said, the matter of him killing 2 tribulation bodiless celestials is old news. Before both of you came out, Duanling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. He looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance warily as he said, if I were to battle him, I'll definitely fall into a disadvantageous position if I don't use a celestial supreme treasure. The man narrowed his eyes and continued to say with a hint of incredulity in his voice, before he killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he snatched the bodiless celestial's celestial supreme treasure and severely injured him. Then, he chased after the bodiless celestial when the bodiless celestial tried to escape and killed the bodiless celestial. At that time, his speed was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The gray-clad old man was shocked by the fact that Duanling Tian's strength and speed were comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial. He thought to himself, only bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique stand a chance against him. Otherwise, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial like me would have a hard time defeating him. What? Upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words, both of them gasped in shock and amazement. Ren Yuanjie looked spooked as she looked at the purple figure standing in the distance. Duanling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? And that 8th tribulation bodiless celestial was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. She really did not expect that purple-clad young man who was only an eminent celestial possessed such terrifying power. Duanling Tian is so strong? Su Li's eyes were filled with incredulity when he looked at Duanling Tian. However, a gentle smile soon appeared on his face. He thought to himself, well, that guy never fails to surprise every time we meet. Even his wife is so strong, it's not strange for him to be so strong. Little Yuanjie, it seems like Elder Su Li's friend is a little hostile toward you. As a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gray-clad old man was, naturally, astute. He had long noticed that the purple-clad young man seemed hostile toward Ren Yuanjie. Ren Yuanjie had also noticed Duanling Tian's hostility. She said in a small voice, he probably thinks Su Li is still my sword slave. Well, that's no longer true, so it's just a misunderstanding now. The gray-clad old man smiled as he asked Su Li, Elder Su Li, do you mind introducing your friend to us? This is the first time I want to befriend an eminent celestial. Fearing that Su Li would be worried about them encroaching on his time with Duanling Tian, he added, naturally, after our introductions you can take your time to catch up with him. I don't mind, Su Li replied before he led the gray-clad old man and Ren Yuanjie toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian did not expect Su Li would bring the 2 people along with him. One of them was even someone he did not have a very good impression of. He thought Ren Yuanjie was a woman who had taken advantage of Su Li's misfortune for her own benefit. It was only natural for him to feel this way. After all, Su Li was his best friend. Duanling Tian would not have found anything wrong with Ren Yuanjie taking advantage of Su Li under the pretext of helping him, if Su Li was not his friend. After all, it was a fair trade. Duanling Tian glanced at Ren Yuanjie and said with a frown, Su Li, why did you bring her here? Duanling Tian, I'm no longer Miss Ren's sword slave. Therefore, please don't be hostile toward her, Su Li said with a chuckle. Inwardly, he was very touched to see his best friend being so protective of him. After all, it was a fair trade. Most people would not think there was anything wrong with their trade. HM? What happened? Duanling Tian asked, slightly startled. Then Su Li recounted what happened to Duanling Tian. He said with a laugh, therefore, I'm currently a guest elder of Yellow the Arch Mansion. Duanling Tian's expression eased after listening to Su Li's words. His hostility toward Ren Yuanjie had vanished as well. Although Su Li would have to stay in Yellow the Arch Mansion as a guest elder for 100 years, it was very different from being a sword slave. After a while, he shifted his attention to the gray-clad old man and said, "How should I address you, senior?" Duanling Tian knew Suli was able to break free from his shackles as a sword slave and become a guest elder in Yellow the Arch Mansion was all thanks to this old man. Therefore, his impression of the old man was not bad. He was impressed by the old man's magnanimity. Not only did the old man have a high cultivation base, but he had a good attitude as well. "I'm Xian Yuanji. Little brother Ling Tian, I heard about you for a long time now." Xian Yuanji, the nine-tribulation bodiless celestial of Yellow the Arch Mansion, said with a laugh. He was very friendly when he spoke. "There's no need for you to address me as senior. You can just address me as older brother if it makes you more comfortable. After all, I'm only a few years older than you." Upon hearing Xian Yuanji's words, Duanling Tian did not know how to describe his feelings. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial just said he was only a few years older than him. Han Xuanai, who was standing nearby, muttered under her breath, "This old man is a little shameless, right?" Although her voice was not loud, everyone heard her words. Xian Yuanji did not get angry. He only looked at Han Xuanai and smiled. On the contrary, Ren Yuanjie, who was standing next to Xian Yuanji, glared at Han Xuanai. After all, in her opinion, Xian Yuanji was not only the ancestor of Yellow the Arch Mansion, but he was also one of the two supreme beings in Yellow the Arch Mansion. She would have done more than glare at Han Xuanai if she did not see that Xian Yuanji did not seem to take offense. "Since you've spoken, I'll listen to you. Otherwise, I would be disrespectful." Since Xian Yuanji was friendly and respectful, Duanling Tian treated him with due respect as well. Moreover, getting acquainted with a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was not a bad thing. Xian Yuanji laughed when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He said, "Good, good." After that he said, "Little brother Ling Tian, since you haven't seen Elder Su Li for so long, I won't disturb you any longer so you can catch up with him." Xian Yuanji continued to say, "I plan to leave the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in about 3 years before it closes. If you decide to visit Yanhuang Realm before the Beyond Heaven's secret zone closes, you're more than welcome in our Yellow the Arch Mansion. Please accept this order token." The Yellow the Arch Mansion is located in an isolated area. However, once you arrive in Yanhuang Realm, if you infuse your energy into the token, it'll lead you to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. He passed a violet and gold order token to Duanling Tian as he spoke. Yanhuang Realm. Duanling Tian took the violet and gold order token before he said, "If older brother is from another mundane realm, I can't be sure if I'll visit. However, I've long decided to visit Yanhuang Realm. When I'm there, I'll definitely visit you." "Is that so?" Xian Yuanji's eyes brightened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. In fact, he did not think Duanling Tian would really visit the Yellow the Arch Mansion in Yanhuang Realm even though he had given Duanling Tian an order token. "Yes." Duanling Tian smiled. He looked at Zhang Yi before he said, "This is my friend Zhang Yi. He's from the Celestial Master Sect in Yanhuang Realm. I promised him I'll follow him to Yanhuang Realm." "He's from the Celestial Master Sect?" Xian Yuanji instantly turned to look at Zhang Yi. He chuckled. "I'm friends with the Free Cloud Sage in Celestial Master Sect. Before I ascend, I'll meet him. At that time, I'll mention you." Free Cloud Sage. Zhang Yi was shocked when he heard this. The Free Cloud Sage was the only nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in Celestial Master Sect. Needless to say, he was also the strongest person in Celestial Master Sect. Although Zhang Yi was from the Celestial Master Sect and could be considered as quite talented among the younger generation, he had never even seen the Free Cloud Sage before, let alone speak to him. How could he not feel shocked when Xian Yuanji told him he was friends with the Free Cloud Sage and would even mention his name when he met the Free Cloud Sage? Zhang Yi quickly bowed and said, Thank you, a senior. Since you're a friend of little brother Ling Tian, you can be considered as my friend as well. There's no need for thanks." Xian Yuanji smiled faintly at Zhang Yi. Then, he turned to Duanling Tian and said, "All right, Yuanjie, and I won't disturb your reunion with Elder Su Li." After that, Xian Yuanji said to Su Li before he left with Ren Yuanjie, "Elder Su Li, we are not in a rush, so take your time to catch up with little brother Ling Tian." "All right," Su Li nodded. Since Duanling Tian and Su Li had not met for a long time, once they began to talk, they could not stop. Both of them spoke about their experiences. Su Li was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's experience. He felt as though he was on tenterhooks when Duan Ling Tian recounted the dangers he encountered. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian could feel Su Li's pain when Su Li recounted how he obtained the inheritance from the devil clans and demonized before he killed his master. Sword 13. It wasn't intentional. I believe Senior Sword 13 would understand and wouldn't blame you, Duan Ling Tian said in an attempt to comfort Su Li. He could feel Su Li's remorse, sorrow, and loss. Su Li sighed emotionally. Regardless, I still feel bad. What's done is done. There's no point dwelling on it. I believe if Senior Sword 13 is looking down on you from heaven, he would want to see you live well, Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly. All right? Su Li nodded before he said, Duan Ling Tian, it's thanks to your wife that I was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. I need to thank you because I know she helped me because of you. Thank you. I heard about that. Is there a need for us to be so polite with each other? Duan Ling Tian said with a laugh, there's no doubt that Kua helped you, but you're also fated with it. Out of so many people, it chose you. Su Li replied, the great overarching golden celestial who left the inheritance here is a sword celestial. That's probably why the inheritance chose me, since I was the only sword cultivator present at that time. He paused for a moment before he asked, I heard Elder Xian said you just arrived not too long ago. Why did you come so late? If you came earlier, I wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance. After all, you're also a sword cultivator. I'm certain it would have chosen you if you were there. Perhaps it's fate. Duan Ling Tian chuckled. In hindsight, it's not a bad thing that I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, I already have a master. If I obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it would complicate things. I can't possibly turn away from my master just because I obtain the inheritance. Duan Ling Tian, who had inherited the Sovereign Heartsword, had long acknowledged Feng Qingyang as his master. He would not acknowledge another master apart from Feng Qingyang. Su Li laughed. You're still the same as before. You're still incredibly carefree and open-minded. Carefree and open-minded? Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he said, you don't know this, but I was quite upset and unresigned when I discovered the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been obtained. Only after I found out that you're the one who obtained the inheritance that I was able to let those feelings go. How can I be upset that my friend managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Su Li laughed and said teasingly, it seems like I thought too highly of you. From then on, their conversation became more lighthearted. Duan Ling Tian, I met your daughter before I entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. Time really flies, you already have a child, Su Li said with a sigh. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes. Oh? You met Xiling. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He laughed as he said, not only do I have a daughter, I have a son as well. I know your daughter's name is Duan Xiling, but what's your son's name? Su Li asked curiously. Duan Yen Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied. Speaking about this, he missed his son even more. Not only did he miss his son, but he missed his other wife, Li Fei, as well. He missed his parents and good friends as well. Since his family and friends had vanished in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had never been able to see them. He thought to himself, after I leave this place and return to the Saint Province realm, I'll look for my parents, Little Feier, and the others before going to Yen Huang realm. Nyen Tian. Su Li laughed. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't name my niece and nephew, right? How do you know that? Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Indeed, he did not name his son and daughter. Their names contain profound meanings. They're probably named by their mothers, right? Su Li smiled. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A sincere and happy smile appeared on his face. To a certain extent, the names of his two children represented the love of his two wives toward him. After they chatted for a while, Su Li finally bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, if nothing changes, I'll be in Yen Huang realm for the next 100 years. We might be able to meet again if you visit Yen Huang realm. If you don't, I'm afraid we'll only be able to meet after we ascend to a Devata realm. A rather forced smile appeared on Su Li's face at this moment. There were 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm was extremely vast. Trying to find someone would be akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Even after they ascended to a Devata realm, he was not entirely sure he would be able to see Duanling Tian again. Their chances of meeting might be higher if they both achieved fame and glory in a Devata realm. However, there were so many outstanding geniuses in the Devata realms, it would be difficult to achieve fame and glory there. Don't worry, I'll definitely visit, Duanling Tian said with a smile. I don't think I have much time in the mundane realm. Before I ascend, I'll definitely visit Yen Huang realm. Su Li nodded. Good. I'll wait for you. Duanling Tian seemed to be reminded by something as he said, Su Li, how much did your strength increase after you obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? He had been very curious about this. From the moment he saw Su Li, he could feel the changes in Su Li. Moreover, he could clearly sense Su Li's soul seemed to be stronger than his, and it gave him the feeling of danger. In the mundane realms, only 3 tribulation bodiless celestials, or those who were stronger, had souls stronger than him after all. Apart from that, only bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique would be able to make him feel a sense of danger. Su Li replied honestly, my current strength is roughly on par with a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not a bodiless celestial, but I can be considered as a celestial. With just a thought, I can go to the Devata realms. Su Li's condition was quite similar to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. After receiving inheritances from the Devata realms, they managed to bypass the rules in the mundane realms. They could ascend to Devata realms without going through the celestial ascension tribulation. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened. It seemed like he had guessed correctly. However, although my strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, I haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial techniques from the Devata realms. If I can master them, my strength shouldn't be weaker than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Su Li said confidently. Without mastering any divine ability and celestial technique from the Devata realms, your strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duanling Tian was shocked by Su Li's words. He had assumed some of Su Li's strength came from divine abilities and celestial techniques from the Devata realms. He did not expect that Su Li had not mastered any divine abilities and celestial techniques from the Devata realms. He could not help but exclaim, the Yellow Arch Mansion has indeed obtained a treasure. After all, once Su Li mastered divine abilities and celestial techniques from the Devata realms, he would possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, Su Li was not limited by the rules in the mundane realms, and he was able to stay in mundane realms as long as he wanted to. In comparison, bodiless celestials had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation every 1,000 years. If the bodiless celestial failed the tribulation, he would die. If he passed all 9 tribulations, he would have to ascend to a Devata realm and would not be able to stay for long in the mundane realms. This did not apply to Su Li. For this reason, Duanling Tian said the Yellow Arch Mansion had gained a treasure. Su Li said solemnly, I only promise to guard the Yellow Arch Mansion for 100 years. After that, if I can't return to the St. Province realm, I'll ascend to a Devata realm from Yen Huang realm. Duanling Tian nodded. Duanling Tian, I have to go now. Let's meet again in the Yen Huang realm after a few years. Su Li finally left. Since Xian Yuanji and Rin Yuanjia from the Yellow Arch Mansion were still waiting for him, it would not be polite for him to keep them waiting for too long. Although Xian Yuanji had said he could take his time, he did not feel it was right to keep them waiting. Moreover, he had almost finished catching up with Duanling Tian. All right, I'll see you again in Yen Huang realm. A gentle smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face as he looked at his friend whom he had known since he was a teenager. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze. When Su Li regrouped with the 2 people from Yellow Arch Mansion, Xian Yuanji looked at Duanling Tian and said loudly, Little brother Ling Tian, I'll wait for you in Yen Huang realm. I have some good wine in my private collection. At that time, let's drink and enjoy ourselves. Duanling Tian laughed before he replied, Don't worry, old brother. I'll definitely visit Yen Huang realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sounds of wind howling rang in the air before the 3 people vanished into thin air. Yellow the Arch Mansion? Did that old man say he's from Yellow the Arch Mansion? Yellow the Arch Mansion is one of the most mysterious and reclusive forces in our mundane realm. Although not many people from the Yellow the Arch Mansion are known to the world, the top forces in our Yen Huang realm, such as the Mount Huagua sect and the Lion Camel Ridge, don't dare to simply provoke them. After Xian Yuanji, Su Li, and Ren Yuanjie left, the bodiless celestials from Yen Huang realm who were present on the scene began to discuss among themselves. Naturally, they did not know much about the Yellow the Arch Mansion. They only knew it was a mysterious and reclusive force that was comparable to the other top forces in Yen Huang realm. Han Xuanai cocked an eyebrow when she saw Zhang Yi was still in a daze even after those three had left. Zhang Yi, they have already left. Why are you still in a daze? Zhang Yi regained his senses upon hearing Han Xuanai's words. An awkward smile appeared on his face as he said, I'm just excited. I never thought I'd be able to meet the man in the rumor. I didn't know Xian Yuanji from Yellow the Arch Mansion hasn't ascended to a Devata realm yet. Xian Yuanji? That old man earlier? Is he that amazing? Han Xuanai asked before she muttered to herself. He's indeed clever for taking the initiative to get closer to Brother Ling Tian. Although Han Xuanai knew the old man was strong, she did not know he was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She only thought the old man was a 7 or 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. Of course, he's amazing, Zhang Yi replied. Xian Yuanji is one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the reclusive force, Yellow the Arch Mansion, in our Yen Huang realm. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Han Xuanai was shocked. Zhang Yi, are you joking? That old man who took the initiative to get closer to Brother Ling Tian is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Xuanai knew what it meant to be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They were the strongest existence in all mundane realms. Who would have thought that old from earlier was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Why would I joke about this? Do you know who's the Free Cloud Sage in the Celestial Master sect whom he mentioned earlier? The Free Cloud Sage is the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial our Celestial Master sect. All of us in the sect address him as Old Ancestor, Zhang Yi said reverently. That old man is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Xuanai still found this hard to believe. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial is so polite to Brother Ling Tian? He even took the initiative to get closer to Brother Ling Tian. This is the... Currently, Duan Ling Tian is essentially as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Zhang Yi said. The fact that he's able to kill the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm proves that his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It has made him famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It won't take long before he becomes famous in the other 4 large mundane realms as well. Zhang Yi, who understood the situation, explained. At that time, the 4 large mundane realms will know there's another genius from the Saint Province realm, and the genius strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial without even obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Yi knew that after the closing of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Ling Tian's name would become famous in the 4 large mundane realms like Feng Qingyang. Realization dawned on Han Xuanai. You're right. Brother Ling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure earlier. Moreover, he was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. This is more than enough to prove that Brother Ling Tian is as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the end, she laughed wryly. Every time Brother Ling Tian demonstrated his strength, he didn't fail to surprise us. I've become rather numb to it that it didn't occur to me he's now as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm earlier. Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyen were dumbstruck as they heard the conversation between Han Xuanai and Zhang Yi. Duan Ling Tian had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Since they had just come out, they were unaware of what had happened. 3 of them were truly shocked. An ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure had strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. An astonished expression could be seen on Feng Tianwu's face, as she said, Brother Duan has grown so strong? Mu Yi and Gan Ruyen wore the same astonished expressions on their faces as well. Among these women who just came out from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, the only one who remained calm was Kur. She was never surprised by her man's feats as though it was a matter of course. Duan Lingtian was about to motion to Kur and the others to leave when he heard a commotion from the distance. It's too frightening. Truly frightening. That old man easily killed 2 tribulation bodiless celestials. At the same time, a few men who looked travel-weary could be seen in the distance as well. Duan Lingtian continued eavesdropping on their discussion and discovered some people were tailing Su Li, Xian Yuanji, and Ren Yuanjia after they left. Those people coveted the celestial supreme treasure that Su Li possessed. Those people did not attack him on the scene because they had seen the good relationship between Su Li and him and were afraid that he would intervene to protect Su Li. Those people were, naturally, afraid to offend him since they had witnessed him killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he shook his head. Those people are truly foolish. They didn't dare to attack Su Li earlier because they were afraid of me. For this reason, they followed him in hopes that they could kill him and snatch his treasure away. Would they still dare to do such a thing if they knew there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with Su Li? The group of people who had just arrived was still discussing this matter as their eyes were fixed on a few people who had just returned. These people who had just returned were part of the group who had tailed Su Li to snatch the celestial supreme treasure away from him. He easily killed 2 tribulation bodiless celestial? Even the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm whom Duan Lingtian killed wouldn't be capable of such a feat, right? If those 2 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't have any celestial supreme treasure, the strongest 8th tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm might be able to kill them. Well, I guess only those who were involved would know the situation at that time. The people who had just returned from their failed attempt to rob Su Li did not manage to make a move earlier. They were all horrified when they saw the old man who was with Su Li easily killing the 2 tribulation bodiless celestial. The discussion continued. That 2 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't use any celestial supreme treasure. In fact, the old man didn't use a celestial supreme treasure either. Yes, all of them didn't use any celestial supreme treasure at all. Many people were shocked upon hearing that. They weren't using any celestial supreme treasure? Then there's only one possibility left. That ordinary-looking old man must be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Someone concluded. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Fear coursed through everyone's veins when they heard this. Suddenly a loud scoff reverberated in the air. It seemed to have come from all directions. It did not take long before a muscular figure appeared in the horizons before everyone's eyes. It did not take long before he arrived in front of everyone. This person's body was big and strong just like an iron tower, making him look formidable. He looked at Duan Lingtian with greed-filled eyes as he said, "If the old fella isn't a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, do you think he would dare to speak to Duan Lingtian?" As soon as everyone's eyes shifted to the muscular man who had just appeared, they heard a few voices rang in the air. "Old ancestor! Old ancestor!" The onlookers instantly shifted their eyes to the people who had just reverently greeted the muscular middle-aged man. They discovered those people who had spoken were all old with the exception of a young man. It was strange to see those few old men bowing deferentially to the muscular middle-aged man as though they were worshipping Buddha. It did not take long before a few bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the few old men. Aren't they from the Power Saint sect in our Skyline Realm? Indeed, they're from the Power Saint sect. I know that green-robe old man. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and the second elder of Power Saint sect. I've met that blue-robe old man once. He's also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, and he's the third elder of Power Saint sect. From the discussion between the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm, everyone learned the background of those few people and that 2 of these people were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who held high positions in their sect. The second elder swept his gaze around before he announced loudly, "This is old ancestor Qing Yu from our Power Saint sect." Old ancestor Qing Yu. As soon as the second elder from Power Saint sect spoke, Almost everyone turned to look at the muscular middle-aged man with a hint of shock. As it turned out, the middle-aged man was someone so powerful. On the other hand, the group of bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm had a horrified expression on their faces. Old Ancestor Qingyu. He's Old Ancestor Qingyu from Power Saint Sect. A bodiless celestial from the Skyline Realm exclaimed with disbelief. He looked at the muscular middle-aged man fearfully, as though the muscular middle-aged man was a ghost. I thought he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint Sect at most. Who knew he's Old Ancestor Qingyu, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Power Saint Sect? Although I've heard about the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in Power Saint Sect, I haven't seen him before. It's truly unexpected that I'd get to meet him here. It seems like he has set his sight on Duanling Tian. I'm afraid he came bearing ill intentions. The bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm noticed that Old Ancestor Qingyu had been staring at Duanling Tian intently ever since he had appeared. It was as though Duanling Tian had some special treasure on him. More and more people began to notice this, and they could not help but speculate among themselves. It seems like he wants something from Duanling Tian based on the greed in his eyes. Well, it's likely that he wants something from Duanling Tian and his companions. The most precious things Duanling Tian and his teammates possess are the celestial supreme treasures. According to a reliable source, I heard they currently have more than 5 celestial supreme treasures between them. More than 5 celestial supreme treasures. Such great wealth. Unfortunately, I'm far from being a match for Duanling Tian. Otherwise, I'm sure I'll greedily covet Duanling Tian and his companions' celestial supreme treasures as well. If the onlookers could guess the muscular middle-aged man's intention, Duanling Tian naturally could guess it as well. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and others changed drastically. After all, it was not easy to deal with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The only ones who seemed calm among Duanling Tian and his companions were Duanling Tian and his wife, Kur. At this moment, Kur seemed to be in a daze as she looked at Duanling Tian. It seemed as though he was the only one she could see in this world. The muscular middle-aged man's appearance did not interrupt her staring fest at all. At this moment, the muscular middle-aged man, Old Ancestor Qingyu, suddenly called out, Duanling Tian. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian greedily as he said in a low voice, although you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial like Feng Qingyang did, your strength is comparable to him at that time. It's unfortunate. As the saying goes, the precious stone lands its innocent possessor in jail. You and your companions will die today, and all your celestial supreme treasures are destined to be mine. He did not beat around the bush and honestly declared his intention of killing Duanling Tian and his companions to snatch their celestial supreme treasures. Oh, Duanling Tian replied flippantly, I'm afraid that just you alone are not qualified to kill us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures. He knew his strength well. He might not be able to defeat or kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was confident their strength would be on par. For this reason, he was not afraid when he found the muscular middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian's nonchalance surprised many people. Based on Duanling Tian's words, it seems like he's not afraid of Old Ancestor Qingyu. As a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, Old Ancestor Qingyu certainly has a celestial supreme treasure. Duanling Tian must know this as well, and yet he's still able to remain so calm. He's either putting up an act or he's truly unafraid of Old Ancestor Qingyu. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure has to be the strongest existence in mundane realms. Right? That should be the case. Naturally, the opinion was split in half. Some of them thought Duanling Tian was just putting on an act, and some of them thought he was truly unafraid. When Duanling Tian killed that man from Muro realm earlier, his strength and speed are comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're right. So what if Old Ancestor Qingyu possesses a celestial supreme treasure? If Duanling Tian casts that sword formation, he'll be able to snatch Old Ancestor Qingyu's celestial supreme treasure away. I think the battle between old ancestor Qin Yu and Duanling Tian can only end in a tie. I think it's impossible for them to defeat each other. I agree. There were people who had deeply studied and analyzed Duanling Tian's strength, who thought Duanling Tian was not any weaker than old ancestor Qin Yu. Therefore, they were full of confidence in Duanling Tian. There were also some who remained neutral, afraid of voicing out who they thought was stronger or weaker. Many of the onlookers assumed old ancestor Qin Yu would be enraged by Duanling Tian's words and attacked him immediately. However, they were surprised by the words they heard. Old ancestor Qin Yu said, "Indeed, I've witnessed your strength earlier. Certainly not any weaker than mine. Moreover, I haven't found a way to counter the technique you used to snatch celestial supreme treasures away. If we were to fight, we would be evenly matched." Ha! Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He did not expect to hear old ancestor Qin Yu admitting that they were on equal ground. He had thought old ancestor Qin Yu dared to openly announce his intention of killing him and his companions to snatch their celestial supreme treasures was due to old ancestor Qin Yu's blind confidence. The onlookers were puzzled. What's going on? Since old ancestor Qin Yu himself confesses that their fight would end in a tie, why did he sound so confident when he said he would kill Duanling Tian and his companions to snatch their celestial supreme treasures? Suddenly, someone blurted out, "An accomplice?" Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound rang in the air. Swoosh! After a while, a figure descended from the sky, attracting everyone's attention, including Duanling Tian. The person who had descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed like a dragon was an elder. He had descended and stood next to old ancestor Qin Yu, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Power Saint sect. The elder wore green robes and his long brown hair that was not tied up fluttered in the wind like snakes that were prepared to attack. He looked ordinary, like someone who would not stand out in a crowd. However, his aura and bearing were not inferior compared to old ancestor Qin Yu. Elder ancestor! Elder ancestor! As soon as the green-clad elder appeared, another group of people began to greet him reverently. Some people from Skyline Realm also recognized the people who had greeted this newcomer. This group of people was all powerhouses from Kuan-Mang sect. He's from our Kuan-Mang sect in Skyline Realm. That's the Grand Elder of Kuan-Mang sect and 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, there's no doubt that the person who's standing next to him is the 3rd Elder of Kuan-Mang sect, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Heavens! Even the Grand Elder of Kuan-Mang sect greeted him so respectfully as Elder Ancestor. Is he the Heavenly Python Elder of Kuan-Mang sect? Apart from him, there's no one who would be treated this respectfully by the Grand Elder. In Kuan-Mang sect, there were many bodiless celestials. There were more than a dozen 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who was the strongest person in the sect. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was also known as the Heavenly Python Elder to outsiders. Another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? When the onlookers learned about the green robe man's identity, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials not supposed to be rare? Why were there so many 9 tribulation bodiless celestials appearing one after another? There was Shen Yuanji, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from Yellow the Archmansion. There was old ancestor Qin Yu from Power Saint sect. And there was Duanling Tian, whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Currently, even the Heavenly Python Elder from Kuan-Mang sect in Vast Cloud Realm had joined in the fray. It's not even noon, but I've already seen an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and 3 actual 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. I haven't seen one in my entire life, but today itself I've met 3. At this moment, Duanling Tian had a grim expression on his face. Han Xuanai said in a hushed tone. This Heavenly Python Elder stood next to old ancestor Qin Yu as soon as he arrived, as though they're already acquainted. Don't tell me they plan to join forces. That's very likely. Otherwise, old ancestor Qin Yu wouldn't be so confident that he'll be able to kill all of us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures even after he openly admitted that his strength is only on par with Duanling Tian. Zhang Yi said worriedly. 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Feng Tian Wu Mui Yi and Gan Ruyen were beginning to get worried as well at this moment. Duan Ling Tian no longer looked as carefree as before. He was confident in facing 1-9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, but he was not certain about 2-9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the heavenly Python elder of Kuan-Man's sect from vast cloud realm looked at old ancestor Qingyu and said, "Brother Qingyu, you and I agreed to kill Duan Ling Tian and his companions, and their celestial supreme treasures would be shared evenly between us. However, what if we can't share it evenly between us? I don't believe we've spoken about that." Upon hearing the heavenly Python elder's words, old ancestor Qingyu nodded. "Indeed, we didn't speak about that." He thought about it for a moment before he finally said, "What about this? If there's an extra celestial supreme treasure, we'll each send out a disciple from our respective sect and let them battle it out. The winner will obtain the extra celestial supreme treasure." "Sounds fair to me." The heavenly Python elder nodded, agreeing with old ancestor Qingyu's suggestion. Both of them spoke loudly as though no one was around. Upon hearing their words, Han Xuanai exclaimed, "Indeed. They're working together." At this moment, many onlookers began to discuss among themselves as well. No wonder old ancestor Qingyu is so confident right from the get-go, even though he admitted his strength was evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian. It's obvious now that his confidence comes from his alliance with the heavenly Python elder. Even an actual 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial might not be able to deal with 2 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials who join forces. Let alone Duan Ling Tian, who's only an eminent celestial who has strength comparable to a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. What a pity. Duan Ling Tian is so powerful and highly talented, it's a pity that he'll have to die today. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be greatly weakened. Who knows if he's even able to ascend to the Devata realm. It's truly a pity. At this time, Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2-9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials guardedly. He asked in a low voice, "I assume both of you have been here since a while ago and have been hiding?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, old ancestor Qingyu narrowed his eyes and said in a deceptively light tone, "Correct. The heavenly Python elder and I have been here since a while ago. In fact, we were here before you even arrived. We saw you kill the strongest 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from Muro realm, so we know your strength is comparable to a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. In fact, with your celestial technique that's able to snatch celestial supreme treasures, there's a chance that a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial might not even be a match for you. However, if 1-9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial is not enough to deal with you, what about 2-9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials?" Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian like prey. "I have to say both of you are really patient to have waited until now." Duan Ling Tian did not expect old ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly Python elder had arrived so early and had witnessed everything. The heavenly Python elder said, "We plan to join forces earlier to deal with the person who obtains the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, when you showed up, we decided to wait so we can deal with both of you. However, we didn't expect." Duan Ling Tian interrupted the heavenly Python elder and said, "But you didn't expect that I would get acquainted with another 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, right?" Indeed, the heavenly Python elder was not mad at being interrupted. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was a dead man walking. There was no point in getting angry with a dead man. Duan Ling Tian continued speaking, "Therefore, you waited until they left before you made a move." He was confident in his speculation. "You are very smart," old ancestor Qingyu said as he narrowed his eyes. "Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you'll die here today. If you want to find something to blame, just blame the fact that you and your companions possess so many celestial supreme treasures." Duan Ling Tian could see the greed in old ancestor Qingyu's eyes. He asked, "I am very curious. Why did you choose me and my companions instead of the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Is it because of the 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial accompanying him?" It was not that he wished these two people had gone after Su Li and his companions, he was just genuinely curious. "That's a good question." The heavenly Python elder said, "We chose you because we surmised that you have more celestial supreme treasures. Moreover, although the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is amazing, there's nothing we can do to obtain it. Moreover, the 9 Tribulation from the Yellow the Arch Mansion didn't come alone. According to the information we obtained, there's another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. They're twins. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone is vast, with their strength, they'll be able to sense each other. Even if 2 of us join forces, it'll take a while before we can defeat him. If his twin brother were to arrive before we dealt with him, we would be put in a disadvantageous position. The Heavenly Python Elder was honest and revealed the reason he and Old Ancestor Qingyu had chosen Duan Ling Tian and his companions. Old Ancestor Qingyu stared at Duan Ling Tian with greed written all over his face as he said, "With that, it's not difficult for us to choose you instead. So both of you thought I'll be an easier target?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly. "Well, you can say that," Old Ancestor Qingyu said with a grin on his face, clearly confident about the upcoming battle. As the atmosphere turned tense, the onlookers whispered among themselves. "It seems like Duan Ling Tian is going to die today. It's not just him. I'm afraid his companions are going to die as well. What a pity. Those beauties next to him are going to die as well." The onlookers stared unblinkingly at Duan Ling Tian and the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials as though they were afraid they were going to miss something if they did not pay close attention. Duan Ling Tian felt a certain level of pressure as well, having to face 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. It would be impossible for him to defeat or injure them. Although it might be difficult, there was a chance he could escape unscathed. For this reason, he sent a voice transmission to Kur. "Kur, I'll ask Sandao to take you and Tian Wu away. I'll catch up to you once I escape from them. Brother Tian." Kur regained her senses when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. She wanted to speak but was interrupted by him. "Kur, let's just do it this way. Don't worry. I'm confident I'll be able to escape unscathed. Pass this message on to Tian Wu and the others. I'll tell Sandao to take all of you away." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking to Kur, he told Chen Yiru in a grave tone to bring everyone away. Chen Yiru could not help but feel worried. "Master, are you confident?" Although initially he was forced to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as his master, as time passed, he truly considered Duan Ling Tian as his master. Put aside the fact that Duan Ling Tian's strength made him more than qualified to become his master, Duan Ling Tian had also treated him sincerely and even gave him a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian said reassuringly, "I can't say for certain I'm 100% confident, but I'm 60 to 70% confident I'll be able to escape." 60 or 70%? Although Chen Yiru was still worried, he felt much more reassured now. "Master, don't worry. I'll bring them safely away from here and back to the same province realm." "All right." Duan Ling Tian felt more at ease after listening to Chen Yiru's words as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking to Chen Yiru, the sound of wind howling reverberated in the air. These sounds came from the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from Kuan-Mang sect and Power Saint sect. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He had planned to cast all his techniques to distract the enemy and provide a chance for his companions to escape. Who knew the powerhouses from Kuan-Mang sect and the Power Saint sect would surround them? It was as though they had seen through his plan. His expression was extremely dark at this moment. "What? Duan Ling Tian, did you think we didn't prepare for the possibility of you or your companions escaping? Do you really plan to risk your life and let them escape?" Old Ancestor Qingyu asked with a chuckle when he saw Duan Ling Tian's grave expression. Indeed, they had ordered their men to surround Duan Ling Tian and his companions. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "Do you believe I can kill all of your people before our fight even starts?" "Of course I do." Old Ancestor Qingyu did not seem angry. Instead, he said casually, "However, if you do that, the Heavenly Python Elder and I can also kill all your companions before we fight." His killing intent was almost palpable when he spoke. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed again. All his power surged out from his body and spread to the distance. A horrifying energy appeared, accompanied by numerous whirlpools. In just seconds, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin energy was raised to its limit. "Duan Ling Tian, your assist-type divine ability is truly impressive. Let us witness your true strength." Old Ancestor Qingyu said loudly as soon as Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, energy surged out of his body as well. Energy surged out endlessly as though a dam had broken. Swoosh! Similarly, energy began to surge out of the heavenly python elder's body as well. The energy that shot out of his body resembled snakes. It was an incredibly terrifying sight. His energy was not any weaker than old Ancestor Qingyu's energy. It was obvious that their strength was evenly matched. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions reverberated in the air, shaking the void. A gust of wind blew violently at everyone present on the scene. This is the power of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Many people were shocked by the displays of power. The 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had not even acted. Just their energies were already so powerful. A melodious voice suddenly rang in the air. Brother Tian. The voice seemed to contain some sort of magic as it vibrated in everyone's ears. Everyone was startled. It seemed as though the melodious voice had drowned out all the noises in the surroundings. What kind of a trick is this? Everyone was puzzled. It did not take long before they discovered the voice belonged to a beautiful young lady. She was peerlessly beautiful. Her presence made all the beautiful flowers in surroundings dimmed in comparison. At this moment, she was staring intently at Duan Ling Tian. Based on her gaze, it was clear that he was the only one she saw in this world. Many men were jealous of Duan Ling Tian when they saw this. All of a sudden, Kur said again, "Leave them to me. I want to see how they're going to kill all of us." Kur. Duan Ling Tian froze as he looked at Kur in shock. He did not expect her to speak up at this moment and ask him to leave the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials to her. At this moment, Kur looked as though she was prepared to deal with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials on her own. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he wanted to tell Kur to not act recklessly, since he assumed she was unaware of their true strength. However, it was too late. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Kur disappeared from everyone's sight. How's this possible? Duan Ling Tian's mouth was agape as he watched Kur disappear before his eyes. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial at his full speed could not disappear before him without leaving traces behind. Swoosh! A beautiful figure reappeared and revealed itself near old Ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly python elder. It did not take long for everyone to identify the person who had just appeared. It was indeed the young woman whose melodious voice had attracted their attention earlier. At this moment, all the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial felt as though their eyes had gotten blurry. They had discovered the young woman's speed was so fast that they could not even catch her movements. How's this possible? How fast? Even old Ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly python elder were staring at her as though they had seen a ghost. After all, her speed proved that her strength was possibly on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This is bad. Old Ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly python elder hurriedly took out their celestial supreme treasures when they saw the young woman move her elegant hands. They knew she was about to make a move. They would only feel secure holding their celestial supreme treasures at a time like this. Initially, old Ancestor Qingyu and the heavenly python elder did not plan to use their celestial supreme treasures unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, they did not want to give Duan Ling Tian the chance to steal them away with his celestial technique. They would only be giving the advantage to Duan Ling Tian if they took out their celestial supreme treasures. However, the woman who had appeared like a ghost before them brought with her a pressure and a sense of danger that caused them to forget everything and instinctively bring out their celestial supreme treasures. Kur looked at the 9 tribulation bodiless celestials coldly as she said in an equally icy voice, "I wouldn't make much of a fuss if you only threatened to kill me. However, I won't stay idle since you threatened to kill Brother Tian." Boom! As Kur spoke, she moved her elegant hands. The void shook and the air trembled and roiled violently. Although the sound it caused was not particularly loud, it sounded piercing to the human ears. Soon after, she moved her hands again and a blindingly bright light appeared out of nowhere. No! 2 loud cries rang in unison as soon as the blinding light appeared. Everyone was horrified as they watched on. They could tell the two cries were from old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder. What kind of power is this? Duan Lingtian was shocked. When the blinding light finally died away, he finally saw Kuer. Where there were originally 3 figures standing, only one was left. The remaining figure belonged to his wife, Kuer. As for the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials, they had disappeared without a trace. 2 celestial supreme treasures could be seen where the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were standing earlier. Equals. Whoosh. Whoosh. Kuer waved her hand, and the 2 celestial supreme treasures seemed to have a mind of their own as they flew to her. After obtaining the celestial supreme treasures, she quietly put them away. The 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials had just regained their senses, and they were looking at Kuer fearfully as though they were looking at a terrifying monster. If they did not witness this with their own eyes, they would have a hard time believing it. Did the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials die? Heavens! Is this real? The 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who wielded their celestial supreme treasures are killed in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, she only moved her hands. At this moment, some eminent celestials from Kuan Mang sect and Power Saint sect could be seen holding shattered soul pearls in their hands as they cried out in unison. Old Ancestor! Old Ancestor! This is Old Ancestor's soul pearl? The Old Ancestor is dead? Previously, these people were still hoping the 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials did not die. Perhaps they had escaped earlier. Maybe they did not have time to take their celestial supreme treasures with them. However, their last shred of hope was dashed as they stared at the shattered soul pearls. Their old ancestors were undoubtedly killed by this crazy young lady. This is too frightening. Who's she? How did she kill 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials so easily? Not only that, but those 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials were wielding their celestial supreme treasures as well. At this moment, an expression of shock and disbelief could be clearly seen on Han Xuanai's face. Sister Kuer? Although she knew Kuer had gotten stronger before she entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she did not expect Kuer to be so strong. When she heard Feng Tianwu and the others discussing Kuer's strength, she knew Kuer's strength was extraordinary, and still, she did not expect this. She shifted her eyes to Duan Lingtian as she thought to herself, does this mean she's stronger than Brother Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance, still had a difficult time believing what had happened. Is she really Kuer? He felt this person who was once so familiar had become foreign and alien to him. It was as though he was seeing her for the first time. However, when he saw the love and tenderness in her eyes, he quickly regained his senses. No matter what, she's still my Kuer. However, I wonder how she became so strong. He was relieved to see that nothing had changed apart from the increase in her strength. Duan Lingtian continued thinking to himself, being able to kill 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who were wielding celestial supreme treasures so quickly with just one move, perhaps. Her strength is now comparable to a golden celestial from a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian had gained a basic understanding of celestial ranking in Devata realms after entering the heaven rank treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Once ordinary celestials or eminent celestials ascended to a Devata realm, they would be called heaven celestials. The strength of heaven celestials was stronger than 3 tribulation bodiless celestials in the mundane realms. Above the heaven celestials were the golden celestials. Needless to say, great overarching golden celestials were way above golden celestials. For Kuer to kill 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials so easily, her strength had to be comparable to a golden celestial. Although Duan Lingtian had learned about Kuer's incredible strength from Feng Tianwu and the others, this was still beyond his expectation. If he did not witness this with his own eyes, he would have a hard time accepting or believing it. Sister Kuer, even Feng Tianwu had witnessed Kuer's strength in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, was shocked by the extent of Kuer's power. Naturally, Mu Yi and Gan Ruyen were equally as shocked. After all, 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials, who were considered the strongest in mundane realms, had been easily killed by Kuer. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kuer vanished. When she reappeared, she was already standing by Duan Lingtian's side. She moved her delicate hands and held onto Duan Lingtian's arm as she hugged him, looking extremely happy. The onlookers who had personally witnessed Kuer effortlessly killing the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials found it hard to accept her change in behavior. She was behaving so meekly in front of a man. They shifted their attention to Duan Tian. He had become the focus of everyone's attention due to his wife, Kuer. Duan Tian. Duan Tian is already freakishly strong. How's it possible that the beauty by his side is so strong as well? His woman is obviously stronger than him. I wonder what he has to offer that a peerless beauty like her chose to be with him. This lady is most likely a celestial from a Devata realm. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to be so strong. Could she be the reason why Duan Tian possesses strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial? That's possible. The onlookers could not help but discuss among themselves. The younger men were filled with jealousy, envy, and resentment when they looked at Duan Tian. Kuer? Duan Tian knew Kuer was still the same person he knew even though her strength had improved tremendously. Brother Tian. Kuer leaned on Duan Tian's shoulder. When she looked at Duan Tian, her eyes were filled with so much love, as though he was the only one in her world. The onlookers had a hard time believing this was the same person who had killed 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials earlier. Kuer, are you hiding something from me? Duan Tian asked gently as he patted Kuer's head as though no one was present. He had a strong feeling it was not easy for Kuer to obtain this level of strength. It was likely not as simple as she had made it out to be. Kuer stiffened slightly when she heard Duan Tian's question. In the end, she revealed the truth to Duan Tian since she could not bring herself to lie to him. Burning the soul. Although Kuer had spoken about it lightly, Duan Tian felt his heart ache. He knew how painful it was to burn one's soul. He hugged her tightly when he found out about the grueling process of her obtaining her strength. He asked in a trembling voice, "Why are you so silly? What if something happens to you? What's going to happen to Si Ling and me at that time? Brother Tian, it's not dangerous. I'm not so foolish as to give up on you and Si Ling just to increase my strength. The pain was bearable, so I..." Duan Tian interrupted Kuer before she finished speaking. "No. Why didn't you tell me? I would never allow you to do it if I had known. I just want to be stronger so I can help you. I don't want to be useless, and I don't want to be a damsel in distress who has to be saved." Kuer said softly in response to Duan Tian's domineering words. "Don't say that. You're not useless. We won't have Si Ling without you. Moreover, I won't be here today if it's not because of you. I only pursue strength to protect you and our family," Duan Tian said, slightly agitated. He was slightly angry when he heard Kuer words that were filled with self-doubts. "Brother Tian, I was wrong." Although Kuer was stronger than Duan Tian, she still acted like a delicate young girl in front of Duan Tian. Upon hearing the slight anger in his voice, she instantly became anxious. Silly girl. Looking at how meek Kuer was, Duan Tian's anger faded away. Moreover, she had done this for his sake. If it were not for Kuer, let alone Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others, even he would have died today. He tightened his hold on her as though he wished to be one with her so they could stay together forever. Silly, silly girl. Brother Tian. Kuer returned Duan Tian's hug. At this moment, the loving couple displayed their affections for each other as though there was no one present on the scene. Nobody dared to make a sound. They only watched silently, afraid of disturbing the couple. Who knew if the couple would kill them if they were displeased? Some members from the Kraken Python sect and Power Saint sect were looking at the affectionate couple with hate-filled eyes. Even then, none of them dared to make a move. They would only be seeking deaths if they made a move. After all, that woman had effortlessly killed 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. No one noticed Gan Ruyen, who was standing at the distance. At this moment, her eyes flashed with jealousy as she looked at her sister, Kuer. In the past, she had only felt envious of her sister. However, after being reproached by Duan Tian when they came out from the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, twisted jealousy began to raise its head in her heart. She thought to herself, unresigned, "We have the same parents and we're twins. Why is her life so much better than mine?" Why is our fate so different? Although she was extremely jealous now, she was not driven to do anything extreme. As it was, she did not even dare to show her jealousy in front of others. After some time, Han Xuanai finally spoke up. Brother Ling Tian. Sister Kur? We're still here. More importantly, can I have Sister Kur back now? Brother Ling Tian. As soon as Han Xuanai spoke, Kur, who was blissfully unaware earlier, turned red. Then, she shyly extricated herself from Duan Ling Tian's arms. Duan Ling Tian felt slightly unwilling to let Kur out of his arms. He said teasingly, Xuanai, you want to ask Kur about the method she used to rapidly increase her strength, right? He knew he had gotten too caught up in the moment earlier and had unconsciously put on a show for everyone to watch. Han Xuanai laughed in embarrassment when Duan Ling Tian exposed her thoughts. Kur felt embarrassed when she sensed the looks from Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyen. She quickly left Duan Ling Tian's side and moved to Han Xuanai. Since Duan Ling Tian treated Han Xuanai like his younger sister, she also treated her the same way. She could not help but blush. She did not care about the onlookers' opinion, but these were people she knew. Duan Ling Tian, who was also feeling discomfited by everyone's stare, quickly said, All right, we should leave now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and his companions left. People from Kuanmang sect and Power Saint sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. After all, they were worried Duan Ling Tian would kill them for their ancestors' actions. However, it seemed like they were overthinking. I can't believe I saw a cultivator who's stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the beyond heaven secret zone. Based on her strength, she has to be a true celestial. Moreover, she's probably a golden celestial, a knowledgeable 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, thought to himself. What? The devil clans have invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land as well. Not long after they left the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Duan Ling Tian learned from Kur that the devil clans from the land of exile who had invaded the lower province had invaded the upper province as well. He paled instantly. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, the situation in the Saint Province realm has worsened. I wonder if Father, Mother, Little Fayer, and the others have left the lower province for the upper province. Actually, it would be better for them to remain in the lower province. It's relatively safer there. If they've gone to the upper province. He forcefully stopped his train of thoughts that frightened him. I must return to the Saint Province realm. Since the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had been claimed, there was nothing he wanted left in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Hence, he did not plan to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone any longer. After learning the devil clans had invaded the upper province, he was even more eager to return to the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian looked at everyone and said, I'm planning to return to the Saint Province realm. His words were directed to Mu Yi and Gan Ruyen because he knew apart from these two, the others would follow him without any hesitation. Just as expected, Han Xuanai instantly said, if Brother Ling Tian wants to go back, then let's go. I'll follow you wherever you go, Master, Chen Yiru said. Xianxia said with a faint smile on his face, earlier we had agreed on going to the Saint Province realm before visiting Yan Huang realm. We're just moving the schedule slightly up ahead. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had already told Xianxia he would have to return to the Saint Province realm first before visiting Yan Huang realm. Therefore, Xianxia was not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's decision. Duan Ling Tian intended to return to the Saint Province realm to take care of the loose ends there. He could visit Yan Huang realm where he was from in his past life with peace of mind after doing that. Kur and Feng Tian will remain silent. There was no need for them to say anything. They would go wherever Duan Ling Tian went. Mu Yi looked at Kur and said, All right, let's return. After all, Senior Sister-in-law has already helped me obtain a celestial supreme treasure. When they were in the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, Mu Yi had obtained a celestial supreme treasure that was incredibly suited for her with Kur help. Therefore, she was extremely satisfied. Let's return, Gan Ruyen said curtly. Seeing no objections, Duan Ling Tian brought everyone to the point of entrance and exit for the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In that case, we'll return now. Since their group was quite big, it was inevitable that they would catch people's attention. There were some fools who intended to try their luck by attempting to rob them. It had to be said that these people were extremely unlucky. They were unaware that the people they intended to attack was the strongest group of people in the entire Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from having someone whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they also had someone whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Among these groups of unlucky people, some of them had managed to obtain celestial supreme treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian and his companions gained many more celestial supreme treasures. It was unexpected, but not unwelcomed. We're here. After traveling for a while, Duan Ling Tian and his companions finally reached the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Similar to when they entered, the exit was a black hole in the air that seemed capable of devouring everything. Let's go home. Duan Ling Tian called out to the others before he held Ko's hand. He took the lead to approach the black hole when suddenly a commotion rang in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 distinct sounds of wind howling in the air rang loudly. It was clear that it was heading in their direction. Duan Ling Tian and Kur instantly came to a halt and looked in the direction of the noise. It did not take long before Feng Tian Wu, Han Xuanai, and the others also turned to look. In the distance, they saw 2 disheveled figures heading toward them at an extremely fast speed. It seemed like they were in a hurry. Their speed was comparable to an eminent celestial. Nangong Qin? Nangong Yi. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as Kur's eyes lit up. Both of them were the first to identify the 2 figures who were heading their way. The disheveled figures were none other than the current successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect. At this moment, it seemed as though they were both running for their lives based on their hurried speed. They improved so much? What did they encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the Nangong twins' improvement. He even forgot about their disheveled state. At this moment, Kur pointed out to Duan Ling Tian. Their boots are celestial supreme treasures. Celestial supreme treasures? Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the boots on the Nangong twins' feet. He instantly sensed how remarkable the boots were. Indeed, they were celestial supreme treasures. The boots Nangong Chen wore were embroidered with lifelike divine dragons, while Nangong Yi's boots were embroidered with equally lifelike phoenixes. After a moment, Chun Yiru exclaimed, "It's Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi." At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others had finally recognized the 2 figures in the distance. Both of them are alive. Han Xuanai heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the Nangong twins alive and well. After spending a few years in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, she was aware of how dangerous this place was. It must have been tough for the Nangong twins as well. Moreover, they were both weaker than she was. Their speed is incredibly fast. It did not take long before Han Xuanai and the others noticed the Nangong twins' speed. Their speed was so fast that they had trouble catching their movements even though their cultivation bases were at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Qin Yiru explained their current speed is equivalent to an ordinary eminent celestial. Equivalent to an eminent celestial? Han Xuanai and the others were shocked when they heard Qin Yiru's words, even though they did not doubt him. How's it possible? Han Xuanai cried out. Both of them were only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when they entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. How are they moving so quickly? That, I'm not sure as well. Chun Yiru extended his divine consciousness and quickly discovered the Nangong twins' cultivation bases were still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but doubt himself. I've checked using my divine consciousness. They're clearly still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their speed is comparable to an eminent celestial even though they're still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Han Xuanai and the others were puzzled. Both of them have a movement-type celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian's voice rang out in a timely manner, causing everyone to turn to look at him in unison. At this moment, the Nangong twins finally arrived before them. Duan Ling Tian? All of you are here. The Nangong twins were surprised to see Duan Ling Tian and the others. They did not expect this. Why are you in such a hurry? I don't see anyone chasing you. Duan Tian looked at the Nangong twins in confusion. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, the Nangong twins shuddered in fear, and their expressions changed drastically. They said urgently, Duan Tian, hurry. Let's return to the Saint Province realm. They quickly moved toward the black hole, clearly eager to return to the Saint Province realm. Duan Tian and Kura blocked their path instantly. Duan Tian asked with a frown, what's happening? Nangong said urgently, Duan Tian, let's talk when we're in the Saint Province realm. If we don't leave now, it's going to be too late. Although Nangong Chun remained silent and did not lose his composure like Nangong Yi, a hint of anxiety could still be seen on his face, as though they had encountered something truly terrifying. Whoosh! As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, a powerful divine consciousness from the distance shrouded the entire place in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, colors drained from the Nangong twins' faces. We're doomed. This divine consciousness, Duan Tian frowned as colors drained from the faces of the Nangong twins. Duan Tian had already discovered the divine consciousness belonged to someone who was at or above the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Kur said promptly, it's the divine consciousness of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. She turned to Duan Tian and asked softly, Brother Tian, should I warn him off? No need. Upon learning the divine consciousness belonged to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, Duan Tian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'd like to see this 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, who dares to target the members of my 7 absolute sect. Killing intent surged from his body as his eyes flashed viciously. Ah! Although Duan Tian and Kur were not conversing loudly, everyone heard their conversation due to the silence. The Nangong twins were, naturally, surprised by their conversation. They were already surprised when Kur accurately determined the cultivation base of that person hot on their trails. They were even more shocked when they saw Duan Tian's indifference. Based on Duan Tian's attitude, he did not seem afraid of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is it possible that Duan Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? This thought appeared simultaneously in the Nangong twins' minds when they saw how confident Duan Tian was. After arriving at the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and speaking to those people from the other 4 large mundane realms, they had also learned about Feng Qingyang. They knew that he was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and had strength comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestial after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Tell me what happened? Duan Tian asked once the anxiety on the Nangong twins' faces disappeared. So, Nangong Yi, who had thought Duan Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, sighed inwardly and recounted everything that had happened. A few days ago, the Nangong twins encountered 2 groups of people fighting for a celestial supreme treasures in an Earth-rank treasure vault. They stayed back and watched, and the results were surprising. Both groups fought with all their might. In the end, only a few cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage survived. Even then, they were severely injured. At that moment, the Nangong twins made up their minds decisively and snatched the celestial supreme treasures. It was the 2 pairs of boots on their feet. Duan Tian said with a slight surprise, Both of you are quite lucky. You benefited from the situation and managed to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures. All of us have been to Earth-rank treasure vaults, but they all only contained 1 celestial supreme treasure respectively. We might be lucky, but we've also attracted trouble, Nangong said with a bitter smile. At that time, although the remaining cultivators at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage are severely injured, it would take a long time for us to kill them. Moreover, they had already used their communication jade tokens to call for backups. One of them even said an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from their sect was nearby. Both of us were afraid and could only think of returning to the Saint Province realm. He sighed as he said, I'm sure you can guess what happened next. Yes. Duan Tian nodded and smiled faintly. Regardless, congratulations are still in order. Both of you managed to obtain a celestial supreme treasure each. Moreover, it's a movement-type celestial supreme treasure. Movement-type celestial supreme treasures were much harder to refine compared to offensive celestial supreme treasure. Hence, they were much rarer. Elder Hua, the 3-legged golden crow, Elder Hua had told Duan Tian about this. Apart from that, Elder Hua had also told him about the movement-type celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. The only one that stayed in Duanling Tian's memory was the movement-type celestial supreme treasure called Wind Fire Wheels that was possessed by Neza, the son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing. Nangong Yi smiled bitterly as he said, "You can congratulate us if we survive this. Currently, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial has found us with his divine consciousness." Duanling Tian's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Don't worry. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't strong enough to snatch your celestial supreme treasures away under my watch." As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a booming voice rang from the distance, causing the Nangong twins' expressions to change drastically. What an arrogant brat! Although Duanling Tian seemed extremely confident, the Nangong twins who were unaware of Duanling Tian's strength were still affected by the arrival of the seemingly invincible 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whoosh! The sound of wind howling rang in the air, displaying the speed of the incoming person. Duanling Tian and Kerr were the only ones who could see his movements clearly. The newcomer was a muscular red-clad old man. When he moved, he seemed like a ball of flames that was capable of destroying in his path. Based on his aura, it seemed like he could be considered as quite strong among 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian thought to himself, "This old man's aura is slightly weaker than the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from Muro realm whom I killed." Whoosh! A warm breeze blew past and the red-clad old man arrived in front of Duanling Tian and his companions. His red robes fluttered behind him like flames dancing in the wind, making him look as though he was shrouded by fire. "Lad, I'm truly curious. Who gave you the courage to say that I, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, am not strong enough to snatch the celestial supreme treasures under your watch?" The red-clad old man had a square face, and when he glared, he looked like an angry gorilla. He radiated a cold aura that seemed to cause the surroundings' temperature to drop. Faced with the domineering red-clad old man, Duanling Tian said calmly, "What? Are you looking down on eminent celestials?" As an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the red-clad old man was definitely not a fool. Seeing Duanling Tian remained calm at this point, he could not help the doubts that rose in his heart. Why is this brat so calm? What is he hiding? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and his self-doubt began to grow. Could he be? Soon after, the red-clad old man's expression changed. As he was looking at Duanling Tian, he recalled something. "Are you the boy who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial?" He was aware that the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened, the person who managed to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial before he left. He reasoned that since this eminent celestial in front of him was clearly unafraid of him, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, this purple-clad young man must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Duanling Tian remained silent, but Nangong Yi scoffed. "Well, let me tell you something. Since you're smart enough to guess, Duanling Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. This person here can also be considered as the disciple of Senior Feng Qingyang, the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened." The red-clad old man's expression changed drastically as soon as he heard Nangong Yi's words. Feng Qingyang, the person who claimed the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Then this means all of you are from the Saint Province realm? I assume this must be the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The red-clad old man pointed to the black hole in the void. "That's right." Nangongyi lifted his chin, clearly proud he was from the Saint Province realm. At this crucial moment, Duanling Tian suddenly chimed in. "I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yi's smile froze on his face. Even Nangong Chen's expression changed slightly. The eyes of the red-clad old man brightened immediately. He was vacillating between leaving or not earlier. He didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Seeing the old man's expression, Duan Ling Tian said with a smirk. What? Do you think I won't be able to stop you just because I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man thought the purple-clad young man who was an eminent celestial would not be a match for him, since the purple-clad young man did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, he was truly confused by the other party's behavior. Was the purple-clad young man bluffing, or did he truly possess the strength to defeat him? Suddenly, the red-clad old man's eyes widened as a thought appeared unbidden in his mind. He looked at Duan Ling Tian warily as he asked, "Wait a second, are you Duan Ling Tian who killed the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure?" Previously, the red-clad old man had heard the rumor of an eminent celestial called Duan Ling Tian, who had effortlessly killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who wielded a celestial supreme treasure. However, he had felt skeptical. Earlier, one of the twins called him Duan Ling Tian. The red-clad old man recalled Nangong Yi calling the purple-clad young man Duan Ling Tian. It was not difficult for him to piece the puzzles together. If the rumors were true, it would explain why Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of him. Although he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not own any celestial supreme treasure. This meant his strength was on par with that 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who wielded a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian managed to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure? The Nangong twins were stunned by the red-clad old man's revelation. After all, they had not heard of the rumors. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone was vast and people were scattered everywhere. It was not a surprise that the Nangong twins did not hear about it even though the rumors had been running rampant. So what if I am and so what if I am not? Duan Ling Tian answered ambiguously with a faint smile on his face. Killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure? Not too long ago, he had just killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure as well. The red-clad old man's expression changed upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. Regardless, he was still an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since when had an eminent celestial dared to treat him in such a callous manner? However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. In the end, he decided not to take the chance and act recklessly. He scoffed and turned around, preparing to take his leave. This person sure is smart. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw the red-clad old man had chosen to retreat. He had planned to kill the red-clad old man if the red-clad man intended to fight. Currently, his strength was already equivalent to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was indeed no match for him. Upon seeing the red-clad old man leaving without a fuss, the Nangong twins were shocked. Duan Ling Tian did not even do anything, but the old man was frightened into leaving just like that? It was unexpected and unbelievable to say the least. Are we dreaming? Nangong Yi asked, stunned as he looked at Nangong Chen who was standing next to him. Nangong Chen shook his head to indicate that he was also at a loss. The brothers stared at each other, shocked and confused. Hey, why are both of you in a daze? Both of you are really lucky. Not only did you survive in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, but both of you even managed to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures, Han Xuanai said. Upon hearing her voice, they finally regained their senses. However, they did not respond to Han Xuanai and looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of surprise and disbelief on their faces. Eventually, Nangong Yi, who could no longer suppress his curiosity, asked, "Duan Ling Tian, is the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial telling the truth? Did you really kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure?" Yes. Duan Ling Tian responded to Nangong Yi's question with a nod and a smile. To him, Nangong Yi was not only his friend, but he was also a member of the 7 Absolute sect. They were not just friends, they were brothers. It's true. Upon learning the truth, both Nangong Yi and the taciturn Nangong Chen were shocked to their cores. They felt emotional when they recalled the first time they met Duan Ling Tian. In recent years, after being selected to join the 7 Absolute sect, they thought they would finally lessen the gap between them and Duan Ling Tian. However, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had widened the gap again. They never once doubted Duan Ling Tian's words since Duan Ling Tian had never lied to them before, nor did he have a reason to lie. When Han Xuanai saw the shock expressions on the Nangong twins' faces, she said playfully, "Why are you so easily shocked? It's just a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with celestial supreme treasure. Not too long ago, Brother Ling Tian had even killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure." The excitement was evident on her face when she spoke, as though she was the one who had killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who owned a celestial supreme treasure. Han Xuanai continued to say, moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial seemed to be the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. But what does it matter? He's still killed by Brother Ling Tian. What? Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, the Nangong twins who had just regained their senses fell into a daze again. Duan Ling Tian, this, is it true? Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he could only believe it after getting the confirmation from Duan Ling Tian. Han Xuanai pouted as she said sulkily, "What? Are you doubting my words?" "Yes, it's true." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Thus, the Nangong twins were thoroughly shocked again. How's that possible? I thought you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? How did you get so strong? Nangong Yi, naturally, did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. He was just very curious. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it when we have the time. Duan Ling Tian smiled before he added, "We're heading back to the Saint Province realm. If both of you don't intend on staying here any longer, then come with us." Then, without waiting for Nangong Yi's response, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Kuer and said smilingly, "Kuer, let's go." "Okay." Kuer nodded obediently. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also called out to Feng Tianwu, "Tianwu." With that, 3 of them flew side by side as they entered the black hole and disappeared from everyone's sight. "I suggest both of you return with us. With your strength, it's a miracle you survived until now and obtained 2 celestial supreme treasures. If you want to stay alive, it's best if you leave." Han Xuanai, Mu Yi, Chen Yiru, and the others reminded the Nangong twins before they entered the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, the Nangong twins were the only ones left outside the point of entrance and exit to the Saint Province realm in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. "We should return." The Nangong twins looked at each other before flying into the black hole, leaving the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Saint Province realm, in a valley hidden in a snowy mountain range in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! The sound of wind softly blowing rang in the air of the snowy mountain range. Soon after, several figures appeared in the sky like heavenly soldiers. "We're back." After being away for a few years, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy could not compare to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, this place was still home. Ling. Kua, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, extended her divine consciousness to search for her daughter as soon as she arrived. She discovered her daughter was cultivating but was not in closed-door cultivation. She had only called out to her daughter because her daughter was not in closed-door cultivation. After all, she could have interrupted her daughter's closed-door cultivation if she called out so suddenly. No matter how much she missed her daughter, she would not have disturbed her daughter if her daughter was in closed-door cultivation.